mother-in-law and my husband forced me to work so that they can raise my children. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me by a follower. My husband and I have been married for 6 years. When I met my husband, he had a high-paying job, but everything changed when COVID came along. I was able to keep my job as a psychiatrist, and a few years ago, I was able to open up my own practice. I was doing so well that I hired other psychiatrists to work in my office. This is when I decided to hire my husband, because he just wasn't able to find a job. I hired him to be the bookkeeper. He would keep track of all the finances, handle all the taxes, and made sure to send invoices to all my patients. And believe it or not, this was not a hard job. He was working around 20 hours a week at most. Because I had my own patients and I was the boss of these other psychiatrists, I was in the office from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. I also have patients who are extremely wealthy and have me on call, which means that if they call me at 2 in the morning, I have to pick up the phone and I have to let them talk to me. Now, a little background on my mother-in-law. Her and I used to have a really good relationship. She recognized how much I loved her son. She thanked me for hiring him in my office. But the biggest mistake that I made was hiring my husband, because once he started finding out how much money I was actually making, he told me that he didn't have to work anymore. Guess who he told too? His mom. They both knew how much money my practice was making per month. And this was around the time that we started talking about having kids. Can you see where this is going? My mother-in-law comes to me one day and suggests that my husband be a stay-at-home husband and that she'll help him raise the kids. Part 2 is my mother-in-law and my husband forced me to work so that they can raise my kids. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me by a follower. When they found out how much money I was earning, the whole vibe changed. My mother-in-law came to me one day and suggested that my husband should be a stay-at-home husband because once we had kids, she could help him raise them. Because my practice was so successful, I should be the one to continue working. Mind you, my husband and I had already discussed that once I got pregnant, I would continue working, but that once I had the baby, I would work remotely. But suddenly, his mom came in and started changing everything. When she suggested this, I told her that I was not going to do that and that I would have my kids and work from home. The whole reason why I started my practice and hired other psychiatrists was so that I didn't have to be in the office. Now, after I told her that I would be working from home with my baby, her attitude towards me completely changed. She started to insinuate that I didn't love my husband, that if I did love him, I would let him stay home with our kids and I would continue working. She would also say things like, "You're lucky you have a mother-in-law who's gonna love your kids like you would." Excuse me, ma'am, you are not gonna be their mother. Mind you, I'm not even pregnant. There's no way my husband and I can even have any intimacy because she's always in our house. I obviously asked my husband if he agreed with his mom, and he said no. He doesn't know where she's getting all these ideas from, and I asked him not to tell her anymore how much money he sees coming into my practice. By the way, I pay for everything. Mortgage, for food, and I even pay my mother-in-law's bills. My family thinks I should get a divorce, but isn't that too severe? What do you guys think?
Am I the asshole for ignoring my dad's call during my graduation? I, 24 female, finished college a few months ago. Upon hearing, I told my family, including my dad, 51 male. He said congratulations, but mostly kept asking me what I was going to do now with my degree and if I was going to earn a lot of money so my degree would be worth it. The fact that OP is happy and proud that they graduated makes the fucking degree worth it. Your dad sucks already. My parents were divorced before I even went to high school. My dad, with some rare exceptions, never really paid for anything for me, so I don't know why it should be worth it to him. He didn't pay for it. I did, and the experiences and the things that I learned are worth it to me. I said that I would take a step back since I'm close to burnout. I'll just get a job that sustains me and I'll look for something more long-term after the summer. He didn't like that, but since I don't see him that much because he lives hours away, it didn't bother me too much. Then I got the date of my graduation. I invited my dad while I was visiting him. He said that he would think about it. He concluded that it was too much travel to go to my graduation and the city is too annoying to park in. It was quite annoying to hear because it was during a visit for which I traveled 3 hours by train while he would have to travel 2 hours by car. The costs were about the same, but apparently to him, it's not important enough. I repeat, your father fucking sucks. I told my dad if he really didn't want to come that I would invite grandma instead. He suggested that we could celebrate another day with a dinner near him. I asked my grandma to come and she said yes, but later changed her mind because she talked to my dad and he thought it wasn't a great idea for her to travel with my mom since he and my mom don't get along well. Your dad fucking sucks. Oh, he's getting on my nerves. I'd already told my grandma that my mom didn't mind and that my boyfriend and I would also be in the car, but she was convinced it was a bad plan. And now she had the time to take my brother to my dad, who's throwing a party with his friends on the same day now. Baby, your entire fucking family sucks. Your whole fucking family sucks. Your dad doesn't want to go to your graduation because it's too far to travel. You say, okay, that's fine. You don't have to come. I'll ask grandma instead. At first, grandma is all for it. But then she talks to dad and now she's convinced that this plan isn't working because he doesn't want her to ride with your mom because he don't like your mom. And now your brother's throwing a party the exact same day that you are graduating from college. Your whole fucking family sucks. Still, I tried. And I asked my dad about the dinner when I saw him again. He said that we'd text about it. But when I texted him, he said that it was too far away time-wise and that I didn't even have my diploma yet. I said that I did have it digitally already, and since it's nearing the summer, I thought it would be more practical to celebrate earlier since I know that he has a lot of work in the summer. He stopped responding. Fuck him. No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. You haven't been the asshole since the story fucking started. You're absolutely not the asshole. This man does not want to celebrate you. He doesn't. He's not proud of your achievements. And honestly, I would go as far as to say that he's fucking jealous. This situation is all about you, and he's doing his hardest to make it about him and how he feels. My graduation was yesterday. Just after the ceremony, I was talking with some of my classmates when I saw that my dad was calling me. I didn't pick up and I thought nothing of it. I decided that I would text him when I got home an hour or so later. But when I got home, I had about 10 text messages from him. He told me he had wanted to congratulate me and wanted to plan the dinner. But the messages got more angry, telling me that if I wanted him to care, I should have picked up, and that this showed him how little I cared about it, and that I could forget about the dinner. Oh, the horror. Oh, the horror. You're not going to go to dinner with me for my graduation. I promise you that hurts a hell of a lot less than you not bothering to come to my actual fucking graduation. Are you fucking serious? Like I said, this man is doing his damnness to try to make this situation that's all about you, about him and his fucking feelings. Again, fuck him. Am I the asshole for not picking up? Should I have texted him back immediately or walked outside to pick up the phone? He's so mad at me that I feel like I must have fucked up. Again, my love, no, you're absolutely not the asshole. You did it exactly correct. You should not have texted him back immediately, nor should you have walked out of the room to answer his fucking phone call. Who the fuck calls a graduate right after the fucking ceremony is over? They are talking to friends. They're getting congratulations. They're taking pictures. It may not be important to him, but it's important to you. You were fucking busy. Your father is selfish as fuck and manipulative as hell. This was your day. You worked hard to make it to this day, and he did everything that he could to try to make sure you did not have the day that you deserved. You invited him to your graduation, and he tells you, no, okay, that's fine, don't worry about it. I'll invite somebody that actually wants to be there. He pulls out all the stops to stop that person from coming. Tells you, we'll celebrate a different way with a dinner. You're like, okay, Dad, that's fine. It's not what I want, but I can get with that. So then you try to plan the dinner, but he's always got a reason. It's too far away. You don't even have your degree, as if that means you can't fucking eat. Does he not know? They don't give you your degree when you walk across the fucking stage. They mail it to you. This man is manipulative and selfish as fuck. And now, instead of you walking around on cloud nine, thinking about your accomplishments and how hard you had to work to get to where you are right now, you're walking around worried about this man's feelings, about him not getting your attention on your graduation day. If getting your attention was that goddamn important to him, he should have came to your fucking graduation like you asked him to. His feelings in this situation are fucking irrelevant. I don't know about anybody else, but personally, this will be enough for me to never speak to my dad again. Fuck this man. Also, congratulations on your graduation.
My friends don't think I have enough sex with my boyfriend.
Oh.
I've been with my partner, Gordon, for almost 3 years, and I genuinely adore him. At the beginning of our relationship, we couldn't keep our hands off each other. Sex was frequent, fun, and something I initiated often. As time went on and the honeymoon period softened, as it does in most relationships, we had sex less frequently. I still love him, I'm still attracted to him, and our relationship feels solid. Although I recently brought this up with my girlfriends and was genuinely shocked when they disagreed. They were adamant about sex being a fundamental part of any relationship and that without it happening at least a couple of times a week, something must be missing.
Oh, wow.
Don't get me wrong, we do have sex and it is just as fun and connected as it was when we first got together. It's simply just not as frequent as what others seem to think it should be. For me, intimacy now shows up in so many other ways, like our conversations, our shared routines, the comfort of everyday life, and the way we communicate openly and support each other. Our relationship doesn't feel dependent on our sex life, and that feels honest and right for us. My partner and I talk openly about this, and we're very much on the same page. Still, I do find myself wondering how many other people feel this way too, quietly questioning whether there's only one right way for intimacy to look in a long-term relationship.
No. Sorry, I'm angry at your friends.
So I guess my question is, can a relationship still be deeply loving and solid if regular sex isn't something you need to feel connected to your partner? I feel weird speaking about this to anyone in my close circle now after feeling pretty judged.
Oh, honey.
I'll probably keep it close to my chest until I hear more of your thoughts. Love y'all, Haley.
I'm refusing to change my stance on kids after my wife gave me an ultimatum. My wife and I have been together since about a year after high school, and from the beginning I was clear I don't want kids. That has never changed. I'm 27 male and she is 26 female. She actually agreed with me the whole time. We talked about it a lot over the years, including before we got married, and she was always on the same page, so I felt like we were solid on that. Recently she told me now she wants kids. That caught me completely off guard. When I reminded her of everything that we had talked about before, she said she thought I would completely change my mind eventually. We tried to talk about it, but it turned into a pretty rough conversation fast. Instead of talking it through, she basically told me that if I don't agree to have kids, she would consider divorce for finding someone else who will. That really messed with me. It didn't feel like a discussion about our future. It felt like I was being told to either change something I've always been firm on or lose my marriage. Since then, I don't really feel secure in the relationship the same way anymore. It feels like something pretty big was just dropped on me after years of thinking that we were on the same page. I've also worked pretty hard on myself over the years. I got sober from alcohol 3.5 years ago, and I've been dealing with a lot of childhood stuff from a pretty bad relationship with my father. I've built better coping skills and stability for myself since then, and part of that is knowing my limits and what I can realistically handle. I've explained why I don't want kids, both mentally and financially, and that hasn't changed for me. I even said I was opening to revisiting the conversation after we buy a house and get more stable, but right now it feels like it's being framed as a now or never situation. I get that people can change their minds, and I'm not saying she's wrong for wanting kids now. I just don't know if I'm wrong for standing my ground and feeling like this was unfair and kind of sudden. Barbecue chicken mac and cheese because even when my life is falling apart around me, I can still cook. What? He literally left a recipe link at the bottom of barbecue chicken mac and cheese. That was crazy. It was a plot twist. Biggest plot twist ever. Okay, so my thoughts on this are like, she genuinely, the whole time, she was just faking that she agreed with you, and then she thought that you were going to change your mind.
Am I in the wrong for refusing to drive my boyfriend to the ER for nonsense? My 30 female boyfriend, 35 male, has been sick with a virus for the last 5 days, and we went to the ER on Friday because his headache was unbearable. We got in an argument earlier because he wants to go again for a drug they gave him for his headache, and I really don't see the point. A month ago, I had intestinal bleeding. I went to the ER and he didn't even leave work to check on me. He offered to come with. I said it's okay, drove myself like a big girl, dealt with it, and got home. And the last 5 days, I have been nothing but accommodating while I have started a new job. We were at the ER Friday from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. He was such a baby, complaining that no one was moving fast enough, etc. I had packed him a blanket, noise-canceling headphones, eye mask, he had ice packs, I wheeled him around. I honestly thought it was excessive. Sure, I can imagine feeling dehydrated, which he got an intravenous treatment for, and they gave him a temporary solution for the headache, which was a drug they told me they would give much older people because it's stronger than morphine. Kept his family updated because they were checking up on him. His results came back fine. CT scan, fine. Blood, fine. Result, virus. I have work tomorrow and it's my second week at a new job. He wants to go. I said no problem. Let me ask his sister because she was offering and understands that I just started a new job and wants me to also get rest. She doesn't mind. He's like, no, just drive me. Why? I firmly say without yelling, it's a virus, give it time. If you want to go, then your sister can take you. He got annoyed and now wants to go on his own. Go on then. 2 times in the ER for a flu? Whatever. There are obvious improvements. He's keeping food and water down and has been getting sleep. Only reason he wants to go again is to get that drug that they gave him temporarily to relieve the headache, which I feel is excessive. In all honesty, I don't mind mild tantrums. I don't mind changing ice packs every hour. I don't mind helping him get things around that he feels he needs. What was most annoying are 2 things. At the ER, he was expecting everyone to adhere to his smallest ailments. Wham, need ice pack. I want a bed. I want a warm blanket. Wham, give me another pillow. Wham, where is the doctor? Why can't they offer me medicine? And just like a child, I had to explain that there are others that have way more serious conditions than a fucking flu. Second, where was my princess treatment when I was at the ER a month ago with bleeding? Not even a visit. No one except him even knew that I was there and dealt with it. Got my referral, drove my bleeding ass back home, slept, and went to work the next day. So, am I in the wrong for not taking him to the ER a second time?
Am I the asshole for not wanting to cancel my vacation for people I don't really know? My husband and I are going on a trip to visit my best friend for her graduation. This trip has been planned for months. My in-laws, my husband's mother's side, planned a trip to visit my husband's dad, brothers, and dad's wife, who's not my husband's mom, and expressed wanting us to visit with our kids as well. The problem is the dates overlap terribly. We leave on the 14th, and we're not back until the early morning of the 23rd. They visit in the middle of that trip. They were upset, which I completely understood. Then we moved on, or so I thought. A couple days later, my mother-in-law, my husband's mom, added my husband, herself, and I into a group chat, and then sent several paragraphs, all caps, about how she and her parents are upset that our parents can't see us and the kids, and begged us to reschedule to be with her family or cancel altogether. First of all, OP and her husband are going to a graduation. That can't be rescheduled. Second of all, how fucking entitled could you be? How fucking entitled? Can you reschedule something that you've already had put in plans for months? Because we planned a trip to come out there and you won't be available when we're available. And we would really like to see you guys. And because we can't, we're upset about it. Maybe you should have reached out and confirmed dates of availability with people before you decided you wanted them to make a trip to come and see you. Because remember, they're going to see the husband's dad and brothers and his wife. OP and the husband were asked to make a trip to visit them as well while they're all there. So they want them to cancel this trip just to take this one to come and see them. That's some entitled shit. The thing is, it's a graduation. I can't just cancel or reschedule it. It's gonna happen whether I'm there or not. But this means so much to me. For starters, my best friend is graduating and I'm so proud of her. On top of that, I've been working privately with her mom to plan this surprise trip and a party. I even got a second job and I started putting in close to 70 hours a week specifically for this trip. Also, I don't even actually know my mother-in-law's parents. We've had conversations over the phone that lasted about 5 minutes. Surface level conversations, usually surrounding my kids, but nothing more than that. They send gifts for holidays, cards, money every once in a while, but I can't cancel this trip. I've even tried working with them and going out of my comfort zone by bringing up the idea of my family members that will be watching the kids driving 2 hours so they can still see them. But they refused. Have I told you that you're not the asshole? Because you're not the asshole. They want you to cancel or reschedule a trip that you've had in the works for months. A trip that is surrounding something that can't be canceled, rescheduled, or just moved around. An entire graduation ceremony. You've given them an option. You've given them a fucking option. Hear me out. We can still go on our vacation, but my family member is willing to make the 2-hour drive to you so you can still see the kids. But that's not good enough. How come they aren't suggesting that they reschedule their trip? Your situation is something that can't be moved around. They're just coming for a visit. Why don't they reschedule their trip if it's so fucking important that they see you and the kids? Recently, my husband got a text from his mother. It was another ragey paragraph, probably drug-induced, about how we hate her and his father. We eloped because his dad didn't like the idea of marriage and that she didn't know what they did wrong. Really? You haven't got a single fucking idea what you could have possibly done wrong. How about adding us to a group chat to send several guilt-tripping messages about how you're upset that I'm not willing to cancel a trip that I've been working towards literally and lose out on money for you. They keep messaging my husband and bothering him about canceling and the trip and blah, blah, blah. I'm over it. And honestly, this is why I wanted to keep the trip and our marriage a secret from his family. It's always something. Listen, this isn't going to stop unless your husband puts on his big boy pants, puts his foot down, and tells them to knock it the fuck off. He needs to let them know the guilt trip is not going to fucking work. You continuing to harass me about it when the decision has already been made is not going to get you your way. If you continue to act like this, we're never going to come and see you because clearly you don't know how to respect boundaries. It's not going to stop until he puts a stop to it. I love my husband's family. I really do. And his grandparents are nice people. But I don't understand why they think we're going to be okay with losing out $500 in non-refundable tickets. We're already on a tight budget as it is. Yes, of course, the new job provides good income at the moment, and we aren't really struggling. But losing $500 definitely isn't within our budget. No, baby, I don't think you're the asshole at all. Your husband's family has basically declared my way or the highway, and you've chosen the highway. You tried to fucking compromise with them, but because it wasn't exactly what they wanted, they weren't willing to even meet you halfway. Why would I lose out $500 for people who aren't willing to work with me? No, fuck that. Also, let's not forget, we don't even really know them like that. If it was people that I fuck with heavily in this situation, I still wouldn't want to miss out on $500. So I'm definitely not going to do it for people that I barely fucking know. This has got to be a control thing. Because I feel like if they really wanted to spend time with you guys and the kids, they would take the time with your kids that they can get. You offer to have a family member drive your kids to them, but because it's not exactly what the fuck they want, they refuse that. They didn't even have to do anything but fucking be there when the family member and the kids got there. I really feel like this is all about control.
I believe my sister killed my niece. Just wanted to, well, get this off my chest and vent a little. When I, 26 female, was younger, my parents did foster care. We usually had 6 or more children in the house at once, and my parents were very busy. My parents only fostered girls because girls can't rape girls. Spoiler alert, 8-year-old me found out firsthand that girls can, in fact, do that. My 2 older sisters, who I'll call Sarah, 11 female at the time, 29 female now, and Rose, 10 female at the time, 28 female now, were biological sisters to each other and were adopted into my family when I was 8. They abused me in every way imaginable, physically, emotionally, verbally, and sexually. Nearly every day for 8 years, they even took it too far once and suffocated me until I stopped breathing altogether. Then did the CPR we learned in a babysitting course because they realized my parents finding me dead in Rose's room would be suspicious. When I was 16, I was finally able to tell my parents. Sarah had moved out, and she was the one that threatened my life mostly, and they were horrified. My mom cried and said she felt like something was going on and she didn't know what, and now that the pieces all fit together. I got a permanent restraining order against Sarah, and the police did investigate the case, in which Rose admitted to sexually abusing children from previous foster families with Sarah. Neither went to jail. I believe my sister killed my niece. Years later, just a few months ago, my mom got a call from my aunt, her sister, that Sarah was in their local news. We had moved up from North USA to down to South USA, but Sarah apparently went back north, where most of my extended family lives. Neighbors smelled something rotting coming from her home. The police investigated and found her 10-month-old daughter, who we didn't even know about, decaying in a locked room to the point that she was unrecognizable. She said, quote, "He made me put her in there," and started, quote, talking to people who weren't there. She was put in a mental facility and charged with hiding a body. She has been transferred to jail since then. The mental health professional evaluating her decided that she was faking. The poor baby died from extreme blunt force trauma to the head. No idea who the father is. She hasn't been charged with murder, only hiding a body. But I have little to no doubt in my mind that she killed her. I've been struggling with this news ever since. Part of me is happy that she's in jail. She can't hurt me. But then I think of that poor baby girl and I just want to throw up. If I had never told anyone what they did, that baby would probably be cared for by my parents and would be alive today. I reasonably know it's my fault, but I feel so guilty. It's not my fault, but I feel so guilty about that poor baby.
Am I in the wrong for telling my sister that she's the common denominator in her failed relationships? I'm 28 male and my sister, 31 female, has always struggled with dating. She takes pride in her appearance, has a good job, and has owned her own house for years, so she can start dating people easily. Unfortunately, after a few months, the relationships always start to collapse. In her most recent relationship, she met Tony, 34 male, on a dating app in late January, and they hit it off. She was immediately spending weekends away with him, and he was meeting the family, and we were being told that he was the one. We were even hearing that they were spending time going into jewelry shops and earmarking rings for a future proposal. Around a week ago, we heard from my sister that it's over and that he initiated the breakup. She started off with saying that she was heartbroken and that she thought he was different than the other guys she's dated, but clearly he was just like the rest and didn't know a good thing when he saw it. She showed us the text conversation that resulted in their breakup, and it read exactly like her past 3 to 4 breakups she's had. After the honeymoon period, she has a tendency to 180 on some of the characteristics that she's built up at the start of a relationship, such as enjoying traveling or being a foodie who loves cooking. In reality, she doesn't like going anywhere but resorts for a holiday, and she orders takeaway food more than anyone I've ever met. These aren't inherently bad qualities, but she'll start dating someone who is drawn to the idea that their new girlfriend will go camping or they'll cook nice meals together, when after about month 3, she'll suddenly act like those things are the worst idea anyone's ever had. She also has a tendency to expect the guy to fall in line immediately, and if they don't, they're controlling and abusive. In this instance, because Tony didn't want to sell some festival tickets they'd agreed to buy a couple months ago, she had called him a bunch of names and suggested that he go talk to his GP about his clear control issues. Tony, fairly, called the relationship there and then and blocked her. It was when she started saying that she was going to message Tony's boss and suggest that he needs removing from his role. He works in a job where he interacts with children. Because of his narcissism, that I snapped and said that she was the main reason her relationships end, and that if she was just honest with these guys that she dated, she might find someone who actually shares her interests and then they might stay together. She immediately started crying and stormed out of the house. And about a half hour later, I had our mother on the phone saying that I have to apologize for being cruel. I'm sure it'll come as a surprise to no one that my sister has been enabled by her parents our entire lives. And this is likely why she feels so entitled to have things all her own way. I'm not above apologizing if I'm wrong, but would welcome an outside view.
My girlfriend said no when I proposed to her. She didn't choose me. My girlfriend is the love of my life. For reference, we're both 23. We have been together for 8 years and we have lived together for 5 years. Last spring, we graduated from college. After that, my girlfriend wanted to go to the Juilliard School in New York. I didn't tell her I thought it would be a bad idea to go to Juilliard because the admission process is so insanely competitive and usually only the wealthy get in. We're not. I never thought that she would get in, but she did. She found out in the spring that her audition was successful. She has a partial scholarship to go. She is due to go to New York in 3 weeks. I don't want her to go. She said that I can come with her, but I don't want to live in New York. My family is all here. So are my friends, my entire extended family, and my job. My entire life is here, and I don't want to live across the country. I don't think a long-distance relationship will work. I asked my girlfriend to stay here and to marry me. I bought a ring, and I took a month to plan the proposal. She said no when I proposed. We've been debating about her leaving ever since she found out that she got into Juilliard. She said I could come to New York with her and find a job there. I work in HR, and she said there's lots of work in my field in New York. I've only been at my company for a year. I can't just leave my job. She said we can get married after she graduates from Juilliard. But when I pressed her, she said she doesn't know if she would want to move back here after she graduates. My girlfriend said no when I proposed to her. She didn't choose me. Her parents are her only family, and they moved to another state 5 years ago. She said it depends on where she gets a job, and there are no jobs in her field in our town. I've lived here my whole life, and this is my home. I love her so much, and I don't want her to go. She could find another field or career, or we have a college in our town. She could go back to our old college and get a different degree and do something else. My parents offered to help us save for a down payment. We are compatible, and we have a good relationship. We have similar political views. We share a lot of hobbies. We both agreed that we don't ever want to have kids. We have other similar life goals. The only difference is that she wants to go to Juilliard and I don't want her to go. I asked her if she was really choosing Juilliard over marrying me and having a house and a life here. She said yes, she was. I'm gutted. I love her, and hearing her say that gutted me. That she would rather go to Juilliard than marry me. Let your girlfriend live out her dreams. Like, please. It never ends well when you're trying to force something. Like, okay, you're trying to convince yourself that you're compatible, and maybe you are compatible in all those ways, but you're clearly not compatible on something very large.
Am I the asshole for showing my husband affair messages on our TV during family dinner after he called me boring and said he was counting down the days to leave me? It should be good. My husband is 34 and I'm 29. We've been married 4 years. About 6 months ago, he started this thing where he'd put his phone face down every single time he set it down. Kitchen counter, coffee table, nightstand, always face down. He'd laugh at texts, like really laugh. That kind of laugh you do when someone you're into says something funny. I asked him about it once. He said it was a coworker, Jake, sending memes. Just guy stuff. I didn't push it because I wanted to believe him. But it kept happening. He'd be in the bathroom for 20 minutes. He'd take calls in the garage. He started going to the gym at weird times, like 9 p.m. on Tuesday. When I asked him why so late, he said the morning crowd was too busy now. I'm not stupid. I know what this looks like. But I also didn't want to be that wife who accuses her husband of cheating because he laughed at his phone, so I waited. Then, 2 months ago, I was using our iPad to look up a recipe and I noticed messages were syncing to it. We share an Apple ID for app purchases, and apparently that means his iMessages show up on every device. I didn't even realize it was happening until I saw a text message from Becca from work pop up that said, "Last night was amazing. Can't stop thinking about you." Ooh, wait. My stomach dropped. I almost confronted him right there, but something stopped me. Maybe I wanted to be sure. Maybe I wanted proof he couldn't deny. So I just watched. Every text synced into that iPad in real time. I saw everything. Becca worked in his office. They'd been sleeping together for 4 months. The messages were graphic and detailed. She sent photos I will never be able to unsee. He sent them back. They talked about leaving their spouses. Yes, she was married too. They had hotel receipts in the text, dates and times. I could match to nights he said he was working late or at the gym. One message from her said, "Your wife seems so boring. How do you stand it?" He replied, "Trust me, I'm counting down the days." Girl. I watched this for 2 weeks. I didn't sleep. I barely ate, but I screenshotted everything and I had it backed up from 3 different places. His family is very close. His parents, his 2 sisters, his brother, all their spouses. They do Sunday dinners at our house twice a month. They love me. His mom calls me her daughter. His dad helped me fix my car last year and wouldn't let me pay him. I knew exactly what I was going to do. Sunday dinner was at our place. I told my husband I'd handle everything and he should just relax. He seemed happy about that, probably because he was texting Becca the whole morning about how they'd see each other on Monday. Everyone showed up at 6. His parents, both sisters, their husbands, his brother, and his girlfriend. 10 people total in our living room. I made lasagna, garlic bread salad. I set everything up nice. We ate. Everyone was laughing and talking, and his mom was telling some story about my husband as a kid. Then I brought out dessert, and I said I had something to show everyone. I connected the iPad to our TV, our big 65-inch TV mounted on the living room wall. My husband didn't even notice at first. He was on his phone, probably texting her. I opened his messages from Becca full screen, and I just let it sit there. His sister saw it first. She stopped mid-sentence, and her face went white. Then his mom looked, then his dad. My husband finally glanced up and saw his own text messages on the TV. I watched the color drain from his face. "What the fuck?" he said. You got some nerve asking what the fuck. He jumped up and tried to grab the iPad, but I held it away from him. His dad said, "Sit down." My husband sat. I scrolled, slowly, every message, every photo, 4 months of text. His family sat there in complete silence, watching him tell another woman he loved her, watching him trash me, watching him plan a future without me. His mom started crying. His sister looked disgusted. His brother said, "Are you fucking serious right now?" "Yeah, are you, sir?" My husband tried to explain. He said it wasn't what it looked like. He said Becca was just a friend and the messages were taken out of context. I pulled up a photo she sent. Very clearly, not a friend photo. Man. How are you going to get out of this one, huh, sir? His dad stood up and told him to get out. His own father told him to get out of our house. My husband looked at me like I betrayed him. He actually said, "How could you do this?" I said, "How could I? You've been fucking someone else for 4 months." His younger sister called him pathetic. His brother called him worse. His mom couldn't even look at him. He grabbed his keys and left and just walked out. The whole family stayed. His mom hugged me and apologized like it was her fault. His dad said I could call him anytime if my husband came back and gave me trouble. His sisters said they'd testify in the divorce if I needed them to. They didn't leave until almost midnight. They sat with me, brought me tissues. His mom made me promise I'd call her. My husband has been staying with his friends since Sunday. It's Wednesday now. He sent me about 50 texts. First he was angry, called me crazy, and said I humiliated him. Then he tried apologizing, said it was a mistake, and he'd end it with Becca. Then he was angry again, said I destroyed his relationship with his family over nothing. Oh, over nothing. I'm glad you see it that way, sir. Becca's husband found out too. She tried to say my husband pursued her and she was uncomfortable. He didn't believe her. Called my husband and apparently they had it out pretty bad. My husband lost his family in one night. His parents won't return his calls. His siblings blocked him, all because I decided to stop protecting him and let everyone see exactly who he is. But now people keep telling me I went too far. That I should have just confronted him privately, that humiliating him in front of his family was cruel, and I used their love for me against him. His friend told me I'm vindictive, that I planned this to cause maximum damage, and maybe I did. Maybe I wanted him to feel as small as I felt reading those text messages about how boring I am. I could have just divorced him quietly. Could have told his family after. Could have handled this a dozen different ways that didn't involve public screening of his affair. So now I'm wondering if I'm the asshole for doing it this way. No. He got what he deserved. I support it.
A woman wore her wedding dress to someone else's wedding, and now the internet is all over it. Just imagining walking out of my house in a wedding dress to someone else's wedding, that just feels wrong. The woman said that when she checked the wedding website, the bride had actually said on there that she wanted all the women to wear their wedding dresses to the wedding. And she kind of thought it was maybe a mistake. So there's the fear of like, what are other people wearing? What if they chicken out too and they don't show up in a wedding dress and then you're in the wedding dress? Her friends were finally able to talk her into wearing the wedding dress to the wedding. And she said it just felt so unnatural. But to her surprise, she showed up and all the guests, all the women were wearing their wedding dresses. I feel like this bride must be pretty freaking cool because she showed up to the ceremony in a white and black dress. That way it still kind of made her a little different. She was asked further about this. She said she didn't believe wedding dresses were made to collect dust. Why not bring them out and have fun with them? So 2 questions. First, would you feel comfortable enough to wear your wedding dress to someone else's wedding? And 2, could you ever see yourself telling people to show up in their wedding dress to your wedding?
Now, I already know that my career choice and hobbies aren't ideal for some traditional families, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't get a little offended about how she reacted and treated something I'm so passionate about. Yeah, I mean, she did kind of like judge you a little bit, right? Like, what is the problem with making beer? How is that bad? Oh dear. The only reason I didn't decline the hangout or hangout because of the fact that 1, I was going to see them during the holidays anyway, and 2, I don't really talk about my passions in front of my family anyway out of respect and to avoid any extra BS. So it's not like it would really ever be an issue. So I rolled my eyes and agreed.
Awesome. Okay, so last thing, I know there's a lot of student housing in the area.
I know.
And cheap apartments, so I was wondering which ones we should look into that would be close to the school, but also close to you too.
She's fishing. Now this is where stuff got real, and I'll be honest, I grinned a little bit. Well, my apartment is about a 5 to 10 minute walk from the school, and the rates are pretty decent for a 2-bedroom.
That's fantastic. You guys could be neighbors.
Yeah, about that. We actually won't be in the area because we're moving to a city I work in that's almost 40 miles away before the new year.
Okay, I'm not really following. You said you won't be able to come see them?
Insert Britney Spears WTF face. So she's expecting you to hang out with the cousins that you don't know, even when you don't live in the city where they're going to school? It's gonna be a no from me, dog, yeah. Well, no, not really. The whole purpose of the move is for us to be closer to our jobs so we won't have to drive that far.
But you do it all the time, so I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do it like once or twice a week to go see them.
Absolutely not! You do it! That would actually be super inconvenient for me. I don't think that would be very plausible.
It's inconvenient to spend a few hours of your time with family? Don't you drive further to get to the city where my parents live?
I mean, yeah, but it's usually because of traffic.
So you'll be even further when you move, and you'd go see them anyway. So I don't understand what's so inconvenient about you driving halfway to spend time with your cousins.
It's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Cousins that you do not know. She's basically looking for like a babysitter. Honestly, I don't really think that they would want to hang out with you anyway. They're like 18, 22. I feel like she's trying to control who they hang out with. And it's like, they're going to college. They're going to make friends. I wouldn't want to hang out with my cousin that's like 10 years older than me anyway.
Especially on days like today, where all you'll be doing is making alcohol, when you could be spending time with your family. I mean, it's just, I feel your priorities here are a little backwards.
What is wrong with you, madam? Now, I have painfully and carefully picked and chose my words while talking to this person during all of our conversations, but my brain pushed civility in the closet and locked it for the rest of this conversation. I'm sorry, did you really just compare the level of importance between your kids that I have said exactly one word to in my entire 28 years of life to my parents?
Okay, first of all, honey, I don't know who the hell you're talking to.
Who are you again? What do I owe you again? What part of my day or time do you deserve a piece of again? What meaning are you in my life again? What would I miss if we hadn't met again? Oh, nothing, because I don't know you. And I don't care if you decide to move into my frickin' attic. I don't have an attic. I'm gonna see my parents and bring them all the homemade booze I want years before I remember your frickin' name. And F you for distracting me because my pot boiled over, now my frickin' wart is ruined. not the wart. That last part was in the heat of the moment, but I almost lost it when I heard my fiance bust a laugh in the next room. From what he described to me later, he said I sounded like an angry Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls. After that, I don't even remember if she said anything, because I was trying to clean up the sticky mess of my ruined concoction off the stove and floor before my cat could get to it, and was just cursing under my breath, and all my irritation could muster was an angry "see you on Thanksgiving" before I hung up. I haven't heard anything else from anyone, but considering that blow up was so out of character for me, I'm almost 100% sure no one would have the nerve. It's rare that I actually get mad, so when I do, my parents have always just made sure I was okay and left it alone, and would gatekeep anyone that tried to bring it up later. My fiance came to help me clean up the mess, and I gotta give him props for being able to quickly make me laugh about the sound I made when the pot boiled over. I feel sorry for the unknown Blaise in the story. Imagine living with a mother who competes for being Karen of the century. This is like undoubtedly a Karen move. On the one hand, she's trying to look after her kids, because this is something that lots of people do. When my parents, family, friends like come to Toronto, they're like, "Oh, you could totally go and see Charlotte." And I'm like, "Oh, no, you can't." I won't say that outwardly, but I'll be like, "Yeah, sure," and then just be very, very, very busy. But yeah, they're just thinking of their kids. You know, they want them to have a home base and people they could go to for a home cooked meal and stuff like that. They're worried about them at the end of the day. But like, I also feel like she's asking too much of someone that she barely knows. Maybe if you guys had like grown up together, you had a good relationship with your cousin and her kids, it would be different, but not if you literally don't know them at all. And she's also trying to tell you what to do and like, you know, not bringing up your lifestyle choices like making homemade beer. Give me a break. Something tells me these kids can't wait to go away to college. I think that people need to really like, yes, family is important, but like, I'm not going to be swayed to like, let's say, invite a family member I've literally met once and don't know the name of to my wedding, for example. I am also going to laugh in my mother's face when she asks me to invite that one Italian aunt that I met once when I was 3. Who is that?
That hurt. Idiota.
I don't know them. I don't know how they're going to behave. I choose the people that I spend my time with based on how they act. And like, in my experience, sometimes family really be out here acting strange. It's the,
I'm sorry, did you say beer?
well, here's a little tidbit. I almost feel you should just like act like a really, really bad influence. Like at Thanksgiving, I think that you should sneak your cousin's kids. I don't know. Does that make them second cousins? I don't care. And then their mother will realize,
"Ooh, I don't want my kids around her. She sounds like an angry Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls and drinks beer."
she'll never want you around her kids. It's perfect. So are you the a-hole for laughing in your cousin's face? With the initial story, I would say it was a little bit rude. But after hearing how entitled she actually is with the more context and as the saga continued, I would say absolutely not.
Honor of it being Sissy's birthday, I'm gonna tell you guys my favorite story time that I've ever had with her. And like, this happened a couple months ago. Couple things you guys need to keep in mind with this story. Number one, Sissy is not like the type to have a mentee be. Like, she's very calm, cool. We're opposite, okay? Like, I'm the type to have a mentee be, lose my absolute mind. Sissy's not the type. Like, she just doesn't do that. The other thing, Sissy had bed bugs a couple years ago, and that changed like the trajectory of her life. That was a catastrophic event in her lifetime. Sunday morning, I get a call from Sissy. She's hysterically crying, like to the point where I'm like, somebody died. Like, cause Sissy doesn't cry. I'm like, okay, who died? Like, who died this time? And that's just like, that's the kind of call you get when someone passes away. I'm like, I've seen this one too many times. Who died? I'm like, Sissy, like, what is it? What is it? She's like, I woke up and I have bites. Like, I found bites on me. Insinuating that her little critter friends, her little bed bugs are back. And so I literally just woke up. I'm like, you're crying that hard because you have bites? Over here, I thought something happened to our mother. Like, that's the way that she's acting. And then she gets mad at me. She's like, you don't understand what it's like to have like bed bug trauma, whatever. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna come over. I'm gonna bring all my cleaning supplies. I just had to deal with Tiny having fleas. Absolutely nothing similar at all to bed bugs. I was like, I'm gonna come over. We're gonna deep clean the apartment. I get there. She's in a state of shock. You actually would have thought that like she witnessed a murder earlier that morning. She's in a state of shock. She is so unwell. Like, show me the bites.
They are mosquito bites. These are mosquito bites. Sissy, I think like they're just mosquito bites. I think you're fine. No, she's still hysterically crying. She doesn't even like the fact of thinking she has any critters near her whatsoever. Period. I've never really seen her like this. Let me get to cleaning. I get on my hands and knees and I turn into a fucking cleaning lady at this point. Like I am on my hands and knees, deep cleaning every inch of her apartment. Looks for all the signs of bed bugs. It's clearly not bed bugs. She just has a mosquito. I learned my lesson. I can't act as if it's like no big deal. I have to act as if the mosquitoes are catastrophic. Mind you, as I'm on my hands and knees deep cleaning this bitch's apartment, she's just looking at me like this. Girl, you have to go to the laundromat and wash everything on hot. Number one, yeah, like that'll help with like any mosquitoes or anything. Number two, you're scaring me. Like I hate this fucking light. Don't get this light. Like number two, you're like kind of terrifying me because you're just sitting and staring at me. And that's one, really creepy. And number two, really pissing me off because I'm deep cleaning over here. I need you to take your ass to the laundromat and make yourself a little useful. But I have to be very sympathetic because like she's really going through it. In the midst of me on my hands and knees putting peppermint oil everywhere because apparently mosquitoes hate peppermint oil. Guys, I like actually can't. We spot the mosquito. Immediately I'm like, get on my shoulders. And then I'm like, wait a minute, don't get on my shoulders. Like I literally try and put Sissy on my shoulders. I'm like, I'm about to pull a disc. Like you're gonna break my back. I don't know what I'm thinking putting you on my shoulder. I get on Sissy's rolly chair. At this point, I'm risking my life. I'm on her little rolly chair trying to kill this mosquito. I can't get it. She's crying because I can't get the mosquito. I'm like, I'm gonna off myself, especially because we were supposed to go to the dog parade in the East Village. No, we can't do any of that now because Sissy's having a mentee bee about a mosquito. In the midst of me cleaning her apartment, Sissy comes over to me because I had to put my AirPods in because I was like, I just like really need to listen to music and like get in the zone of cleaning because like I can't deal right now. Sissy comes over to me and goes, you're stomping so loud. You're super flat-footed. My neighbors are going to complain. In that moment, I was like, I'm going to kill her. I'm going to actually kill her. I was like, the nerve you have right now. I'm on my hands and knees. I'm cleaning your baseboards over a fucking mosquito. You have the nerve to look at me and be like, can you just like not stomp as hard with your fat ass feet? I'm like, she's going through something. So I'm like, yeah, no, of course. And you, at the same time, I'm texting her best friend. Her best friend is like, there has to be something deeper. Like, for her to have a level 10 mentee bee crash out, like, there has to be something deeper. I'm like, no, babes, it's the critters. Like, she just doesn't like any sort of critter. At this point, I've deep cleaned the apartment. I have gotten every single crevice. I go, you know what? These are the things that ChatGPT is telling you need to do to, like, catch this mosquito. All is well. All is going to be fine. You guys remember a while back, I told, like, a little story time about how my mom, like I sent my mom a photo of Sissy and she looked really sad and my mom was like, literally just like leave her at the park. Like that energy is horrible. That was this day. I took Sissy to Central Park after like hoping that would like really cheer her up. No. It made she was just still like, you know, she was like in her feelings. And I was like, you know what? I'm in my feelings. Absolutely. 4 times a week, probably. Sissy never is. Let's let her be whatever she needs to be. Mind you, my mother's like, leave her at the park. It's a mosquito. Who cares? But I'm like, no, Sissy has like trauma. And at one point, Sissy and I are like laughing and joking. And I'm like, and to think that like you lost your mind over like a little mosquito. She's like, it's actually not funny at all. Like, it's actually not. In that moment, like snapped on me. I was like, okay, too soon to joke about the mosquito. That's the story time of Sissy losing her absolute mind over some mosquitoes. And we just started being able to joke about this. This happened in like October. We just started being able to be like, you know what? Let's laugh about the fact that you had a mentee bee about these damn mosquitoes. But it's her birthday and we're gonna go celebrate.
Am I the asshole for confronting my boyfriend about lending his ex money? I, female 28, have been with my boyfriend, male 28, for almost 6 years now. He's really great, sweet, patient, thoughtful. We rarely fight, and when we do have misunderstandings, we're quick to sort them out. We also live together and share on the expenses, but still have our own separate money. Now, his ex before me, they were together for about a year after he started university. They had a pretty toxic relationship, and he had already ended up in trouble academically, trying to manage her mental health struggles. He ended things after she cheated on him for the second time. He blocked her at first and did not entertain any attempts to get back together. We were already talking at this point. He unblocked her after a year. He doesn't like holding grudges, and since then, she'd hit him up on his birthday, Christmas, New Year's, etc. to send greetings. She's gotten bolder since the pandemic, even commenting how happy me and my boyfriend, look in our pictures on social media. He'd then say thanks or greet back. My boyfriend is very transparent transparent about these things, and I'm generally unbothered. I didn't ask him if replying to her, even if dryly, might be doing more harm than good. She might think it's okay to keep talking to him, which would then be something I will be bothered by. He said I was right and promised not to respond at all anymore. Now, a week ago, while we were out, he mentioned how his ex hit him up the day before asking for money. He asked what for, and she said she got kicked out, disowned, and recently landed in the hospital again for mental health troubles, and so she needed money to pay bills. I thought, well, tough. I had an ex cheat on me too, and I'm not lending him a dime, even if he fell on hard times. My boyfriend doesn't share the sentiment. He said he lent her $500 and isn't expecting it back. He didn't open her message explaining what happened though, nor does he plan to reply. He just sent her money and that was it. I genuinely didn't think much of it at the time, but a week later, it was still nagging at me. I think it all boils down to this. It annoys me that he would help someone who once screwed him over and continues to try to be friends with him, despite being very clearly in a relationship. I feel like this also breaks his promise of not entertaining anything from her at all, even if he has good intentions. I finally decided to confront my boyfriend about this after he got off work. He said he understands where I'm coming from, but that respectfully, he can decide what to do with his money. I told him pretty much everything here, but we ended up at an impasse with neither one backing down. I feel by talking about this, I've created some weird tension that neither of us know how to resolve fully. There's just such a huge fundamental difference in how we'd tackle this situation that I also wonder if I'm maybe projecting in some way. Am I the asshole, and should I just drop this?
Am I wrong to cut off my mom after what she did on my wedding day? My mom and I have always had a complicated relationship. It's always been clear that she favored my little sister. I mean, very clear, ever since I was a kid. No matter what accomplishment I made, no matter what I did, in my mom's eyes, my little sister would have always done it better and was always making her prouder. I was actually pretty shocked when I announced my engagement because my mom seemed really excited about my wedding, which I did not expect from her. And she seemed to really want to be involved in all aspects of the planning and the dress fittings and everything like that. And she was at first. And then she started getting really distant about halfway through. I would always text her to invite her to things like dress fittings or cake tastings, and I would get absolutely no response. Like, Mom, I know you were not that busy. The first thing that she actually said yes to coming to was my final dress fitting, and when I put the dress on, she said, I feel like you could have chose something a little more flattering than that. Okay, maybe if you would have been at the dress fittings, you could have told me that earlier. Also, who says that? Just say you like it. Lie to me. I had also asked my mom if she could stay at my fiance and I's house the day of the wedding so that she could watch our dog so we wouldn't have to stress about that, and she agreed. But then a week before the wedding, she told me that her sister was flying in for the wedding, so she wanted to stay close to the airport. I don't understand the correlation between your sister flying in and you wanting to stay closer to the airport. Whatever. But she told us last minute that she could no longer watch the dogs. And I know it doesn't seem like a big deal, but the week before your wedding is super stressful, and the last thing that I wanted to be dealing with was trying to figure out a situation with my dogs last minute. Their doggy daycare was already all filled up, so luckily one of my friends agreed to stay. Thank you. Fast forward to the day of the wedding, and everything went really well. We laughed, we cried, we ate food, we got married. Everything went as it should. I did notice my mom was pretty distant. She didn't talk to me much on my wedding day, but it didn't bother me because I had so many people that I needed to say hi to. I didn't even really pay it much mind. My husband and I go on our honeymoon, and I think everything's good until we get back and I start getting texts from multiple of my friends asking me what was up with my mom on the day of my wedding. I had no idea what they were talking about because I didn't hear anything about this, but when they told me the situation, I was floored. Multiple people told me that they went up to my mom during the wedding to compliment me, saying, wow, your daughter looks so beautiful. And she was like, well, have you actually seen my other daughter today? I actually think she probably looks more gorgeous. Yeah, every single time somebody complimented me, my mom just deflected it right to my little sister. And apparently, whenever the wedding planner announced it was time to cut the cake, she turned to one of my friends and said, do you think I can go now? And aside from that, so many people told me that anytime they were trying to compliment me in any way to my mom, she was just putting me down in any way possible. Not once did I hear anybody say that my mom had a single nice thing to say about me. Needless to say, I was absolutely a wreck when I heard about this. I had no idea how to even process it, knowing that my entire wedding, my mom was just sitting around making snarky, bitter remarks about me. For about a month after finding out this information, I just was processing it. I wasn't really texting my mom back or having any contact with her because I had no idea what to even say. I was just so hurt about the whole situation. Finally, she reached out to me and was like, why aren't you addressing me in the family group chat? Why aren't you texting me back? And I was honest with her. I said that I'd been distancing myself due to the comments that she made about me at my wedding. And she acted so confused. She was like, what comments are you talking about? So I told her all of the things that people told me she said at my wedding. And she freaks out. She starts accusing all of my friends of being liars. Like, why would they lie about this? Did they all get together in a little group and decide they were all gonna start this conspiracy theory that my mom was talking bad about me on my wedding? No, they wouldn't do that. She went on to say, the one person in this world that you should trust the most is your mother. And I'm telling you that I never said any of those things, so you know they're not true. I wish that I could trust my mother more than I trust anyone else in this world, but unfortunately, you're a liar. Now I'm getting bombarded with texts every single day about how I'm literally ruining her life by taking space from her. Like, girl, your favorite daughter's still talking to you. You're fine. I feel like if she would have just admitted to what she said and apologized for it and gave me a reason, maybe she was feeling insecure, I don't know, I could try to move past it. But the fact that she's just lying and tearing my friends apart for telling me the truth, not having that. I'm starting to think that maybe I'm overreacting for totally wanting to go no contact with her for this. I get it. She didn't say anything that bad, but I feel like it's just a culmination of years and years of her putting me down. But on the other hand, she's my mom. Maybe I should just forgive and forget and just accept her for how she is. This whole thing is just getting way more dramatic than I wanted it to, and everyone is picking a side. I don't know. Let me know your thoughts, because I'm torn.
Am I the asshole for insisting my brother and sister-in-law will be the parents of the groom at mine and my fiance's wedding? I had to make sure I read that right. It did say brother and sister-in-law. Okay, I just had to make sure I got it. I, 26 male, was raised by my brother and my sister-in-law. My brother's 14 years older than me, and he and my sister-in-law met in high school and started dating. He was already bringing me up because our parents didn't want to be parents again. They weren't great to my brother, but they at least kept him alive. Without my brother, that wouldn't be true for me, and I was dumped into his arms the day I was born. They told him to figure it out. Oh, baby. Absolutely not. You're not the asshole. When he moved out, I moved out with them. My sister-in-law's parents became my grandparents. We lived as a family from that point on. I call them mom and dad, even though they never adopted me. Their kids together are my siblings, and we were raised as siblings with me as the big brother. They were there for everything and even helped me get into college. I love this so much. I met my fiance in college, and she knows my family history, as does her family. This was never a problem before the wedding planning began, and some of her relatives brought it up. She stood up to them before when it's come to this. They've complained about my parents being listed as such instead of being the brother and sister-in-law of the groom. They said it was already weird that I call people who look only a few years older than me mom and dad. That's fucking crazy, because have they never heard of teen parents? Your brother is 14 years older than you. It's 100% possible that he could be your father. But simply because he only looks to be a few years older than you, that's weird. Why do they fucking care? Why do they fucking care? No one at the goddamn wedding is going to be aware of this unless you guys feel the need to run around telling this information to everybody. Keep your fucking mouth shut, focus on the couple of the day, and go on about your day and enjoy the fucking event. They said for the wedding, it'll look awful and like we're wild people. For people who could just pass for 10 years older than me to be listed as parents of the groom. My fiance said it's not those relatives' decisions and to respect ours or they won't be at the wedding. I like her. She said, no, shut the fuck up. This is what we're doing. This is how it's going to be. If you don't like it, you don't have to come. I like it. Yes, girl, let them know, because baby's mom and dad will be there. Let them know, girlfriend. They said that I or someone in my family should realize how trashy it will look to people and how my brother and sister-in-law will look to others. No one in the fucking room gives a damn about what people think of them other than you. No one gives a fuck. You should think about how it looks to other people. Then they should look the fuck away. I don't give a damn how it looks to other people. These are my parents. These are my siblings. These are my grandparents, and I love them, and I'm not gonna hide them away on one of the happiest days of my fucking life simply because you're worried about how other people are gonna view my family dynamic. Not everybody's family looks the same. For those who are wondering, my family knows how my parents and siblings and grandparents will be listed. I won't say they were demanding it, but it was expected because I do call them mom and dad. So am I the asshole? Absolutely not. Whatever relatives that are spiraling because of this can stay the fuck home. Like, I don't understand what people don't get about that. A wedding invitation is not a summons. You are not required to go. If you see anything during the process of the planning, when you get there, hell, I don't give a fuck if you're mid fucking ceremony. If you see something that you do not like, you can quietly stand the fuck up and go the fuck home. Nobody needs to hear about your opinion because honestly, no one gives a fuck about it. No one fucking cares. So whoever is spiraling about this shit, they can fucking stay home. They can stay home because how the fuck are they going to disrespect all of the hard work and sacrifices that your brother and sister-in-law have put in to fucking raise a child that is only 14 years younger than them? They were babies themselves. How dare they fucking demean that simply because it looks weird? And what about how other people are going to think about it? That's disrespectful as fuck, and they have no place with you guys celebrating the happiest day of your life. They don't.
We are starting off with a banger, and he says, am I the asshole for telling my wife she's fucking wrong and that my mom is right? I, 35 male, have been married to my wife, 32 female, for 5 years, and we've been struggling financially for the past few months. I lost my job about 3 months ago, and while I found part-time work, it doesn't pay nearly as much as before. We've had to cut back on a lot of things, but it feels like no matter what we do, we're still living paycheck to paycheck and even pulling from savings. Recently, my mom, 65 female, came over to visit, and she noticed how stressed I was about the money situation. She offered some advice on how we could save money. Things like cutting down on takeout, meal prepping to avoid buying groceries multiple times a week, and switching to cheaper brands. My mom has always been frugal, especially when she was raising me and my siblings on a tight budget. I thought it made sense, especially since we're trying to save whenever we can. I asked if she was willing to go through our spending and show where we could cut down. My wife agreed with this. She made a whole spreadsheet about our spending, and we are spending way too much on fun stuff. We don't need Starbucks every day and so on. It's also become apparent that most of the fun spending was my wife's. To be honest, my wife doesn't take the breakdown well and started arguing with my mom that her spreadsheet was wrong. She said that my mom's way of doing things is outdated and doesn't work for us. She doesn't want to give up buying organic produce, and she likes having variety in what we eat each week. I tried to explain that we need to make some sacrifices if we want to get out of this financial hole, but she kept insisting that things weren't as bad as I was making them out to be, and we just needed to ride it out. My mom left at this point, and we were still arguing, and she told me that she can't give up her takeout. She also went on about my mom being wrong. That's when I lost my patience and said, "You're wrong. My mom is right. She managed to raise 3 kids on 1 income, and we can't even cut back on groceries for a few months." My wife got really upset and said I'm being a huge jerk for siding with my mom and that my mom is outdated. She's barely spoken to me since, and now I'm wondering if I went too far. But the way I see it, we need to be realistic about our situation, and my mom's advice could actually help us get back on track. I would say not the asshole, thank God. Your wife agreed to go through the budget with your mom, and your mom took the time and effort to review the things, and it sounds like your wife was very rude and dismissive because all of it pointed to her. And as far as I know, math hasn't changed since forever, and it's not clear how your mom's views are outdated. I think she just got really rude and dismissive because it's going to come down to her lifestyle changing and making the sacrifices where she didn't have to do that and she doesn't want to do it. I'm curious if your wife is working or not. It sounds like she's not, so she's probably used to a certain lifestyle. I mean, like the takeout thing, it's like, how can you not give up takeout? Like, that's one of the easier things to do. Organic, I get it. Okay, maybe you want to be more clean eating, I get that. But the takeout stuff, like, come on, sacrifice for a little bit until your husband gets a new job and puts you guys back on track. Okay, someone does ask. You mentioned your own loss of job and working part-time. Does your wife work? Is she the primary earner right now? She works part-time as she doesn't wish to go full-time. It's not good for her mental health. I'm still the primary earner even with part-time. I think you don't. Okay, here, I'll say both sides. You don't have to swear at her and say you're absolutely wrong. My mom's absolutely right. You don't have to do that. I get tensions are high. Job market's shit. I trust me. I know. Your wife wants to continue a lifestyle that you had before you lost your job, and she is not open to any compromise that would affect her lifestyle. And I don't think she really understands how dire your financial situation is. And then she also refuses to take responsibility. So I think you guys need to have a deeper conversation on what your expectations of life are going to be before you can make more money.
Am I the asshole for calling out my husband for not being a good Christian? My husband is a devout follower of his religion and has been since he was raised in it. I respect his beliefs, even though I don't share them, and have no intention of converting. Recently, my husband has been pressuring me to convert to his religion. He says that it would bring us closer together and create a more harmonious household. I understand where he's coming from, but I firmly believe that faith is a personal journey and I shouldn't be forced into something that I don't believe in. To add to the issue, my husband, despite his religious teachings, doesn't always practice what he preaches.
I'm shocked.
He's quick to judge others for their actions, even though his faith teaches non-judgment and kindness. He makes comments about gay people that I have discussed with him as a major issue. This hypocrisy has been bothering me for a while. During another discussion about my potential conversion, I finally snapped. I told him that if he wants me to consider converting, he needs to set a better example by actually living according to his religion's values. My husband was furious. He accused me of being disrespectful and undermining his faith. He said that I was attacking him personally and that I don't understand the pressure he's under to have a unified religious household. He left for church this morning at 7 for Bible study, and I have already gotten a phone call from the pastor saying I'm an ungodly woman who tricked a good man into marrying him and I should repent.
I know this is like borderline not something I should be asking someone on the internet, but a couple years ago I talked to my doctor about some mental things I'd had going on, and she said that I did have anxiety and depression, but I decided I didn't want to be medicated, so I basically just ghosted the situation and tried to get better on my own. Well, I'm married now, and for a long time I thought I was doing good mentally, but lately I've been realizing that I'm overthinking and paranoid a lot. My husband takes the brunt of it because I was cheated on in past relationships and have trust issues because of it. My brain will take some little thing and just drag me down a rabbit hole where I start to convince myself that every small thing is suspicious, and I just go quiet because I don't know if I'm overthinking. And I don't want to talk about it if I am. But my husband obviously notices, and it takes a toll on our relationship. I don't know what to do. Does this even sound like something related to anxiety? There is definitely many other things that I overthink, but it affects my relationship the most. My husband has never done anything to make me distrustful in the time that we've been together, but it seems like this day and age, it's so hard to find a genuinely good and faithful man. So my brain is like, how do I know he's really who I think he is? We were friends for 7 years before, and I think I do know him quite well, but you never know. I guess since I know that you take an anxiety medication, I just want your take on this. Does it seem anxiety related, or do I just need to work through my issues? What I say to that is that I too resonate with this very much, because this is literally me in a nutshell. And I did the same thing. I got diagnosed with depression when I was a sophomore in high school, and I decided, well, actually, I went to therapy a couple times, but then I was a sophomore in high school, and like, girl, who's going to therapy? Not me. I'm going to a party next door, and I'm gonna drink 10 handles of vodka and keep the shots tracked on my arm with a Sharpie, okay? The next day I'm gonna wake up and it's gonna say I took 21 shots, and I'm gonna be like, what happened the night before? I don't know. Oh, I blacked out, you know? So that didn't work out for me. I finally decided last year. It's probably been a year since I've been medicated. Before that, I had been to therapy for a year. I was going twice a week for a full year. I was doing really well, but then once I graduated therapy, not having that support twice a week definitely was really hard for me. After that, I was like, okay, I'll go on medication, because one day I woke up and I was like, wow, my life this past couple years has actually been hell, because no one else's fault other than my own. Am I the asshole for refusing to pay for my niece's college after she publicly humiliated me? I, 45 female, am child-free by choice, but have always been close to my brother, 47 male, and his daughter, Emily, 18 female. Over the years, I've saved up a decent amount of money, and I offered to help pay for Emily's college when the time came. She's a smart kid, and I wanted to give her opportunities I never had growing up. Everything was fine until last month. I was invited to Emily's high school graduation party, which was a big deal in our family. And during the party, Emily gave a speech thanking everyone for their support. She thanked her parents, grandparents, even her friends, and then she paused, looked at me, and said, in a big thanks to Aunt Me for not having kids so she could spoil me like I'm hers. Must be nice having all that extra money and no responsibilities. The entire room laughed and I froze. I could feel everyone looking at me, and all I could do was smile awkwardly. I've heard jokes about being child-free before, but this felt cruel and unnecessary, especially since I've sacrificed a lot to save for her future. My brother and sister-in-law all laughed too, which hurt even more. After the party, I confronted Emily privately. She rolled her eyes and said it was just a joke and I need to lighten up. My brother brushed it off, saying, "Teenagers can be dumb, don't take it personally." I spent weeks thinking about this, and I've decided to withdraw my offer to pay for her college. I feel like she doesn't respect me or the effort I've made to support her. When I told my brother, he blew up at me, calling me selfish and accusing me of punishing Emily for one harmless joke. Emily hasn't apologized, and now I'm questioning if I'm being too harsh.
Am I the asshole for suing my cousin for $6,000 to pay for my hearing aids after he threw me in the pool? My family is all on my cousin's side for this issue, and I wanted some outside judgment. My cousin, 25 male, has always been the golden child of our generation. He's funny, good-looking, and outgoing, not to mention a boy amongst girls. He's always loved to mess around and play pranks. For the record, I really dislike said cousin. I think he's irresponsible, childish, and annoying. I have had a hearing problem for years. I recently got a $6,000 pair of hearing aids. Recently, at my grandmother's birthday party, we were all eating and drinking on the back porch. My grandmother has a pool. My cousin decided that he was going to throw me in the pool because it would be funny to ruin my hair that I had just gone done that day. I repeatedly told him to stop and put me down in a very serious and not playful at all tone. He threw me in the pool and my hearing aids were ruined. Afterwards, when I told him what happened, he basically said, "Whoops, didn't know you had hearing aids now." When I told him the cost of them and that he would have to replace them, he freaked out and said no way. My family didn't want me to make him pay for them because I significantly out-earned him and also everyone else in the family. He was in college at the time, barely making ends meet in a call center job. His girlfriend and him have a baby and they live in a one-bedroom apartment. He refused to pay, so I took him to court and I won. He refused to make the payments after, so I took him back to court and his wages are now being garnished for the maximum amount, which is 20% of his total wages. It pushed him over the edge of what he could afford, so he's had to work extra and drop out of college to be able to pay their rent. My family is absolutely fuming at me. I think he made one bad choice after another, and he has never given a sincere apology during the whole ordeal. Had he have given a real apology after the incident and asked if he could wait till he finished school to pay me back, I would have been fine with it. But the entitled little prick is digging his feet in at every move. Am I the asshole? The only reason I could see me maybe being the asshole is because it's affecting his child and girlfriend. This is what happens when families promote bad behavior. Absolutely not. If I had, okay, you guys are grown adults, mind you. When someone says stop, don't do it, listen to them, right? You can tell when someone will be playful, like, "Oh my God, no, don't throw me in the water, ha ha," and you're gonna get thrown in. That's different. But if you're telling someone, "Please stop, I don't want to be in the water," like, respect that. And then on top of it all, to be like, "I'm not gonna pay for your $6,000 hearing aids that I messed up on purpose because I didn't listen to you and I thought it'd be cool to throw you in the water and ha ha hee hee in front of everyone." That's stupid. If he didn't want to get in trouble, he shouldn't have done it. And then also, what did the family expect you to do? Cop out the extra $6,000? That's stupid too. His parents should have paid for it. Something. He should have. I 100% agree with you. Not the asshole. If he had went to you and said, "I'm so sorry, I can't afford it right now. Like, let me put myself on a payment plan. Like, I'll pay you, but like, please give me time." Then I understand. But the fact that he was very stubborn about it and was saying, "I'm not going to do it," and yet take him to court twice, good. He learned a lesson. He learned a lesson, and a very harsh lesson at that. 20% of your wages, damn, that is crazy. But still, he ruined it. Consequences meet actions, or vice versa. Actions meet consequences. Like, imagine a 1,000%. If you had thrown him in the pool with his $1,000 iPhone in his pocket, tell me he not had made you replace that. 100%. And that's just a phone. You don't really need a phone. You need your hearing aids to hear. What the heck? Your family's a bunch of assholes too. What is their excuse? Oh, he's making really stupid decisions in his life and we have to continue to support him, so please don't do this to him. You played a stupid game. Here's your stupid prize.
I think my wife might be cheating on me with a 17-year-old that she coaches.
Jesus
But
Christ.
I don't know for sure. What do I do? For some background, my wife is an accountant by day, and in the evenings, she volunteers as a soccer coach for a local youth team. But recently, she's been dropping weird comments that are really starting to concern me. She casually mentioned one of the boys on her team. He's 17. At first, it was like harmless stuff, like he's really talented for his age, or he's a natural leader on the field. But then comments started to get weird, like one night out of nowhere, "You know, blank really has pretty eyes. They're so striking." Another time she came home after practice and said, "He's so much more athletic than anyone else on the team. It's impressive how developed he is." Again, I tried to shake it off, but my gut started nagging at me. Then there's the fact that she's been getting way more secretive. Lately, she's been turning her screen away from me when she texts or checks messages. I asked her about it and she just laughed it off, saying I was being paranoid.
That's always the first sign.
Yeah.
She's also been staying later and later after practices. At first, she told me it was just because they were prepping for some tournament, but now, even with the tournament over, she's still coming home late. Here's the thing that really has me spiraling. Last week, I came home early from work. I expected to have the house to myself since she was supposed to be at practice, but when I walked in, I found her sitting on the couch texting someone with a huge smile on her face. When she saw me, she quickly locked her phone and got super flustered. Am I reading too much into this, or is she cheating on me with a 17-year-old?
Am I the asshole for giving my husband an ultimatum to move out of his mom's house? I feel like I'm losing my mind here and I could really use some advice about the situation. We have lived with his mom for about a year now, and the original plan was that we would just live here for a few months and we would save up money to buy our own house, but it has just dragged on for way longer than I wanted it to. And honestly, I cannot take it here anymore. From the beginning, my mother-in-law has made me feel like a guest in her home, not family at all, just a guest. She criticizes everything I do. The way I cook, wrong. The way I clean, also wrong. And sometimes even the way that I dress and the way that I talk. She has literally always got something to say about the way that I do things. And one time she actually told me, I don't know how my son puts up with you. And then she just continued to laugh like it was just like a joke. And honestly, it's not even just the comments. It's also the fact that she treats me like her personal maid. Like, she will constantly ask me to do her laundry, to clean up after her, run errands for her, and if I can't, and if I don't do those things, then she'll make passive-aggressive comments about how I'm just too busy to help with family. Meanwhile, my husband just gets to sit back and relax because, in her words, he works so hard. But mind you, I also work a full-time job and contribute equally to our bills. But none of that seems to matter to her. The worst part about it all is that my husband doesn't see an issue with it. Every time I try to talk to him about it and how she treats me, he just defends her. He says that she's just old-fashioned or that I'm just taking things too personally. He keeps reminding me that this is her house and that I should be grateful. I get it, I really do, but how far does that gratitude really have to go? This week, I finally hit my breaking point. I told him that we need to move out ASAP or I'm leaving on my own. I just cannot keep living like this. It feels like I'm slowly losing myself in this house, and I really, really need to put my own mental health first. I wasn't trying to make it a me or her situation, but honestly, that's kind of where we are now. He is furious at me. He keeps saying that I'm so dramatic and I'm so selfish and that his mom has done so much for us and I don't appreciate her. He said that if I leave, it's gonna destroy our marriage because he sees it as me abandoning him. I don't want to leave him, but I genuinely feel like I've done everything I could to make this work, and he is not even trying to meet me halfway. I just feel so stuck in this situation. So, am I the asshole for giving him this ultimatum?
I laughed at my sister's tragedy, and now I'm uninvited to the baby shower I'm planning. She decided she wanted to use my mother's maiden name as her daughter's name.
First name?
Rafferty here would be spelled Raffferty. Not a tragedy itself, and I guess it works as a unique name.
I guess.
Yesterday, I texted my sister that I needed to get the custom items with my niece's name ordered ASAP so they arrive in time for the shower. My sister then let me know they're going with an alternative spelling of Rafferty.
Huh? Oh no.
I texted back and said, an alternative spelling of our mother's maiden name. My sister wants to spell it Raefarty.
Ray Farty?
So I sent back a bunch of laughing emojis and she asked, what's so funny? I tried to explain that no one will pronounce that as Rafferty and she'll probably get plenty of the same mispronunciations. She told me I was being ridiculous. I texted back, my poor niece, Little Miss Farty Ray. I was uninvited to the shower, and my mom told my sister today that my sister doesn't want me as the godmother anymore. But like Rafferty is really bad, isn't it? Someone needs to tell her, right?
You did the right thing as a sister.
Absolutely.
My mother-in-law is completely destroying my life, and I need advice on what I should do. The problems actually started during COVID when my now husband was then just my boyfriend, and we were both living with our individual families. So I was with my family, and he was with my terrible mother-in-law. One of my family members was immunocompromised, so we took quarantine extremely seriously. My boyfriend, on the other hand, had to go into work every single day, so we didn't get to see each other. But after months of being separated, my boyfriend decided that he was going to take a week off of work to quarantine, and then he would go and visit me for a week. Everybody in my boyfriend's family, including my terrible mother-in-law, was very aware of this plan, and my boyfriend made it extremely clear to everybody that he needed to take this quarantine seriously since there was somebody in my family that was immunocompromised and could not get COVID. Despite knowing this, my mother-in-law decides she's gonna take an impromptu Florida trip with 8 of her best friends that she organized during the week that my boyfriend was quarantining. She comes back with COVID. My boyfriend obviously did not get to come visit me, and he had to take 2 weeks of work off without pay just to sit home. My boyfriend and I both decided that we needed to confront his mom about this because it was incredibly irresponsible, incredibly disrespectful, and really hurtful. But when we told her how we felt about the situation, she flew off the handle, screaming, crying. She was villainizing me, telling me that I was forcing my boyfriend to be mad at her. Like, girly, you planned an impromptu trip to Florida during a travel ban while you know your son is quarantining to go visit his girlfriend with an immunocompromised family member. Make it make sense. But apparently if I was in the picture, there would be no chance her son would be treating her this way. Treating her what way? Holding her accountable for her actions? And from there, things only kept escalating, especially after we got engaged and started planning our wedding. We wanted a very small and intimate wedding, but we knew that his mom was not going to like this. She's one of those people that has to be the center of attention. She has to have all of her friends around her at all times. Everyone needs to know how many friends she has. So we decided we were going to allow her to invite 10 people. Yes, 10. I know, that's a lot of people that we're allowing somebody who's, not the bride and groom to invite. She threw an absolute fit when she heard we were only letting her invite 10 people. Only letting her invite 10. So she was just begging us if she could invite more. And she was like, you know what? I'll pay for them. All of the guests that I invite, I will totally pay for all of their food, everything. We end up agreeing. It's just not worth the fight. And if she's going to pay for it, whatever. So a month later, we get a list and she sends us 30 additional names that not me or my fiance knew. We had never met any of these people. And I'm annoyed at this point because the wedding is already going to be really small. So now there's going to be a large portion of people that are just my mother-in-law's friends. Not even family friends. Like, my fiance has never met these people. Our wedding budget increased 60% with her additional guests. But she was shocked. She said that she never offered to pay for her additional guests and that we should just allow them because, she's family. Okay, she's family. She can come. Her 30 friends, those are not family. And we know for a fact that she offered on a phone call to pay for these guests, but she was refusing. She was like, no, I never offered to do that. So now we were stuck with this giant bill. And at this point, my fiance and I were so stressed because our entire budget was just completely wrecked. So that's when my mother-in-law offered us $25,000 to cancel our wedding. She said that clearly we were not having fun planning this wedding and she would just rather pay $25,000 and have it go towards something like a house that would actually be beneficial instead of putting money towards the wedding. And we agreed. As much as I was excited about my wedding, it wasn't going to be what I wanted it to be because the budget was completely wrecked. So my fiance and I canceled the wedding and decided to elope with just close family. And after, when we went to my mother-in-law and asked her for the $25,000, she had no idea what we were talking about. She told us that she never offered us $25,000 to cancel the wedding. After the 30 guests thing and her offering to pay for it, maybe we should have gotten this in writing. But again, she is my fiance's mom. I didn't think that was necessary, but apparently it is. My husband and I actually wrote a joint letter to his mother telling her how much what she did during the wedding really hurt us, and we felt like she took away such an amazing moment and opportunity for us and manipulated us into doing what she wanted. But again, she gaslit us. She gets so upset. She again villainizes me and is like, I cannot believe that you would put these kind of ideas that I would do these things into my son's head. My son would never think these things about me. I was like, it's not like I'm telling him what you said to me. He was there. He was in all the conversation. So he heard. So girlie, I don't know what you're going on about. In the months following, we started to distance ourselves from her. And when we did see her, it was always snarky little comments. She would bring something up that my husband and I hadn't heard about. And she'd be like, well, you know, if you spent more time with the family, maybe you would know. Well, maybe we'd spend more time with the family if you weren't terrible. But here's where things started to intensify. About 2 months ago, my husband and I got in one of the biggest fights we've ever been in. That's a story for another day. But where does he go whenever I kick him out of the house? He runs home to mommy. And I don't blame him for this, but he did tell his mom all of the details of our fight and the reason he was coming home. It makes sense because, I mean, he obviously wasn't just showing up there to hang out, but he made it very clear that this was super private, super personal, and to not tell anybody else in the family what was going on. What did she do? Yeah, immediately she called up my sister-in-law and gave her all of the details. So my sister-in-law called me and she was like, wait, is this what's going on? Because this is what I just got a call from our mother-in-law saying what happened, blah, 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 blah. I'm not particularly proud of the way I handled this, but I immediately called up my husband and said, if this marriage is ever going to work, you got to cut contact with your mom. She's toxic and she's just bringing more and more issues on our marriage. It's me or her. It's me or her, baby. I hang up. Okay, I was pissed off. But 5 minutes later, when I cooled down, I called him up again and I was like, I'm sorry. That was definitely an emotional response. This is something that we need to talk about and we definitely need to set boundaries with your mom. But me doing this ultimatum, me or her thing, that was not fair of me and I'm sorry. But do you know who overheard those calls? My mother-in-law. And she sent me a slew of texts and voicemails calling me the most terrible things in the world, saying I was breaking my marriage vows for giving him an ultimatum to choose between me and her. Like, okay, first of all, I don't remember in my vows saying that I was gonna tolerate a toxic mother-in-law. I mean, the things she said to me were really digging at all my insecurities. She took every single thing she knew about me and used it against me to make me feel as horrible as possible. Then she started involving other people. She started twisting all of these lies to every family member to just try and turn everybody against me and make her look like she's literally done nothing wrong. I did block her for a short period of time, but recently have unblocked her. And since then, she's been asking my husband, not me, my husband to get lunch with her. But I don't know what to do. I know that she's not going to change and she's just going to keep causing issues in my marriage. I don't know if it actually is time for an ultimatum, me or your mom, because I need to live with peace. And this woman has shown time and time again that she only cares about herself and nobody else.
I just found out that my young neighbor's 4-year-old child is actually my husband's affair child. My husband has a 4-year-old daughter with a girl that is 16 years younger than us, and she was also our neighbor. This woman lived with her grandma, and they barely made it by. Her grandma was taking care of this old woman at the time, and then the old woman passed away. Then the grandma inherited this 3-bedroom, really luxurious apartment from the old lady that she was taking care of. But they could barely even afford the bills, and I knew that this girl had a crush on my husband, but I had sat down and talked with him about it a while back, and he said it was nothing. He said that he just ignores it, and if she ever crosses the line, then he will tell her. We do pretty well financially speaking. My husband buys buildings that are old and run down, and then he rebuilds them and sells them after fixing them up. So this young woman who was our neighbor, she was 24 at the time, and she said that historic buildings were her passion, so my husband had taken her to a lot of the buildings that he worked on a pretty good amount of times. She ended up getting pregnant. We never asked who the father was, and we both agreed that we were going to help her with money. They eventually moved and they sold the apartment. They moved about 3 years ago now. I get a phone call last week from the grandma who was crying, and when she heard my voice, she started crying even more. She told me that the little girl is actually my husband's daughter. They moved somewhere else because my husband was actually acting like a father on his rare visits to go take care of her. And once she started to talk, they were afraid that she was going to start calling him daddy, and then I would find out. The grandma told me that her granddaughter was feeling extremely guilty because I was the one that helped her the most, but she felt like she couldn't call me because she was scared of me. I went to her workplace, and when I showed up, she ran away. She ran to the back of the restaurant that she works at. And it's just crazy to me because all the money that I gave her throughout the years, she accepted. And I also didn't know that my husband was also giving her money every month, about $1,500 on top of what I was giving her. Well, yesterday when my husband got back from his jog, I confronted him about it and he didn't deny it. He said that they had an affair and the child was his, that they did a paternity test, and he apologized to me. I just feel so betrayed, and I always used to compare myself to that young woman, so the fact that confirms all of my insecurities really just makes me want to jump in a hole. Am I overreacting about my fiance asking me to not wear white to our wedding? I have been with my fiance John since we were in high school, and we broke up one time because his mom, Debbie, convinced him that we were too young to be in love. We broke up and we went to college, and then about sophomore year we started talking again, and he told me that he missed me, so we got back together. Debbie literally cried when she saw that we were back together. She was so upset, and she told John that I had done witchcraft on him. Since John and I have decided to get back together, she tries to set him up with girls from her church, her job, and she even asks her friends' daughters if they would just give it a shot. John obviously denies all of these women, and Debbie tells him that I'm controlling. Anyways, I'm 27 now, and John proposed a couple weeks ago. Debbie didn't come to the engagement party. Cool. Debbie also didn't come to the dinners that we set up so that our families could meet each other. Cool. John's dad did come. Problems really began when John decided that he was gonna confront Debbie about her behavior towards our whole engagement. She gave him some big sob story about how she got pregnant before she could get married, so she never got to have a real wedding, and this was all really triggering for her. John asked her what she would need to feel comfortable. She said that she would feel comfortable if she wore white to the wedding and I wore a lavender or a light pink. That's the only way that she would feel comfortable. My fiance, for some reason, thought that this was a fair compromise. He also said, and he didn't ask me, he told me that his mom could walk me down the aisle so that she could get her moment in her dress. I told him absolutely not, and then we got in an argument about it, and I told him that it's actually crazy that he would argue with me to defend his mom's honor, but that he wouldn't do it if it were the other way around. He accused me of being petty and selfish, and it was really bad, but we both agreed that we needed to take a little bit to cool down. By how heated that situation and that argument got, I could tell that we both almost agreed to call off the entire wedding. Now we're in a really weird space, and I love John, but I now see how much he really lets his mother affect our relationship. I just imagine her sitting at home with this evil grin on her face, knowing that she's ruining mine and John's relationship and that he is just putty in her hands. I feel like I should just call off the wedding, but I really want to know if you guys think I'm the asshole or if it's really just a color.
Okay, my wife revealed to me that before we met, she briefly reinvented herself with a new name 12 years ago. Okay. It was a tragedy. Her tragedy name? Shine Ya Star.
No. Is that one? Is that one name? Middle name?
It's...
How, can we get a spelling?
Yes. SHYNEIGHA. Inspired by Shining Star, apparently. We're in our mid-30s now. Ooh, imagine. We are Hindu immigrants in Canada, and we have somewhat traditional birth names, which is what I thought we always used. We ran into her former coworkers from her first job out of university 12 years ago. She kept calling my wife the tragedy name. I was confused and corrected her, and then she got confused. My wife glossed over it quickly and changed topics. Later, in the car, she revealed to me that she went through a phase/identity crisis right after graduation. She was tired of her birth name being traditional, and she wanted to become more Western in the hopes of appearing more favorable when applying for jobs. So she invented a new name and started using it.
Unfortunately, I don't think that name's getting you more jobs.
All this happened 5+ years before we met. I never expected my wife to be a tragedy, feeling betrayed. I mean, how can I ever trust her again? She kept this devastating secret from me for our entire relationship.
Am I the asshole for this? My husband told me Saturday that he'd had an affair and had a kid from it. Our kids are 14 male and 10 female, and this child is 9 female. Something happened to her mother in the last couple weeks. I was a little too busy screaming at him to listen to the details, and he was leaving to go get her. My daughter came to me crying, saying that he told her she had to share her room and her stuff with this girl for now. I called my parents, and they agreed to her staying in their guest room, 2-bedroom condo, so my son and I are staying at the house. We packed her stuff, and Monday my parents, sister, brother-in-law, and nephews helped us move all her stuff into my parents' place. They also helped put locks on my bedroom and my son's bedroom. We moved all my husband's stuff from my bedroom to the 4th bedroom that he used as a home office. And yesterday evening, my husband got home with his affair kid. He got mad about all the stuff being gone and nothing being left for her. She's from a much warmer area and doesn't have clothes for the cold here. We live in the northern part of the US. This morning, he caught me in the kitchen to complain to me about it again and said I was being cruel by not making my daughter share with her. Am I the asshole? No, you're not. As bad as I feel for the daughter, it's obviously not her fault. Like, it's not her fault that her parents had her because of an affair. And it's really sad, but it's also not this woman's responsibility to, in any way, shape, or form, care for this affair baby. So, it's your decision, what you want to do, and how you want to go about it. I don't think that it would be right to, like, treat her badly, but if this dad wants to have his daughter have things, then he needs to go buy the things for the daughter. Just found out my partner is leading a double life as a sex addict, and I am in shock. I've been with my boyfriend for 3 years. He has taken on my 2 young kids as his own and is a loving, amazing, affectionate man. I've never been happier. Great, normal, healthy sex life. I truly believe he loves me and my children with all his being. Never had a worry in the world until last night. My life and my world, as I knew it, shattered. I accidentally stumbled upon his open and signed in adult friend finder account, where it appears he's been hooking up and having threesomes with strangers, and who knows what else. For at least 12 years through the present, along with having a kick handle he's been passing out to everyone on his profiles, where his pictures happens to be of him deep in someone that's not me. Okay, what do? I am not familiar with this lifestyle. It would never be for me, but it looks like this is something that has been going on for the majority of his adult life. I have no idea how I could ever accept this, let alone look him in the eye. It's days before Christmas, and my kids consider him a father. I don't want to ruin it, but I'm crawling in my own skin. Somebody, please, a little insight. My husband cheated on me. He was living a double life. Before I get started, I'm 37 years old and he's 45. We have 2 toddlers together. We've been together for 6 years. We also have kids from past relationships, and we all have a great bond. My relationship with my husband, I thought, was great. There would be little arguments here and there, but it wasn't to the point where we wanted to leave each other. The arguments would be about not spending enough time with each other or the lack of communication. I stay at home with the kids and he works. When he finished work, he would come home and see us for a few minutes, and then he'd have to see his eldest son to take him to sports events. I wouldn't see my husband until late at night. I never had any doubts or questioned anything because he's with his son spending time with him. A few weeks ago, I got a random message from an old friend of his mentioning that my husband is with another woman. I was sent screenshots and I just couldn't believe it. Felt like my heart was in my stomach. I still didn't want to believe it, but I wanted to see more. I looked up the other woman and viewed her profile. I saw numerous pictures of them together. My heart shattered. I messaged her. I told her who I was and if she could call me. I didn't think she would, but she did. We talked for hours, finding out information because we didn't know about each other. They have been together for 4 years. She also has kids, but they're not his. He has a bond with her family too. On weekends, I wouldn't see my husband because he said he's spending time with his eldest son. I found out every weekend he's at the other woman's place. We'll just call her Lynn. After the weekend, he'd come back home and have that family life with me and the kids. I'd be home cooking, cleaning, and taking care of the kids. Yes, it's exhausting, but when he comes home, I want to spend time with him. But he was always too tired for me. I accepted that he must be tired from work and then having to take his son to sports sports games. I was wrong. Going back to Lynn's profile, I saw pictures of them together at Niagara Falls, soccer games, restaurants. It was heartbreaking to see. We were supposed to go to those places together, but there's times we wouldn't have a babysitter for the kids. He found someone else to do it with. On Valentine's Day, after work, he brought me home a beautiful gift basket for me, but said he had to go take his son to his game. I found out he bought Lynn the same gift basket, and they went out for dinner. I even saw the picture posted on her social media of them dressed up. I forgot to mention that he does have a good job, but he has a lot of expenses. He owes a lot of people, and he has a lot of loans. The debt he's in is crazy. He's living paycheck to paycheck. I pay everything that the kids need. Groceries, diapers, clothes, everything. I even helped my husband pay off some bills every month because he was struggling. I didn't want to see him stress. Lynn also told me that she's been helping him with bills too, so he's been using us. My birthday was coming up and my husband told me his uncle died and that he didn't have enough money to buy him and his mom's tickets to go back home and attend the funeral. I helped him with it. He said he didn't want to leave me alone for my birthday. I said, don't worry about that. This funeral is more important than anything right now. But there was no funeral. Him and Lynn booked a vacation trip. She paid for it. He left me alone with our 2 kids on my birthday. It was a long week for me. Lynn still wanted to take him on this trip after finding out he has a family. She made it clear that she wasn't leaving him. She loves him too much. She said she has low self-esteem and that they've been through a lot together. This nightmare doesn't end. I found out he has a child out there that he has nothing to do with. He pays child support but has never met her. I think she's 10 years old. It's honestly a lot to take in. While he was gone on his trip, I packed his things and threw away things that he got me. When he came back, he wanted to see the kids a week after coming back. I let him come over to see them. He still hasn't given me back my keys and he won't take his things. The kids missed him. It was so hard for me to keep it together, but I broke down and cried when he had to leave because I know where he's going. I feel so betrayed. How could the one I loved so much do that to me? I wonder, has he gotten over me already now that he has someone else? In the end, I feel like I lost. Lynn got what she wanted. He chose her over family, and I'm the one in pain taking care of our kids alone. I really thought he'd try and fight to have his family back. This is messing with my mental health. I'm a mess. My girlfriend rejected my marriage proposal. For context, my girlfriend, female 21, and I, male 21, have been together for 6 years, and over Thanksgiving weekend, I took her on a week-long trip to Hawaii with the intention of proposing to her. I even asked her parents for their blessing and showed them the ring a couple days before we left for the trip. We have talked about marriage before, and we've both agreed that we want to marry each other, so the idea of it is nothing new and actually a frequent topic. The issue is that she wanted a grand wedding proposal, similar to the ones that you might see on TikTok, or Instagram. The big marry me letters on the beach, rose petals on the ground, lights, mariachi, etc. I was absolutely on board on doing that for her if it made her happy, but that was something to be planned at a beach back at home since I wouldn't have the resources to plan it for a trip to somewhere we've never been, especially because we booked everything as a last-minute vacation just 5 days prior. Ironically, after she sent me videos of people vacationing in Hawaii, I believed this would be a great opportunity though. I planned to propose to her on the day that we arrive. I carried the ring in my pocket all day waiting for a good opportunity to ask her, knowing it wasn't going to be a grand proposal like she had hoped, but I thought because of the circumstances, she would be happy. However, we had some completely unnecessary arguments and I decided to postpone because I didn't want to do it after a bitter day. Second day there, we had booked a reservation to go parasailing. I didn't want to risk losing the ring, so I left it back at the hotel. We didn't get back to the hotel until 5 p.m. and we started getting ready to go back out into the city. By this time, it was already getting dark. She said before that she would want a sunset proposal, and knowing that I couldn't organize any of the other things that she had in mind for a proposal, the sunset was the only thing that I had. I missed my chance on that, but we still went out to dinner and drinks. We came back to the hotel afterwards because she was tired. I was too. It was an eventful day. I let her rest for a bit, and around 10:30 I convinced her to go on a night walk with me at the beach. This was when I planned to propose to her. We got to the beach, and the city was very much still awake, and the lights of the buildings and streets combined with the bright moon illuminated the ocean beautifully. We stood there hugging and kissing, both knowing it was a beautiful and intimate moment. I started telling her how much I love her and how I want to be with her for my entire life, etc. As I started to get on my knee and reaching my pocket for the ring, she stopped me. I hope you're not about to propose to me right now. This isn't what I expected. My heart dropped. I got back up and stood speechless before starting to walk back to the hotel. I was in no mood to talk about the situation and told her that we should talk talk about it tomorrow. We talked about it the next day, and she insists on me doing it again, but this time the right way, during sunset. I tell her I can't do that because she rejected me already. She tells me she didn't reject it, just simply it wasn't how she would have wanted it to happen. We spent the next 4 days in Hawaii in a very tense state, but we had to deal with it until we got back home. We lived together, and for the first night, she went to sleep with her parents. Now she came back, but I don't want to be home with her there. What can be the outcome of this situation? I obviously don't want this to happen during our vacation, but I can't see it another way. Is this a valid reason for me not wanting to be with her anymore? I also don't think it's right for me to redo the proposal. Am I the asshole for selling my Taylor Swift tickets after my girlfriend cheated? A few months back, I, 27 male, won some money and decided to surprise my girlfriend, 25 female, with Taylor Swift tickets for her Vancouver show. She's been a massive Swiftie since forever, and I knew this would mean the world to her. I spent around $800 for 2 really good seats. Last week, I discovered she'd been secretly meeting up with her work friend for months. I found out because she accidentally left her Instagram DMs open on my laptop. She'd been using it to print something, and I saw weeks of flirty messages and plans to meet up. When I confronted her, she tried to deny it at first, but eventually admitted that they'd kissed several times and had been having an emotional affair. I was devastated. These tickets were meant to be a special experience for us, and I couldn't stomach the thought of taking her after this betrayal. Rather than let them go to waste, I decided to sell them. Given how insane the Taylor Swift ticket market is right now, I managed to sell them for $2,400, triple what I paid. When she found out I sold the tickets, she completely lost it. She's been blowing up my phone, calling me petty and cruel, saying that I ruined her dream and that the tickets were a gift, so they belonged to her. Her friends are also messaging me, saying I'm an awful person for using the tickets to hurt her. I feel like I had every right to sell tickets that I bought with my own money, especially after what she did, but she's making me feel like I took things too far. Am I the asshole?
My cheating spouse accomplished the unthinkable. After 2 years of IVF, multiple surgeries, more than $50,000 spent, and 2 miscarriages, I just found out this morning the woman my husband is having an affair with is pregnant. She's left her husband, and they are planning to have a happy little family.
Yeah.
I spent most of my morning crying my eyes out, hyperventilating, throwing up. Today, he threatened me if I included anything about cheating in our divorce filing, because that's public information he doesn't want getting out. I hadn't thought of it, but maybe that's exactly what I should do. Thanks for the idea, honey. I also just found out 5 minutes ago that he's already been moved into a crappy 2-bedroom apartment with her and her 2 toddlers.
That is one fertile woman.
Yeah.
Wow.
As in, he moved in with her before the day he claims he found out she was pregnant. And before he told me he isn't starting counseling as we had scheduled. And all without saying a word to me about it. He is such a liar, 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 pants on fire. Except for liar is spelled wrong every single time. Thank God he's shown me who he is. I've already got an appointment coming with an attorney.
My 18 male girlfriend, female, told me that she was 22, but now she says she's 29 and about to turn 30. What should I do? I'm an 18-year-old college student, and I've been in a relationship for about 6 months. When we first started dating, my girlfriend told me that she was 22. A few days ago, she revealed that she's actually 29 and will turn 30 soon. This revelation has left me feeling confused and unsure about what to do. I love her, but the age gap feels overwhelming now, especially since I was under a different impression about her age this whole time. As a college student with no income, I was thinking I had some time to build myself up before considering long-term commitments, like marriage or starting a family. But now, I feel like the pressure is on and I don't know how to handle it. Break up! What the hell is wrong with this lady? So weird. You need to just focus on yourself, brotherin. You're 18 and 22 is normal, okay? 22 and 18, whatever. Not a big deal. 29 and 18? No thanks.
Am I the asshole for kicking my boyfriend out after he called my daughter a snitch and a spoiled brat? First of all, 2 things. 1, no, you're absolutely not the asshole. 2, baby, you misspelled ex-boyfriend. I, 38 female, have been dating my boyfriend, 34 male, for a couple of years now. I have an 8-year-old daughter from a previous relationship, and he has a 4-year-old son from a previous relationship. My boyfriend and I have always bumped heads on parenting styles and discipline when it comes to the kids. Please give me some tips on how blended families get through this. My boyfriend has told me that his son is 4 years old, and he doesn't know any better yet. And my daughter is 8, and she should already know how to act. He's complained about her on occasions. He says that my daughter is disrespectful and that I coddle her too much and that it's not right that I have to tell her more than once to do something. I say she's a kid. She's 8 years old. He calls her disrespectful because you have to ask her to do something more than once when she's 8 years old. My question is, why are you allowing this man to still be around your child? You kicked him out for calling her a snitch and spoiled, but you're allowing him to berate her for being a fucking 8-year-old child. Why have you been allowing this to go on for so long? My daughter's dad is in jail and he's no longer a part of her life, so she craves that fatherly figure and affection. My boyfriend has shared custody of his son with his baby's mother, so the dynamic is a little bit different with the two kids. My boyfriend has refused to hold her hand or give her affection because he says it's weird. He would get upset when she brought up old memories involving other male figures in her life and would tell her to go hold their hand instead. Listen here, OP, you make me want to beat your ass myself. You do. You do. This man is not being affectionate with your child, but every time he has an opportunity to talk down about or to her, he takes that opportunity. And you're asking for tips to blend your family. Last weekend, he got upset because my daughter left her plate on the table after breakfast. He told her to stop being a spoiled brat and to put her plate away. He had also been telling her to stop being a snitch earlier that day because she wanted to inform him that his son was doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. It really hurt me to see my daughter cry. I asked him why he was being so mean. Mean? That's how you would fucking describe that. Mean. He is constantly berating and belittling your daughter, but you're describing it as him being mean. Earlier that day, he was calling her a snitch and you did absolutely nothing about it. But then when he told her that she was being a spoiled brat and she started crying, all of a sudden you wanted to snap into fucking action? Why are you allowing this shit to go on? You fucking suck. I asked him why he was being so mean and told him to apologize to her, but he refused. So I kicked him out of my house. He says that I'm too dramatic and that calling someone a spoiled brat isn't even that bad and that he wants to teach her how to be respectful and to listen to parents. Am I being too harsh kicking him out of my house? Listen, OP, I'm going to answer your question. Go back. What the fuck was the question? Are you wrong for kicking this bitch out the house? No. You're not wrong for kicking him out of the house, for calling your daughter spoiled and telling her that she's a snitch. You are, on the other hand, wrong for making your daughter deal with this shit in the first fucking place. You said that you and your boyfriend have been together for a couple of years now. I know all of this didn't just pop up out of the fucking blue. I know this is how he's been treating your daughter and you've been allowing it to happen. This man is childish as fuck and he's abusive as hell. He really is. He won't be affectionate or hold your daughter's hand because he thinks it's weird. But the moment that she talks about somebody that does care enough about her to be affectionate with her, to hold her hand, he gets upset and tells her, well, go hold their hand then. That's childish as fuck. This is a 34-year-old man. This is a grown-ass fucking man acting like this towards an 8-year-old girl. This man is verbally abusive to your daughter, and you've been letting it happen for a couple years too motherfucking long because I know this is not the first time this shit has gone down. The way he feels about your daughter, this ain't fucking new, but you've been letting it go down. I'm glad that you finally kicked him out, baby, but I'm not going to pat you on the back for doing what the fuck you're supposed to be doing as a mother. A fish is supposed to fucking swim. Do not allow this man or his son back in your house.
Am I in the wrong for refusing to sell the house that my wife wants me to sell? When my ex and I divorced, I moved out and she lived in our house until she found her own place. I bought the house 3 years before we got married, and her name was added to the deed when we were married. At the time of divorce, I was 9 years into a 15-year mortgage. When she found her own place, we decided to keep the house in both of our names and rent it out because neither of us wanted to sell it. For the past 6 years, we have rented out the house and basically broke even. She manages the property more than I do, so she gets the manager profits. Now that the house is paid off, we're actually going to start turning actual profit. We agreed to 60-40 split of profits, with her keeping 60 because she's the one that deals with the tenants. My wife, who I married last year, really wants me to sell this house. At first, she wasn't that insistent, but lately she's become so. She said that there's no reason for me to co-own a house with my ex-wife. She also said that now that it's paid off, we could do a cash sale and make a lot of money. Neither my ex nor I want to sell, and it's our house, so I don't really see the point of these conversations. Even if I agreed with her, my ex wouldn't agree, and it would be an unnecessary fight. I'd have to get a lawyer. I'm exhausted just thinking about it. Last night, my wife asked me if I intended to co-own this house with my ex forever. I told her, truthfully, that we had many times discussed eventually giving it to our son once he reaches the appropriate life stage. She was upset by this answer. She asked if I intended to give the house to my stepkids or any future kids we might have. I told her that this is an apples and oranges situation. The house isn't fully mine. No penny has ever gone from our shared household into that house. It's more my ex's than mine at this point, really. Not legally. Legally it's 50-50, but she spends more time on it. Also, this isn't a nice house, not like the one that my wife and I bought after our wedding. The house I co-own with my ex is a small 2-bedroom house. It's not like he's going to live in a mansion. All the same, she's very upset. She said she feels like this house is a source of strife in our relationship and she wants it gone. I told her that I love her, but the answer is no. She's been cold to me all morning as a result. What do I do?
My husband cheated on me, so I slept with his son. Story time. So, me and my scum of the earth husband, Steve, have been together, married, for the past 4 years. But we've known each other for longer. Steve is in his late 40s and I am 25. Now, I'd had my sneaky suspicions about Steve being a cheater for quite a while now. So I made sure to pop an AirTag in this man's bag every time he went on a business trip. He was getting down to business, I can tell you that for free. And I noticed that if he'd tell me he was going to London, he'd go to a hotel in Manchester. And it was always the same hotel. So the next time Steve is like, oh babe, I'm so sorry, I've got to go away for work again. I was like, oh, don't worry, darling. When is it that you're going? Found out the dates and I booked the exact same hotel. I made sure to get there a little bit early so I could be sure to catch Steve checking in. And I got him. This is when I set into motion Plan Dave. So some little added context to the situation. Obviously, there's a very large age difference between me and Steve. And how I got to meet Steve was that I actually dated his son, Dave. We broke up because Dave actually moved to New York to pursue modelling. Dave, the sexy model. Another thing about Dave, he hates his dad because the reason why him and his mum weren't together anymore is because Steve cheated on his mum, not with me. Dave went as far as to warn me about his dad's behaviour. So when I told him what happened, Dave was all up for helping. I decided I was going to give Steve a taste of his actual medicine. The next time Steve was on a business trip to London, Dave and I made our little booking at the hotel. So me and Dave headed down to the reception area. We sit at the bar, hand in hand, suspiciously close. And as soon as Steve walked in, I planted the biggest snog on his son's face. And I knew for a fact that Steve would have seen. But what was he going to do? Come and confront me with his own mistress? So as soon as Steve and his lady friend went up to their room, I had a bottle of champagne sent up with a little note that said, I know you enjoy a little drink after a really shitty day. Don't bother coming home. And I'd already had the divorce papers lined up because I sent the proof from the last few times he'd been on these little business trips. And they were also served with champagne. The biggest life lesson we can take from this, ladies, is stalk your husbands and then sleep with their son.
Am I in the wrong for wanting to walk away from my marriage and the child we were raising after finding out the child is biologically my husband's? There's a lot to this and it's all newly revealed to me, so I'm still processing and I'm sure I'll be all over the place. I'm so angry about all of this. My husband's sister adopted a child 4 years ago. She had talked before about being a single mom by choice, and when her friend had a child that she didn't want to raise, she said it made sense to step in and offer to become the baby's mom. Everyone was supportive and welcomed the child into the family. 2.5 years ago, my husband's sister was diagnosed with MS. She unfortunately declined rapidly and asked us to take in her child, and we agreed. We had not yet had children of our own at that point, which made it easier. We made sure that she still spent time with her child, and she asked that we continue raising the child. And I'm saying the child to keep anonymity, no matter how bad she gets if she dies. We agreed. My husband never acted weird around the child, never acted like he had some secret. He acted like an uncle willing to step in and raise his sister's child. Recently, his sister confessed to me that my husband was the biological father of this child. She said that my husband and her best friend used to hook up occasionally, and he did it again right before we got married, and this child is a result of his infidelity. I was sick. She told me that she couldn't keep lying to me because eventually it would come out and she wanted to minimize the damage. I confronted my husband and he denied it, so I asked him to do a DNA test. He's the father, there's no doubt. DNA confirmed he's the biological father. He told me nothing had happened since we were married and he loves me and he's sorry for what he did. He said it was a drunk night before our wedding and he would never do something like that again. Then he said that he wanted us to be a family and offered to adopt his child to raise them as our own. He told me this doesn't have to end us. I left the house and have been staying with my sister since the DNA results. I'm disgusted and I don't want to sign up for this. I know that baby is innocent, but I now can only see what my husband did and I cannot imagine raising them and acting like their mom and keeping my husband in my life. My husband's sister has reached out to apologize multiple times and she told the rest of their family the truth. My husband's parents have tried to contact me to get me back to my husband. They told me that I have a family now, and I can't leave, especially with their daughter unable to raise this child. I had to block them because their messages were blaming and shaming me more and more for not agreeing to marriage counseling and moving forward as a family. I don't see a way back from this, but I have been in this child's life since birth and raised them for more than a year and a half. I just know I could never be a good mom to them knowing what I know. Am I in the wrong for wanting to divorce and walk away?
Am I the asshole for leaving my children's step-siblings in the care of their babysitter when my ex and his wife were in an accident? I, 32 female, have 2 children, 11 and 10 with my ex-husband, 34 male. We divorced 7 years ago and have not been able to remain on good terms. He remarried 3.5 years ago, and the bad blood between us grew worse at that point. She was never happy about my presence at school functions for the kids. She'd always make a point of sitting between me and my ex and complaining that the kids would hug me first. They're your children. She's insecure. Oh God, another one. That wasn't the worst of it. At one of these school functions, she accused me of pinching her daughter. Luckily, others saw what happened and knew that I didn't. But this woman went ballistic accusing me. Why? I stopped her 4-year-old at the time from falling over. Girl, no, you're not the asshole. You thought I was going to hurt your child when I stopped her from getting hurt. I will never be around your children alone. Absolutely not. No, you're not the asshole. After that, I made sure I sat on the other side of the room as them and swore I would have nothing to do with this woman's children. She has 2. The lucky thing for me is my kids aren't that close to them. They never asked to invite them over or include them in birthday parties that I throw for them. It makes it easier to keep my distance, so no more accusations come my way. This woman still brings up the pinching accusation and how she should have called the cops and had me thrown in jail. A few weeks ago, my ex and his wife were in a car crash. It was his custody week. We split the kids 50-50. His babysitter called me after they didn't come back home and told me she had no idea what to do and I was one of the emergency contact numbers that was given. I tried to call him and he didn't answer, but then I got a call from his mom. She told me about the accident and the fact they would be in the hospital for a while. I told my ex's mom the babysitter had called me and they might want to send someone to pick up the younger kids. After that, I went and picked up my kids. The babysitter wanted me to stay or take all 4. My kids wanted to go home and they didn't want their step-siblings there. I told the babysitter the other kids weren't mine. I gave her my ex's mom's number so she could call her. The only number my ex gave her was mine and another one that wasn't working as emergency contacts. The kids and I stopped by the hospital the next morning, and my ex was pissed that I left his stepkids with the babysitter and didn't do more for them. I refused to engage with him on that in front of our kids, but his anger intensified. What? No one in his family or hers would take care of the kids. He wanted me to do it, but I said no. I told him I was nothing to his stepkids, nor would I ever be anything to them. I was not risking his accusation-happy wife to try to destroy me with her lies. The fact that neither his family or her family stepped up to take care of the kids while they were both in the hospital says a lot about them. Says a whole fucking lot about them. His mother was aware that he was in a hospital, but did not bother to go to the house to go sit there with the kids to relieve the babysitter. That says a fucking lot. Sucks to suck. My ex is still pissed at me. He's called me every name under the sun since the accident. His wife was hurt more seriously than him, and she's not even close to being fully recovered, while he mostly is. I think that's fueling this even more. But his anger towards me has led me to document all interactions that we have because he's so volatile with me. He told me that I should be ashamed for taking our issues out on his stepkids. Nobody did that. Nobody did that. I protected myself. The last time I tried to help your stepkids, your wife took that shit and ran with it. To this day, she still fucking accuses me of pinching her child. But you want me to take your 2 young kids to my house unsupervised while you guys are incapacitated. What kind of fucking sense does that make? No, you call me what the fuck you want, but you won't call me stupid because I'm not going to get caught up with that. I feel like I did the right thing because those kids are not my concern even under the circumstances. My concern is more about any accusation she could throw my way and how that could affect me being a mom to my kids. But I can also see where that might be heartless given what the circumstances were at the time. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. You did everything you were supposed to do. You answered the phone when the babysitter called you. You went and picked up your kids. You let his mom know the kids were with the babysitter. You gave the babysitter another number to call to get somebody to come and relieve her. You did everything you were supposed to do. You don't have a good relationship with these people. You never have had a good relationship with this woman. She's been accusing you for at least a year of hurting her child, even though there were witnesses that can confirm the exact opposite happened. You being worried about whatever accusation she would come up with after you took care of her child without anybody else around is 100% valid. If they were going to need help eventually, she should have fucking thought about that. You're not wrong for wanting to protect yourself. I know it's going to be a whole lot of people that are going to come in the comment section, but they're just kids and the kids are innocent. And I just couldn't imagine leaving it be fucking for real. Be fucking for real. This child, their mother has already accused you of hurting this child. So you're going to jump at the chance to take that same child to your home with nobody else around. Be fucking for real. Be fucking for real. No, I don't give a fuck, child or not. Your mother's insane. So baby, unfortunately, you got to stay here with the babysitter.
My boyfriend of 7.5 years cheated on me and I'm going to disappear from his life. I just need to know if there's anything I have missed and you think I should do first. Story time. So my boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, recently just went back home to visit family. This isn't unusual for him. He's been going quite a lot this year. He goes to visit his grandparents because he says that they're getting old and they miss him. I thought absolutely nothing of all of this. Until this morning. I got a screenshot of my boyfriend's location on Snapchat from a mutual friend. Now I bet you're thinking, God, he was at some random house. No, he was at his parents' house, but a random girl's Bitmoji was also at his parents' house. I know for a fact that it wasn't his mum or sister, and I know that there wasn't anyone else supposed to be at their house. So immediately I'm suspicious, so I try and call my lovely Steve. He doesn't answer. I go back onto his Snapchat to check his location again and see if I know this girl. Guess what? His location had been turned off. What do you mean you're going to turn your location off, Steve? So I get into conversation with this mutual friend and she tells me that Steve has been telling everyone in his hometown him and I have been broken up for the past 4 months. And as far as this mutual friend knows, Steve is actually going to be moving back in with his parents. At this point, I start going down an absolute rabbit hole. I'm calling all of our hometown friends. I then found out that he was on Tinder and my friend sent me a screenshot of his profile with a picture of me and him with my face covered with the caption, "This could be you." I'm sorry, like, what does that, what? I also literally had no idea that all of his family thought we were broken up as well. We literally went on holiday to Italy 1 month ago to celebrate our 7-year anniversary. I've literally just been sat in my apartment looking around at everything like everything is a complete and utter lie. Now here's the thing, I've just had a text message from my soon-to-be ex saying he is on a flight home now, meaning I have just over 5 hours to come up with a plan. Not gonna lie, at this moment in time, I just feel shocked, numb. My best friend is coming over to help me pack all of my stuff. And of course, our dog is coming with me. Now, here is where I need your guys' help. Me and soon-to-be ex-Steve have completely separate bank accounts. The other problem I have is that I can't go to our leasing office because it's closed today, but I have sent an email letting them know that we want to activate like an early termination. He is also on my health insurance through work, so I've emailed HR to kick him off that policy. We have several large photo albums of pictures of me and him together that I just don't know what to do with. Like, I would 100% take them, but I don't know if that's going to be a little bit hard. I just don't want this guy to have the satisfaction of having all of our pictures. Please let me know if there's any revenge I should take or if I've forgotten to do anything here. Nothing is making sense right now. I just know that I can't stay in this situation. So what do you guys think I need to do here? My life has just been ruined in the space of a day. So
am I the asshole for taking one of my nieces out when she was grounded? If you knew she was grounded and you took her out anyway, yeah. Yes, you are. I, 29 female, and my niece Molly, 14, are very similar, especially when it comes to food. We cannot stand seafood. Doesn't matter what it is or how it's made. We simply can't stand it. Recently, Molly and her twin sister Hannah won a championship at school, and their paternal grandparents offered to take them out to celebrate. Normally, they'd go to a local steakhouse, but Hannah has been wanting to go to this seafood restaurant. Unlike Molly, she loves seafood, especially sushi and crab. This caused problems with Molly, and she didn't even want to go. Their mother forced her, saying the restaurant probably had other things besides seafood to eat. Apparently, Molly straight refused to order anything, even the non-seafood options, loudly saying that it didn't matter because everything smelled like whale sperm, and she won't be able to eat anything. First of all, how the fuck you know what whale sperm smell like? Second of all, this girl is being a brat. She's being a fucking brat. She's not getting what the fuck she wanted. So she's trying to embarrass everybody, thinking that means everybody would have to get up and leave. No, that's absolutely not okay. Obviously, this embarrassed everyone else, and I was called to come and get her and was told that she was grounded for making a scene. You're absolutely the asshole. You're absolutely the asshole. You knew that she was grounded and you fucking knew why. You're the asshole, 100%. I still took her to the steakhouse to eat, and that pissed her mother off because I was rewarding bad behavior and was apparently supposed to take her home to starve or feed her whatever was in the house. Yeah, you were called to the restaurant to pick Molly up because of her behavior in the restaurant. Regardless of how justifiable you believe it may be, you were asked to take her home, and that's all you should have done. That's all you should have did. And I believe you are wrong for deciding that you're going to take her out to a steakhouse anyway, even though they told you she was grounded and they told you why. I asked her mom, did Molly not help win the championship? Because why was Hannah being the only one rewarded for it? She tried to say the restaurant was for everyone and that there were safe options for Molly. I disagree because the smell almost took me out just walking in to grab her. I can't imagine how miserable it was for her. Molly is refusing to speak to anyone except for me and her dad, who's currently out of state, claiming that her grandparents and mother don't care about her or if she gets sick from their nasty food. She's asked the school to stop pairing her with Hannah and that she wants to be separate from her sister, which is upsetting Hannah. So am I the asshole? Listen, OP, from one auntie to another, I do think that you're the asshole. I have 9 nieces and nephews and 1 great nephew. I have been an auntie since I was 8 years old, baby. I am not new to this. I am true to this. But listen to me when I tell you, I completely understand the need to defend your nieces and nephews when you see and feel like they have been wronged. I completely understand that. I am not going to fault you for that. But in my opinion, there's a time and a place for you to show your niece that you have her back. Right now, overstepping what her mom asked you to do was not the time and the place to do that. Molly was sent home from the restaurant because of her behavior at the restaurant. I completely understand you wanting to have her back, but a conversation could have been had between you and mom. You could have waited for mom to come home and then talk to her about how you think this reward that was supposed to be for Molly and Hannah wasn't really about Molly at all. Look, as auntie, we don't have any control. We don't have any power. We're really just support. We give the support when it's needed. You don't have to pick a side. You just have to play your role accordingly. When you were asked to take Molly home, your sister-in-law or your sister needed your support to do what she asked you to do. When mom came home, you could have given Molly your support and explained to mom how this really wasn't fair at all. I understand your intentions, my love, but your actions is what makes you the asshole in my eyes. Listen, the only reason I'm even upset at Molly is because I feel like at 14 years old, baby, you know what comments are appropriate to be made at the table. You know what behavior you're supposed to have when you're inside of a restaurant. You know this, and I understand that you were upset, but you know better. You know better. The behavior that you were showing is giving brat, baby, and nobody wants to be around a brat. But I do completely understand why Molly is upset because she is one half of the team that brought in this championship win, and she was not even considered when it came to the reward that they received for bringing in this win. That's not fair. That's absolutely not fair. Regardless of where they used to eat, regardless of what they do normally, all of that is irrelevant. This reward right here was for Molly and Hannah. Therefore, Molly and Hannah should have been considered when it came down to where are we going to eat to celebrate the win that your team, you two, brought in. Honestly, the mom and the grandparents suck. In my eyes, they do, because this should not have happened. From the very beginning, it should have been you girls need to find a restaurant together. Because this is not just about what Hannah wants. This is not just about what Molly wants. So I need you guys to find a restaurant that you're both satisfied with so we can celebrate the win that the both of you guys brought in. That should have been what it was from the very fucking beginning. But the simple fact that they knew that Molly was not going to enjoy herself at what was supposed to be a night to celebrate her and her sister's win, but still expected her to sit down and find something she liked, makes them the biggest assholes in the story. I'm not justifying OP's actions, nor am I justifying Molly's actions, but I completely understand why both of them did what they did. It doesn't make it okay, but I do understand.
Am I the arsehole for not wanting to be my ex's caregiver? Story time. So my ex decided that he was just going to up and abandon me and his 3 children. Several years ago, he decided that he wanted to live his truth. I bet you're wondering, Tay, what is his truth? I still have absolutely no idea, but apparently it includes having random, unprotected, and that is just way more important than me and his kids. This man did not pay child support. This man did not acknowledge any of his children. He worked doing under the table jobs, so he didn't need tracing, and therefore he didn't have to pay child support for the children that he created. Needless to say, my two eldest absolutely hate him, and our youngest can't even remember him. I had not heard from this man in ages until recently, when he got back in touch with me to let me know that the karma train had quite literally run him over. He reaches out to tell me that he has acquired a terminal STD from his time being a community chew toy. In this message, he showed me proof that he did in fact have a diagnosis. And now Steve is asking if he can come home so I can care for him. Steve says he wants to take this time with his children, the time that he has missed all these years. Then says that he wants to have me there when he passes. Now, here's the thing. I know now isn't the time for I told you so's. However, I hit him with the fattest I told you so. I think this whole thing is absolutely ridiculous. With medication, he can live a long, luscious life. Just a quick little insert here because I know everyone is going to ask about what the kids thought. So I spoke to my oldest daughter and she literally laughed in my face, said she actually thought that he deserved it. My middle child says that she doesn't want anything to do with him. And my youngest has never met him. He is just a concept to her. I feel like turning around to him and saying, you will not be coming round our children unless you have a court order. When I told him all this, he got so upset and he said that I will be keeping his children away from him as he is dying. But I'm sorry, I'm just a bit confused as to why me and my children should be expected to swoop in a mess that he has caused. So, am I the arsehole here? What should I do?
Am I the asshole for refusing to wear the wedding dress my sister-in-law gave to me as a wedding gift? I, 27 female, met my fiance Jacob, 31 male, when I was 21. We've been together for 6 years and engaged for almost a year out of those. My mother's wedding dress has been passed down for generations, and I remember being a little girl dreaming of walking down the aisle in it. We've recently been wedding planning, and we were invited to a dinner hosted by my fiance's family that was on Sunday. When we arrived, we greeted everyone and sat at the table to eat. My sister-in-law stood up, tapped her spoon against her glass, and said she had a toast to make. She then said she would be right back before going into another room and returning with a large plastic bag. Everyone seemed to be excited, but I just felt confused. I awkwardly smiled and I asked sister-in-law what was inside the bag. She opened it up and revealed her wedding dress from her wedding that was 2 years ago. I feel like these people put you on the spot because everybody in the family was all excited, which means everyone knew what was going on except for you. Everyone began clapping as sister-in-law announced that this was her official wedding gift to us and she wanted me to wear her dress at the wedding. Everyone started clapping. This is not the type of announcement that needs applause. I'm giving you my wedding dress. That's officially my wedding present to you and I want you to wear it. No. What if I don't want to wear it? What if I already have a goddamn dress? I don't want to wear your wedding dress, nor am I obligated to wear it. What if it's not my style? What if it's too big? What if it's too small? What if I straight up and out just don't like it? I tried to smile, but I guess I didn't do a good job at hiding my disappointment, and everyone began asking me what was wrong. I tried to explain how I wanted to wear my mother's dress and that it was nothing personal, but that I refused to wear my sister-in-law's dress. My sister-in-law began crying as my in-laws began tearing into me and comforting her. Girl, run. Ain't no way in hell. One, this bitch jumps up and makes an entire announcement. They invited you guys to dinner for her to make the announcement that she's giving you her wedding dress. They applaud this announcement as if this bitch has offered to pay for the entire wedding and your honeymoon. And then they get mad at you for already having a wedding dress and refusing to wear the one that she randomly decided to give you. Girl, run. This family, this ain't the family for you. I just burst into tears and I ran outside. My fiance didn't even come after me. And after crying my eyes out on the steps for what felt like hours, he finally came outside and yelled at me to get in the car. I was so confused, but I got into the car just to hear him berate me on how I made such a big scene and I embarrassed him in front of his family. Like I said, run. Ain't no way in hell this man is gonna yell at you for embarrassing him in front of his family. Were you supposed to sit there and continue to let them yell at you? Girl, this is not the man that you need to be marrying. This is not your Prince Charming. He sounded so mad, and he even said that he couldn't believe he chose to marry such a bitchy, see you next Tuesday. His exact words. My fiance also said how sister-in-law was just trying to be nice and that her dress was more modern compared to my mother's dress, which looked like an old rag. Also his exact words. I tried telling him how much my mother's dress meant to me because I promised her that I would wear it. I felt like my fiance's family planned this and they put me on the spot, thinking I wouldn't stand up for myself and just agree to wear sister-in-law's dress. I don't think I did anything wrong, but a part of me thinks I should have just gone along with it and then told sister-in-law in private that I wouldn't be wearing the dress. Am I the asshole? No, you're not the asshole for wanting to wear your choice of dress on your wedding day. You know that. I know that. His family knows that. You're not the asshole. It's your wedding. You get to wear whatever you want to wear. But you are the asshole for thinking that you should have just gone along with it to save face, to keep the peace, instead of thinking I should be getting up here. Like you aren't even contemplating about how wrong this is, how this is not okay. You are still considering marrying into this family, and that alone makes you the asshole. Why stand up for yourself if you're just going to continue to marry this man knowing this is how his family is? Your fiance allowed you to sit outside of a restaurant on the stairs crying because his family started to yell and scream at you for something you didn't want to do. He then disrespects your wishes when it comes to your wedding day, disrespects your mother's dress, disrespects you by calling you out of your name because you didn't want to sit and allow yourself to be verbally abused. And you're still considering marrying this man. You literally just got a sneak peek into your future. Into your future. You yourself said, I feel like my fiance's family set this up. They planned this and wanted to put me on the spot. And you think it's okay enough that you are sitting here, well, maybe I should have just not said anything. Why are you still there? Why is this something that's still a problem to you? The way I would be so unbothered because I'm no longer engaged and this ain't an issue I gotta have anymore, girl, I'm gonna need you to open your eyes. This shit is not okay. This is your future. You are gonna continue to deal with this for the rest of your life if you marry this man. Ain't enough love in the world. There is not enough love in the world for me to marry someone that's gonna yell at me because I refuse to be abused by his family. Girl, hell no.
I left my boyfriend for his dad. Now everyone calls me gold digger. Story time. I have always fancied my boyfriend's dad, okay? Bit of a random one, but he was our school bus driver and I would see him every day. I fancied him so much. And all of a sudden one day he wasn't our bus driver. He didn't show up in the morning. I had never seen him after that ever again. And a few years later I met my lovely ex-boyfriend, and I'm not gonna lie to you, the reason I fancied him is because he looked exactly like this old bus driver. Let's call him Mark. And it's the first thing I thought of when I saw my ex-boyfriend. I just thought, you look so much like Mark. And then after that, we dated for about 4 years. Now, I didn't meet his parents for 2 years of this relationship because of two reasons, really. One of them was we went to college away from our hometown. We are actually from the same place. Tickets are expensive home, and I couldn't really afford to go home very often. So even though my boyfriend was going home all the time, I just couldn't afford it. I'd say about 6 months into dating my boyfriend, he mentioned that his dad was very wealthy and he was actually on the verge of being a billionaire because he invested in this company and it took off. I thought, slay. So when the time a few years later finally came for me to meet his parents, I was nervous, so nervous. And his parents actually finally flew out to his university because we were graduating and they wanted to obviously celebrate. And I did ask my boyfriend why his parents didn't fly out more often if his dad's a billionaire. It is simple, they didn't want to. They didn't want to see his university. I was quite nervous going into this dinner with his parents because I had spoke to his mum over on FaceTime before. However, I had never spoke to his dad yet. So when I tell you my jaw dropped when I saw who his dad was Mark, my old bus driver. How has a bus driver turned into a billionaire, you ask me? Let me tell you, I don't know how, to be honest. He just invested in a business and got a lot of money, and that's why he stopped being a bus driver. I was literally so taken back at this that I had to go straight to the bathroom. Like, I said hello, I tried to keep my cool. I went straight to the bathroom to call my best friend. I was like, you're not gonna believe it. And I immediately knew I wanted Mark and not my boyfriend. I knew that. as soon as I saw Mark again. I didn't obviously want to make this very obvious, so I came up with a 2-year plan and it worked. But I won't go into too much detail, but it was basically project get closer to Mark and further away from my boyfriend. And I disguised it as kind of wanting to get to know his family, so I'd go on dates with his mum and dad, but like separately. That time I got time alone with Mark without it being obvious. Coincidentally, Mark and his wife, so my ex-boyfriend's mum and dad, got divorced a year into this little situation I was creating, and I thought perfect timing. But on one of these dates I was having with Mark, he didn't kiss me, and of course I kissed him back, obviously. Now fast forward a year down the line, I am officially Mark's girlfriend. I've moved into every single one of his penthouses. Basically, my ex-boyfriend is on my way to be my son-in-law. Call me a gold digger all you want, but my plan worked.
Am I wrong for telling my son-in-law's wife that she will never take the place of my daughter? I lost my daughter Abby 7 years ago. She was married to Scott and they had 3 children together. They are now 11, 12, and 14. Scott and my grandkids stayed part of the family, and Scott remarried last year. His current wife's name is Beth. Now, we knew Beth for a few years before they actually got married, and she was always very friendly, though at times she could be a little pushy. Scott always handled it. After Scott and Beth got married, Beth's pushiness got worse, and Scott has appeared to have lost control over it. One day, when Beth had dropped off my grandkids, she got upset because we didn't have any photos of her hanging in our house. In our living room, we have a display with all of the photos of our kids, grandkids, and all of our kids' weddings. And she felt that her and Scott's wedding should be among the photos. She was upset when my grandkids spent Mother's Day with us and our extended family. We didn't include her, and Scott wasn't invited either. Mother's Day is a difficult day for him due to a bad relationship with his own mother. Beth said that we should invite her too because she's a part of the family. And then she told me that she was one of our kids too. Asked her what she meant. And she told me, obviously, she was one of our kids now too, now that she's a mother figure to our grandkids. I told Scott what she said, and he was obviously very embarrassed and said he would talk to her. Beth was also upset when my husband made a Facebook post and mentioned our kids. And she was upset that she wasn't mentioned as one of our kids, but that she was mentioned as Scott's wife. My husband mentioned that Scott was a wonderful husband to our daughter Abby and that he's an incredible father. Well, for my grandson's 14th birthday, we were all together and he wanted a mom's side of the family picture that included all of the family from his mother's side, biological mother. Beth attempted to get in the photo, and when Scott tried to remind her not to be in it, she just said that she's a part of the family now too. Anyways, Scott pulled her aside and the photo was taken without her. But she did tell one of our sons that she felt like we weren't treating her as a daughter and that Scott had never treated her as a lesser wife. We saw them a little over Christmas and Beth was upset that we got them a joint Christmas gift for her and Scott instead of one for each of them. She told me that she's tired of feeling like she's not really family and that she feels like we always put Abby first, especially since she's the one who's here now. I saw red after this. I told her that she can never take my daughter's place, and the fact that she even thought she could was outrageous. She told me that the kids call her mom and they think the world of her, so why wouldn't we? I literally just told her that the kids call her Beth whenever I hear them refer to her. She tried to turn it around and say that it was our fault the kids call her Beth because they should be calling her mom. She just lost it from there.
7 female have a group of friends, 8 of us, and we have been friends for over a decade, since school. Now, we don't live in the same place, but we meet up a couple times a year for a weekend in an Airbnb. This used to be a weekend of good food, drinks, hot tubs, etc. I am content with my life at the moment. I am single, dating, and I don't know if I would like children. But in the event I did, I know I wouldn't want one soon. Around 5 of my friends, 5 out of the 8, are either married or in very long-term relationships. Of these 5, 2 either have a baby or are pregnant. I will be seeing all of my friends this year for various weddings, friend/baby events. I've been invited on this year's girls' trip. I have said I can't come. I didn't originally provide a reason. When queried in person by my friend, who is pregnant, I told her the truth. I'm not going because it's a massive financial expense for 3 days where we only talk about people's upcoming engagements, weddings, babies. I have a lot going on, but I feel a lot of my friends do not show an interest unless I talk about someone I'm dating. I also, last time, listened to one of my friends talk about her breastfeeding plans with vengeance for over an hour. She is not pregnant or even trying. Truthfully, it's boring and it feels dismissive. It's also a really expensive way to feel bad about myself. I made it clear when telling my friends this that I'm thrilled for them all living the lives they want, but maybe it's not the weekend for me at the moment. Meaning it feels like the group has 2 distinct life stages. I'm in the minority and it focuses on one stage. My friend has since told me she's really hurt and I'm not excited for her or our other friends. I responded saying I evidently was, from other actions, excited for them, but I just think this trip wasn't for me. I do have numerous other things going on, and to fit this in both my calendar and financially, it's a struggle. I just want to add for this friend specifically, I have gone on 3 weekends away for her wedding, and I am flying to go to her baby shower, all in the last 2 years. I have not asked her, nor has she wanted to fly to see me for anything in the last 2 years. So my question is, am I the asshole for being truthful with the reason why I can't go?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think she's doing the best for herself. I'm kind of like in her position right now, and if I knew that all my friends, that's all they were going to talk about, if I knew that, I probably wouldn't either, just for my own
mental health.
Yeah, I'd be like, maybe next time.
Yeah.
I mean, I totally get her. It's okay to say no to things. It's okay to do what you want. Yeah, don't go on the trip. Save the money. If they want to come out and see you, come out and see you.
So, our OP does provide us a little bit of an update here.
Okay.
Thank you all for the responses and comments. Just a few things to note in response to some of the general themes of response. I do show an interest in their weddings, engagements, babies, and baby plans. I am excited for them. I text about it. I ask for updates. I go to and help plan events for these things. My issue is 3 days of talking about this like it's the only topic of substance is not fun, especially when I don't feel an interest is reciprocated to me on my life. And point number 2, this is where it gets juicy. I have spoken to one of my other friends invited on the trip, who is also not at the baby stage of life. She is also not going on the trip, and she said she is not attending for the same reason.
Feels good when you have it back up. Yeah.
3, the friend I expressed this to has apologized for her initial reaction and is still trying to convince me to come. I am not going to go, but I'm hoping she at least considers what I've shared. 4, I do have other friends in the city I live in, and they are a joy to be in the company of. Maybe this is because we became friends as adults and have more similar lifestyles. Who knows? Finally, some comments about me being jealous, hating myself, hating my life, etc. To confirm, dear strangers on the internet, I am content. Thank you for the concern, though. Whoever said that's fucking nuts, first of all. She's 27. Being single at 27 is that's normal.
Normal, yeah.
She just wants to have a good time. And if you already know you're not going to have a good time, you're essentially spending a lot of money to have a bad time.
Yeah.
Where does that math add up? It doesn't.
Save that money.
Save that money.
So pay for my flight then.
Yeah. You guys, you married people. You got dual incomes.
Yeah.
Let's do a fund.
How bad do you want me to be there?
My partner invited his ex-convict friend to live with us, and now it's getting out of hand. My 28 female partner, 31 male, invited his ex-convict 33 male friend to live with us, and now it's getting out of hand. My longtime partner of 5 years invited, without my permission, his friend who he recently developed a relationship with through church to live with us in our home 2 months ago. Initially, I was upset because my partner had been telling me about his new friend when he was first getting to know him at church. I don't go to church, and I found that he was convicted of minor sexual assault charges 8 years ago. I don't think much of it until 2 months ago when I came home from work and I nearly called the police out of sheer panic because his friend, who I had no idea what he looked like at the time, was alone in our house because my partner had apparently invited him to live with us, and my partner left him alone in our house while he went to go buy additional groceries and living supplies for him to be more comfortable. Long story short, I managed to forgive him for all of this after we had multiple conversations in private about why he did this. However, I made him accept a condition of mine, being that if his friend ever started to disrupt our lives, that he would have to move out. Well, his friend has been doing exactly that. I could have given over 20 examples of what my partner's friend has done to disrupt our, mainly mine, my partner doesn't seem bothered, lives. But yesterday was a breaking point for me. I was in the shower and his friend walked into the bathroom without knocking and took a piss in the toilet, despite the fact that we have 4 bathrooms in our house. And it took me literally screaming at the top of my lungs at him for my partner to hear and come into the bathroom and get his friend to leave. I expected my partner to be furious since his friend was violating my privacy, but he dismissed it when I got out of the shower by saying he obviously had to go, which I can't even begin to comprehend. It's just so incredibly stupid and not at all an excuse. Anyway, I'm currently crying as I write this because I don't know what to do. It's my partner's house, so ultimately he gets to decide who can live here. But I have lived with him for 3 years and been his partner for 5, so I'm just so incredibly confused as to why he seems to no longer value my opinion or my life that has been turned upside down by his friend. What actions do I need to take immediately?
My best friend cheated, and I know. My best friend, 28 female, cheated on her spouse with an old fling that has used and abused her from day one. She was never able to fully let him go, despite being in her current relationship for 3 years. A few months ago, she went over to his house, told her husband she was going to a friend's, and they ended up sleeping together. He, of course, ghosted her immediately, as is his MO. She was deeply hurt, but now is feeling great. She feels she got the closure she needed from this guy and is moving on with her life. Planning her wedding, COVID ruined their plans last year and they had a very small event just to make things legal, which I am her maid of honor. Here's the thing though, the guilt is eating me alive. My husband and I are very close with her and hers, and every time I see her husband, I feel terrible knowing something like this and not telling him. My best friend absolutely refuses to tell him, as she knows this is his deal breaker and will leave her, plus will expose all the lies she told him about this particular person over the years. I know it's not my place to tell him, and she genuinely seems happier and like their relationship is going better now that she's gotten her closure, but I don't know how to swallow the guilt and stand by her and her husband as the maid of honor knowing what I know.
Me and my best friend's husband just got married, and it was during their wedding. Story time. So let's call my best friend's husband Mark. I was first introduced to Mark about 4 years ago when they first started dating. The way she did it is we were on like a kind of friends holiday, basically, where we can invite our partners as well. And obviously she brought her new boyfriend Mark around. I was immediately attracted to Mark. He was just so handsome. And I'm really not the type of girl to like wait for something, so I immediately hopped on him that night. He completely agreed to everything, obviously. Basically, we've been hooking up since. And I've never really felt bad about this because at the end of the day, he's the one in the relationship, not me. The one being disloyal, and he should be the one to tell her, basically. However, he never told her. And the day actually came when he proposed to her. Obviously, I acted really, really happy for her. She told me. However, I was so annoyed at him. I was like starting to get feelings for Mark. It just felt like he was playing both of us, but obviously I couldn't vent about this because it's my best friend, our fiance. So I basically had to help her plan this wedding. I wasn't enjoying it. However, I am her closest friend, so I had to. She also asked me to be her maid of honor, to bite my tongue a bit because yes, I was happy, but I also wish it was me. So the night all like the final wedding plans came together, I was actually seeing Mark that night. We had an argument because I was saying to him how basically what I said to you, I've started to develop feelings and it feels like he just doesn't care, yet he's expressed these feelings to me as well. And he basically says that he has a plan, so me and him can get married and don't have to pay for it. So basically, my best friend's dad was paying for the whole wedding, and because of their jobs, Mark was kind of like the lead wedding planner, if that makes sense. The decisions go through him because my best friend basically just doesn't have time to plan all of this. So Mark basically told me that a few days before the wedding, he is going to be changing the name on the document. It's actually going to be me and him getting married and not my best friend, and she's going to have like no idea about it. And I thought this is genius. However, it's never going to work. I just thought there's she will 100% know there's going to be a way, as long as I keep it low key and, you know, don't get too excited, and obviously don't mind that hardly any of my friends or family are going to be in the audience. He said that it's going to work perfectly, so I put my trust in him. The day finally came about. So the day of the wedding came, and really luckily, like this is literally why I knew the plan would hopefully work. My best friend wanted an all-white wedding. Everybody wears white, including her. To be fair, it did look really good. And I am her only bridesmaid. She only picked me because we've been best friends forever. So I walked down the aisle first and saw my to-be husband Mark standing there. God, I was so excited. Obviously, the audience is extremely confused when I get to Mark and we kiss and hold hands and say our vows, get married. You know how a wedding works. Now I know what you're thinking. Of course, my best friend was walking down the aisle, really confused why her music wasn't playing, why she was getting no instructions from the people behind the scenes. So basically, as soon as she walked into the hall and saw what was happening, she walked immediately out, and a lot of her family obviously followed her. And now we're married. Very happily.
My girlfriend shared my private pictures with her friends. We have been dating for 8 months. It is a long-distance relationship. We have had a great relationship, and she wanted to introduce me to her friends. We had a Zoom call. She made a joke which hinted that I was well endowed. Her friends laughed, and one of them said, "I know." I was extremely uncomfortable. After the call, I talked to her about it, and she said that she had talked to them about it, and I pressed a little, and she convinced that a few of them may have seen a few pictures I had sent her because she had been drunk and got the text at the bar. She said I should get over it, as I have nothing to be embarrassed about, and they were all jealous of her. It makes me want to puke. I just feel bad about myself. I don't want those to be shared. I think I may be insecure about this. I feel like she sees me as a piece of me rather than her boyfriend. It is breaking my heart. She thinks that it was just one slip up, and I don't know, honestly. I just want to block her. How do I deal with this?
My wife died 11 months ago and our lives are better. Yes, I'm a monster for saying this. Yes, we have a child together in the age range of 8 to 11. About 11 months ago, my wife was killed in an auto accident that was not her fault. I won't give specifics for fear of being identified. My wife's mental health had steadily declined over the past 6 years. She had become a compulsive shopper, hoarder, depression, anxiety, verbally abusive to me, and gaslighting. This was not who I dated and married. Yes, I still loved her. When her mental health was great, best family unit in the world. But when she spiraled, it was just nasty the way she would treat us. She was in therapy and she had medication. She was diagnosed as bipolar. We discovered suppressed childhood trauma in a therapy session. Not sexual abuse, but shitty parents. Recalling lack of food but money for smokes. Living in a hotel for nearly a year. No Christmas presents. Parents fighting physically in front of her, etc. She had suppressed this and recreated different memories. The last 4 years were hell, never knowing how she would be in the morning, seeing her become hostile over me sneezing too loud or our daughter flushing the toilet during her shows. I felt like a prisoner and my child did her best to understand mommy's brain doesn't work right. When I got the call that I needed to come to the hospital, I honestly thought she tried to commit suicide and was hoping she did. When I got to the hospital, time froze. The doctor and a nurse brought me into a room. They said she died of blunt force trauma. I cried, but it was a cry of relief. When my mom brought my daughter home, she cried too, but I think for the same reason as I cried. Today, I'm in a better place and so is my child. We have dinners with no yelling. We visit family and friends without getting texts accusing me of cheating. My child is not getting yelled at for not understanding her homework. Hell, she still gives me a hug and kiss when I drop her off at school. I have exited therapy. However, my daughter said she still wants to go, so she does. My daughter wants to know about her mom before her mental health issues, and that is how she will be remembered. She was given a proper burial, buried next to her grandpa. We visit the grave about once a week. We got a decent settlement for the accident, paid off our home. I put the rest in trust for when the kid turns 18. I recently started dating a friend. It's so weird. I'm not used to normal dates or having another adult ask me how my day was. She made me breakfast and I forgot what it was like to have someone care for me. Oh.
Am I wrong for taking back a gift after I learned the birthday person would not be the one using it? My daughter Jenny is 13 and she has a best friend, Morgan, who is nearly 13. The two of them spend a lot of time together at our place. I do not know Morgan's mother very well, as Jenny does not really go over to their house. This is mainly because Morgan's house is a little chaotic. Morgan has 4 siblings while Jenny is an only child, and Morgan has said she likes the quiet. Morgan has done a lot of stuff with us. I occasionally enter online and radio competitions, and I'll win tickets to certain local events. When I won 4 tickets to a concert last year, Jenny brought Morgan along with one other friend, and we all had a blast. Recently, I won another pair of tickets that I had planned on attending with Jenny. A few days after, I was told about a work trip that would fall on that same weekend. And Jenny usually comes with me on these trips, so Jenny suggested that we give the tickets to Morgan for her birthday. I checked with Morgan's mom before we mentioned this to Morgan, and she said it was fine. Last night, Morgan was at our house and she seemed upset. When I asked her why, she said that her mother was taking her brother to the concert because her brother had never been to a concert before. I asked if Morgan's brother even liked the band, and Morgan said no, that it was just the principle of the matter. Morgan and her 3 other siblings had been to concerts. He hadn't, and since they can't afford stuff like this, he's the one that gets to go. I found this unfair and honestly a waste of tickets. I called Morgan's mom to double check the story, and she confirmed it all. including her 11-year-old son barely knowing anything about the band. I said I'm sorry, but I don't feel right giving these away as a birthday gift anymore, as these were supposed to be for Morgan. I said we'd give them to Jenny and Morgan's other friend, who I know likes the band, and that we'll get Morgan something else for her birthday. Morgan is fine with this. Morgan's mom, on the other hand, is pissed and says I'm trying to tell her how to parent. I don't think I am though, because if a different friend gave Morgan the tickets and it was the same result, as shitty as I'd find her mom for doing this, I wouldn't say anything as it's none of my business. As I am the one giving the tickets, I want them to go to Morgan. I'd also maybe feel different if the brother loved the band too, but as he doesn't, I don't want to give it to them. So I'm left wondering if I'm being an ass here.
I've always been slightly terrified of childbirth. My husband and I were planning on starting a family, but I've changed my mind. How do I tell him? I've always been terrified of childbirth. My husband knows this. It gives me the creeps, but I have a strong mind over matter brain, and I always wanted children more than I was scared of doing it. However, last week a good friend of mine from high school died in childbirth. Her mother made the post, and honestly, I don't know what to say. It sounded horrific. I've tried looking at pictures of babies. I love babies, but I feel nothing. In fact, more negative feelings than positive. We were planning on starting to try this month, and I've just been avoiding him. This is so big. But I had always been traveling this fine line of fear, and this finally knocked me over. I don't know how to tell him. I don't think I will want to do this ever. I know I was afraid before, but has never felt like this. So, how do I tell him? We've been married for 6 years, like blissfully happy, and just decided to start a family. It's going to hurt him so bad, and I don't know what to do.
I see him as a doctor 95% of the time, and I wanted to experience this with my husband, and not my husband, the doctor. I wanted him to be there for me, as this is my first birth, and I'm terrified. He just keeps telling me I'll be fine. He pulled in friends and family who also don't understand my point of view. They said this is his first child too, and to just let him have this since I had the honor of being pregnant. I just really wanted him to hold my hand all the way through it and to be able to share this experience as parents and people instead of a medical professional. I was hoping we could see the baby at the same time and just be equals in this. Am I being selfish for wanting this to be my way?
Am I in the wrong for thinking my mum should have ended her relationship with someone who had terminal cancer? Disclaimer, this is a really sensitive story and has been sent to me by one of my followers. For some background context, I grew up living with my mum and dad, and unfortunately my dad was an alcoholic and began drinking again in around 2018. At this time I was 26 years old and lived around 200 miles from my family, but I had 2 siblings that still lived at home who were aged 8 and 10. When my dad started drinking again, the household became very toxic and dangerous. He abused my mum, also kept weapons at the property, and even spread misinformation about me on my social media. My siblings witnessed all of this, and because I lived so far away, I was unable to protect them as much as I would have liked to. This eventually led to them being taken into care. In 2020, while the kids were still in care, my mum actually found my dad had passed away from a drug overdose, and this came as a massive shock to us all as we hadn't realised he had moved on to this. Fast forward to 2022, my mum made an amazing transformation. She got her life back on track. She's completely redone the house and her mental health is in a much better state, and my siblings were able to return to live with her. The only issue is that my mum had met someone else who no one was really keen on for various reasons. He was making her happy though, so no one said anything and we just got on with it. In June 2023, around 6 months after my siblings returned to live with her, she told me that sadly her partner had terminal cancer and there was no treatment for it. This is obviously extremely sad, but after all my siblings and my mum have been through, I was worried about how this would impact them. It's coming up to the anniversary of 4 years without my dad, and at the same time my mum's partner is rapidly going downhill. I have expressed to my mum that I think she should have broke it off with her partner as soon as she found out about his illness, because I'm so worried about what trauma this is going to cause to my siblings. I just want some opinions on whether I'm in the wrong for this. My husband is shocked that people find me attractive, and I'm honestly not sure what to think about this. For context, I'm 31 years old and my husband is 33. Not to toot my own horn, but I do put a lot of effort into my appearance. I always have, and I feel like people have always thought I'm kind of attractive, and yeah, I feel like I'm just better than average. Anyway, my husband was recently on a night out with his friends. I don't know what happened or what conversations were had, but the next day he asked me if I was aware that people find me very attractive. I told him that I think a lot of people would find me beautiful and that the world didn't end when I turned 25 years old. He's been behaving really oddly since this whole conversation, and honestly, I'm quite offended that he is shocked about that. He watches a lot of anime, and I feel like his standard of beauty is like a 12-year-old's face on a woman's body. I do feel like this has skewed his perception of what beauty in reality really is, and yeah, it's made me think twice about the way he looks at me and just made me feel bad overall. I just don't know how to approach him about this or where we go from here.
Me, 24 female with my boyfriend, 28 male. He flipped out when I stayed over at my friend's, 24 female, during a girls' night in. Hey Reddit, me and Gavin have been together for 8 months now. We met because he lives in the same building as my best friend Tammy. They're 10 floors apart. There was an instant connection, and he's honestly the sweetest, most thoughtful person I've ever dated, which makes the following problem so confusing to me. Tammy and I went to university together and have a lot of mutual friends. As Tammy has an extra bedroom in her condo as well as a sizable pull-out couch, her pad is the go-to place for our visiting friends to stay. Our 2 other best friends live a few hours away by train, so every few months since graduation, they've come down to the city and we have a girls' night. We've done weekend trips for special occasions, but as we're all fairly busy, I get to see them maybe 3 times a year. We do typical things that we did when we were teenagers. Talk about boys, periods, have pizza eating contests, face masks, etc. We usually pass out from food comas early in the morning and make brunch when we wake up. It's a ton of fun and reminds me of our uni days. The first time I had a girls' night was Gavin and I had just reached 3 months of dating. I shared Tammy's guest room with my friend, and we went about our normal routine. Gavin asked how my night was. I said it was great. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Last weekend, I had another girls' night and stayed over again as usual. When I woke up in the morning, I had a text from Gavin that asked why I didn't come home with a bunch of question marks. After our friends left, I went upstairs to talk to Gavin, and he seemed super pissed. He said he hoped that I had a good time with my friends, and if I wanted space from him, I should just tell him. I asked what he was going on about, and he just had this weird outburst about how it's immature of me to have a little girl sleep over with my friends, and that as my boyfriend, he was supposed to come first. I asked him why it was such a big deal if I wanted to stay at Tammy's for the night, and he just kind of snapped that if I cared about him, I would have come home to him, and that I was picking my friends over him. He said that he thought that last time maybe I got too drunk to come upstairs to be with him, and that was all right. But this time was unacceptable. I told him before that I would be staying at Tammy's, but he said he didn't think that I was serious. Am I the only one not seeing the big deal here? I spend 3 to 4 nights a week at his place and see my friends once every few months. Am I overreacting? Is he? Help me. He hasn't brought it up since, but I can tell he's still annoyed. I just have to address the fact that it sounds like a man wrote this, the way that she said, we did the usual things, talk about boys, periods, and have pizza eating contests. Like a boy that literally thinks that like girls that have sleepovers just talk about their periods constantly. Like me, 24 female with my boyfriend, 28 male. He flipped out when I stayed over at my friend's, 24 female, during a girls' night in. Update 10 days later. Hi everyone, just wanted to provide an update for everyone who thoughtfully commented and messaged me about my previous post. I read each and every one, and I'm grateful for everyone who offered their advice and shared similar stories. Reading all of your comments really helped me to open my eyes. Gavin's behavior was controlling and immature, and the way that he shut down my attempt to have a discussion with him is not promising. This is our first actual argument, and I don't like the side that he shows when he feels when he's in a disagreement. For days after the sleepover, he was very cold and unaffectionate, which I see now is very manipulative. I decided to give him one more chance and sat him down for a discussion about what happened that weekend and why he was so bothered by it. I asked him politely but firmly why he had such a problem with me hanging out overnight with my college friends, and what he expected me to do in the future when we planned another girls' weekend. He got very quiet and said that he didn't want to talk about it and that I should just drop the subject. I told him that I wanted to get to the root of the issue, as it obviously upset him and frustrated me since I didn't think that I did anything wrong. He finally said that he thought that since we're in a serious relationship, if I'm in close enough proximity to come sleep with him, I should do it, as he's my partner and therefore my priority. He repeated that last bit a few times and then added that he didn't get why I wanted to spend so much time with my friends anyways. Shouldn't he be enough? That really put things into perspective for me. I ended up telling him that while he was very important to me, he wasn't the only person in the world that I wanted to spend time with, and I didn't appreciate being policed about how much time I spent with them. And if he wasn't alright with that, then maybe it was best that we go our separate ways. Reddit, he effing exploded. He literally leapt up from his chair and started yelling about how he knew this was going to happen, how those bitches were poisoning me against him all along, and all of this other nonsense. I got the F out of there as fast as possible. I've never seen a turnaround like that before, and it was terrifying. I've already blocked and deleted him off social media and let Tammy know what happened. Since he said some pretty awful things about my friends and they live in the same building, I just wanted to warn her just in case that he does something insane, like go to her apartment to scream at her. He doesn't know her apartment number, just that she lives a few floors below him. I feel horrible that I might have dragged her into this. She's staying at her boyfriend's for a few days, and my roommate's boyfriend will be staying at our place for the next week, just in case. Thanks to everyone for helping me out before the relationship progressed any further. We've been talking about getting a place together after our anniversary, which gives me chills to think about now. Always get in a fight with your partner before deciding to do any big steps like that. Genuinely. Always, always, always get in a fight. I discovered he hired an escort while I was in the hospital. Me, 29 female, with my husband, 32 male. This is the update, and it's 5 days later. I was going to update last night, but then I got drunk and forgot. I thought I should address some questions and concerns before moving on with the update. For those of you talking about bro code, it wouldn't apply here. Greg and Emily were my friends before I even met my husband. I knew them both in college. I was actually a bridesmaid at their wedding and the godmother of their newest baby. And the reason I didn't go out for drinks with them was because I was watching their 2 other children. So it would be like breaking bro code if Greg didn't tell me, kind of. On to the update. I stopped by the car repair place that we always go to, and the one he said he used when I was in the hospital. They had no record of working on our car at that time, not even a tire change or oil change or axle adjustment or anything. So my husband was definitely lying about it because they said at that price they would always have some sort of record. I went to confront him the other night. And long story short, he didn't deny any of it. He wasn't sorry about it either. He fessed up to hiring the escort and having sex with her. He said it wasn't cheating because it was a service. It's not like he fell in love with another woman. It was just sex to him. I also asked him about STIs and he said he didn't even think of that. So off I go to get tested because of my husband's stupidity and cheating. I should say my future ex-husband though. I cannot trust him, and the fact that he didn't even think he did anything wrong disgusts me. Once he knew that I knew, he wasn't even defensive anymore. He wasn't sad or angry. He just seemed like he didn't even care. Like he was apathetic about our whole marriage. Everything I thought I knew about him was wrong, and I'm trying to figure out how he tricked me so well. I called a divorce lawyer, and I'm currently staying in our guest room because I don't even want to look at him. I'm gonna see the lawyer next Wednesday and figure out where to go from there. Oh, also, I got Greg a thank you gift. He's now subscribed to Meat of the Month for a whole year. Thanks for all of your support through this, guys. Wow, that's disgusting. For him to be making excuses like that, like it's not cheating because it was a service, is crazy.
My dad cheated on me, so now I'm going to make sure that he regrets it. Story time. So me and my dad have what we'll call a complicated relationship. I have never seen him as a dad, and he has also never seen me as a daughter. We didn't have contact for the longest time, and we just never had that father-daughter relationship. However, we did build a relationship. So we'll call my dad Steve so I can stop calling him my dad because he's not. So me and Steve actually met when I was 16 years old, and when I say we had no contact up until then, I mean it. And we absolutely hit it off straight away. But still to this day, he will not admit to me whether or not he knew I was his daughter when he approached me. Even though I was 16, we may or may not have met outside a club. This story gets worse and worse as it goes on. And after we had met, we went for breakfast, then we went for lunch, and then we went for dinner. And as time went on, things just kept progressing between us. It honestly felt like a whirlwind romance. And because of this, obviously I wanted him to meet my mum. And when she opened the door, she gasped because obviously she knew that that was my dad, even though he isn't. Now, personally, I could look past all of this because I did not see him as my dad. And he felt the same, so we continued seeing each other in secret. And to be honest, things were going absolutely amazing right up until he cheated on me. Whoa, no way, Steve being a cheater news to me. So it actually all came out through my mum, who informed me that Steve had a wife and children. When I first confronted Steve on this, I thought that my mum was lying because Steve denied everything. So of course, I believe Steve, not my bitter mum. So I decided I'm going to surprise him at his house. Bearing in mind, I've never been to his house before. And guess who opens the door? His wife! So I realised that my mum was telling the truth and that my boyfriend, my dad, had been cheating on me or cheating on his wife with me this whole entire time. Now I don't quite know how I'm going to do this, but I'm going to get the best revenge. Now, my stepmom was actually so excited to open the door to me because she thought we were rekindling our relationship with my dad. So I guess this whole time my dad did know who I was, and he had literally been talking about me to his wife. Oh my god, I've literally just thought of the best revenge. Just jumping in here, guys, if you've made it this far, we've been nominated for Podcast of the Year at the National Influencer Awards, and it would mean the world if you could vote for us. Check the comments to see how you can vote, and thank you so much.
Am I wrong for asking my future in-laws for money? My fiance's parents are loaded, old money loaded. They can afford what I'm asking, no problem. I make very good money at my job. I'm currently 27 and earn over $170,000 a year. Tim is a teacher. He doesn't make as much as me, but he has a trust fund, so he works sort of as a public service. It's big in his family. Recently, I had a weird conversation with him and his folks. They think after the wedding, I should quit working and be a stay-at-home mom. I thought they were joking and kind of laughed. They are perfectly serious. They think it's emasculating that I earn more than Tim. Oh God, why do they even know how much you make? Over the course of my career, I will earn much more than him, but his trust fund is low 7 figures. He could afford to pay me what I earn yearly, but he can't due to the stipulations of his trust. His mom, on the other hand, has lots of interest built up in her trust. So I offered a solution I thought was fair. They set up an unrecoverable trust for me. They must contribute my gross earnings yearly with bumps from anticipated raises and promotions. The deposits would be for the next 35 years. That was if I'm to be a stay-at-home mom. Tim is the breadwinner and I'm protected in the case of a divorce. They went f***ing nuts. Apparently, I'm ridiculous for thinking they will give me money. I offered a compromise. I signed a prenup where I'm entitled to half of Tim's trust fund in case of a divorce, or I give up my career. Also, not acceptable to them. I'm kind of at a loss. Do they honestly think I would give up my career with zero safety net? My mom says I'm being kind of rude putting everything in such stark monetary terms. I think I'm being reasonable. What do you think? I highly dislike when couples are getting married or whatever, and the spouses or soon-to-be spouses' parents chime in on what you should be doing with your life. No offense, you have no right to tell me I should quit my job to be a stay-at-home wife. Are you going to pay me then? Are you going to buy the luxury things that I like to buy and the finer things in life that I want to do? Like, people like to say stuff and then not back it up. It's like, okay, I sit home and do what? I have no kids. I'm going to get bored out of my mind. But then if I use my husband's money, I'm a gold digger. $170,000 is a lot of money. You can do a lot of cool, fun stuff with that because it's emasculating. Again, we cater to how people think of the man. He chose that kind of career because he didn't have to worry about money. Not everyone has that luxury, right? And then I feel like your husband should be stepping up and be like, guys, back up. Do not tell her that stuff. She wants to work. She's more than welcome to. I don't feel emasculated that she works. Why should you guys care? And you're right. If, God forbid, something happens, you're stuck. What? He cheats on you, walks away, does something. What are you going to do? You don't have a job. You can't do anything. You have no safety net, like you said. Yeah, butting into your business, that is what appalls me. It's like, why are you even talking to me about this? Why do they know that you make more money than him? I would have been like, I'm so sorry, but that's between me and my husband. AB conversation, see your way out. Get out of here.
Storytime about how my boyfriend tried to use me for TikTok views. Keyword, tried. A little background information, I was 22 years old and I was tired of being single. The last year, I've been going on dates with guys from Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, you name it. And I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to men who are walking red flags, I have zero survival skills. Fast forward, I go on a date with this guy, Luke. And as soon as we sat down, he started asking me really personal questions. He was like, how many exes have you had? Why did you guys break up? And I was honest. I was like, well, both of my exes cheated on me. And he was like, wow, isn't that convenient? And I'm like, excuse me? And he was like, well, I just think that it's weird that both of your exes were the bad guy in the relationship. Yeah, as you could imagine, that date ended very quickly after that. Well, fast forward a week, he apologizes and told me that he was just afraid of getting hurt. So we go on another date. And that date ended up being so good that he asked me to be his girlfriend and we started dating. 4 months go by, our relationship is great until the one night I'm over my friend's house and she's scrolling on TikTok and I hear Luke's voice coming from her phone. And this should have been a main red flag for me, the fact that he wouldn't let me see his TikTok or his Instagram. He always said that he would only use it to send memes. So yeah, obviously that was a lie. Anyways, like I said, I hear his voice coming from her phone, but to make it even better, first sentence that I hear is, just went on a date with this girl last night. Girls are getting crazier and crazier. So I run over to her phone and we go on his account. This man had a whole series called Dating Psycho Chicks Until I Find the One. There were 17 parts. And yes, he made a part about me after our first date. Then I realized in my head, he made me seem crazy on that date so he could make a TikTok video about it. Most of the videos that he would make would get like maybe 100 views. And when I was checking his page, I realized that back in 2021,
he made a video trashing his ex and it got like 3 million views. And so I guess that he built his whole page on trashing women after that. And yes, he was cheating on me, because the last video that he posted just happened to be on the same night that he said that we couldn't go on a date because he had to go to work. I take a video of this off of my phone and I send it to him, and guess what? Instead of responding, he blocks me. And then he has the audacity to post another video saying, ladies, if you don't make it clear you want a relationship, don't be mad if a guy dates around. Stay safe, kings. I'm like, wait, is he fucking serious? I've met his parents. We've been on vacation together. We've been talking about getting an apartment together for the last month. So even though I knew that nobody in this world gave a shit, I made a video about it. Because TikTok always has a way of getting to its target audience, and I needed other girls to know that there were videos potentially being posted about them. And the video got like 50,000 views within like 3 hours. Fast forward 6 hours later, guess who shows up at my apartment? Yeah, Luke. And the apartment that I lived in was super old, and we have a buzzard system where we can talk through this intercom. So he starts blowing up my buzzer. I go over to it and I hear him saying, I don't even know why you would post that about me. You know I love you. Please just come outside. Please unblock me. Please take it down. And let's just say that I took the video down, but I also called the police on him because he was threatening to spread around my pictures. Pictures that I didn't even know that he had of me. And after that, we didn't talk for like 2 years. Until last week when he sent me an apology and said that he was in a really bad place in his life and he wants another chance. And I literally said F no and blocked him.
My boyfriend uninvited me from his sister's wedding so that he could bring his girl best friend, but I'm going anyway. For starters, I love my boyfriend's family. I do not love his girl best friend. My boyfriend's been friends with this girl since childhood, and he admits that for years he was in love with her, but she just kept leading him on. She would flirt with him, say things like, oh, but like, could you ever imagine if we were together? Maybe that would be amazing. Making marriage pacts, things like that. But then she would always get a boyfriend and friend zone him. And this cycle of flirting with him when she was single and acting like they were just friends when she had a boyfriend continued all the way into college until he met me. Now, I've only met his girl best friend a few times because she lives in a different state than us, but every time has been far less than enjoyable. The girl is awful, and she thinks everything between us is a competition. Who knows him best? Who would be a better wife? Who would be a better what? Like, why? That's so weird. But for some reason, it always comes back to who's closer with his family. And she always talks about how his mom is like a second mom to her, and she just really feels like she's a part of their family. Okay. Cool flex. Like, don't know what to tell you about that one. About a week ago, my boyfriend's sister's wedding invitation came in the mail, and it was addressed to him, but included a +1. Obviously, that +1 was meant for me. Like, we've been dating for years. It was just assumed, or so I thought. Now, the first few days after getting the invitation, he was talking to me about plans, plane flights to go to the wedding, things like that. But after a few days, he stopped mentioning the wedding. And if I brought it up, he would change the subject. So 2 days ago, I get home and my boyfriend's in the bedroom on the phone on speaker with somebody. And I would know that nasally, whiny little voice anywhere. It was his girl best friend. And she was talking about what she should wear to the wedding, which I didn't think was weird. She always talks about how close she is to his family. So obviously she'd be invited, right? So I walk into the bedroom and say hi to his girl best friend on the phone, and he looks startled, which is weird because I've said hi to her on speaker before and he didn't seem to have a problem with it. And I tell her that I look forward to seeing her at the wedding, which is a lie, but I'm nice, okay? I'm trying to be nice. Tell me why this girl says, oh, I'm so glad you got an individual invitation. I was starting to feel a little bad about taking your +1. Taking my +1? Who's taking my +1? So my boyfriend really quickly tells this girl that he has to go. And I'm like, yeah, you better hang up the phone because you have some explaining to do. And I stand there, my arms crossed, and I'm like, okay, what is she talking about? And he tells me that she didn't receive an invitation to the wedding. Shocking, considering how close she says. Like, part of the family. That's what she said. And he said that she called him distraught, saying that it would mean everything to her to go to this wedding and to celebrate with the people that she loved the most. people that you love the most. You didn't get invited to the wedding. So I tell him, I'm like, I think that that's really strange to make your +1 not your girlfriend at your immediate family's wedding. And he was like, you know, they've known her forever. I don't think it'd be that weird. And I was like, well, she didn't get invited. So, and he has the nerve to go, well, neither did you. I'm floored, honestly. The fact that he said that, I was like, yes, I was invited. That +1 was meant for me. I've literally talked to your sister about her wedding multiple times. That +1, just because it didn't have my name on it, did not mean that it wasn't meant for me. And he said, well, you know what? Your name isn't on it. I can choose who I want as my +1, and I'm taking my friend. So I storm out, go to my best friend's place, and proceed to just cry and tell her what happened. Honestly, I was just feeling so embarrassed. I know I shouldn't feel embarrassed, but it's just like, how could he not even want me there? But that is when I got an unexpected call from my boyfriend's sister. She told me that my boyfriend just called her to tell her the situation, and she was livid. She said that clearly the +1 in that invitation was me. She apologized. She was like, you know, I was just trying to save some customization costs, but if I would have known he was going to pull this, I should have just put your name on it. Like, that was clearly intended for you. I'm so sorry if it came across that I didn't want you at my wedding or that you weren't invited. You're 100% invited. I want you there. The best part, though, is she starts talking about my boyfriend's girl best friend. And she says, there's absolutely no way I'm letting that little leech at my wedding. My boyfriend's sister goes on to tell me that his entire family despises this girl because she led on my boyfriend for years, is rude, selfish, ungrateful. Every time she was over at their house, she would leave a mess, never clean it up. Basically, she said that she was just not a nice girl. And it was intentional that she didn't get an invitation to the wedding. So even though his girl best friend was saying that, you know, she was like family to that was a lie. They don't talk. She tries to reach out apparently, and they all ignore her. Then she tells me that she has revoked her brother's +1 and will be mailing me my individual invitation. She even told me that even if I make the decision to dump my boyfriend over this, she would still love to have me at the wedding because she feels like I've become part of the family at this point. I'm part of the family. Oh my, how the tables have turned. So I know for a fact that I'm gonna be at that wedding. Now, will I be attending with my boyfriend or not? That's to be decided.
Mom and my sister because of something my mother said, but everyone around me feels that I'm overreacting. Please be brutally honest in telling me if I'm being insecure or if my mom and my husband are wrong in this. Let me give you a little bit of backstory. My husband, James, 34 male, and I, 29 female, were neighbors growing up. My sister, Fran, 34 female, was in the same grade as my husband growing up. Everyone knew my sister in school because she is very smart and beautiful. James had a huge crush on her, and all of us knew about it. He asked her out for senior prom, and Fran shot him down in front of the whole school. They still remained friends, but he moved to a different state for college, and we didn't hear much from him, except to see him when he came back for holidays. James and I were never friends growing up. Since I was in middle school when this happened, in fact, I was much younger than both of them, and they would actively avoid me or involving me in their hangouts and activities. I went to a good college and got my first job in the same city as James. My mom suggested that I should contact James since I didn't know anyone there. We became friends, and 3 years later, we got married. We both have high-paying jobs, and we love our life. We moved back to our hometown during COVID as James' mom had some health issues and our jobs allowed us to work remotely. Fran also had a pretty good life. She married when she was 23 and her husband was pretty well off. 2 years ago, Fran discovered that he was cheating on her for almost the entire duration of their marriage with multiple partners, and she decided to break things off. Fran moved back in with my mom. She had not worked for the entire duration of their marriage and was expecting to gain significant alimony from the divorce. However, due to complications regarding a prenup, she barely got anything and is struggling financially. She got a job but is barely able to afford her own place and continues living with my mom. James and I were very supportive of her during the whole process. Since James and Fran were friends growing up, they both have a special bond. They have their inside jokes and stories, and sometimes I feel like a third wheel when we all meet. However, James keeps his distance and has never given me any reason to believe that he has lingering feelings for her. Am I the asshole? My mom feels like my sister should have married my husband instead of me. Fran, on the other hand, constantly visits us like 2 to 3 times a week and ends up staying for dinner and sleeping in our guest room. I don't mind her coming over, but I do not like the fact that she talks more to James than me. Also, she always comes over when I'm not home, and I often find them sitting next to each other on the sofa and watching TV when I get home. It sort of reminds me of my childhood, where I was locked out of our basement when Fran had friends over, and I would feel left out. Fran is also too comfortable around James, and walks around the house in just a towel after his shower when James is around, or sleeps in her underwear in the guest room without locking the door. I have voiced my concerns to her, but she says that we're family and she does not care. I have also voiced my concerns to James, and he does make efforts now to explain stories and inside jokes if Fran makes them. The main issue happened this weekend. I was hanging out with my mom and Fran last weekend, and Fran was recollecting stories about how James would do her homework and do chores for her growing up. She said he was so much in love with me, and I felt guilty taking advantage of him. My mom jokingly said to her that I wish you had the wits to marry James than your loser husband, and you would not have been in this situation. Fran smiled after hearing that and nodded, but I was hurt by the comment. I protested to my mom that James is my husband, and I don't want her to make such comments about him. My mom doubled down and said that she feels like it because both James and I are high earners, while Fran is struggling. So it would make sense if Fran was married to James, and I would be fine since I don't need James to support me financially. She kept on saying that it was a hypothetical and just wants both of her daughters to be happy. I did not like those comments and told them to not speak like that about James and my marriage in general. Fran chimed in and told me that I should not take the comments so personally and I'm being sensitive. However, I had a fight with both of them and I left. When I came home and told James, he also sided with my mom and Fran and told me that her mom just made a harmless joke. I also raised the issue of Fran's behavior around our house, and he told me that this is between me and my sister, and he is not going to tell Fran about what she can or cannot wear in our house. However, I'm just feeling really bad since the situation, and despite everyone apologizing to me, things just don't feel right. Am I wrong here in acting the way I did, or does everyone else have a point and I should be more secure about my relationship with James? Update. Am I the asshole? My mom feels like my sister should have married my husband instead of me. The comments really made me paranoid, and I did see everyone's point that James may just have married me because he has a crush on Fran. This really shot up my anxiety, and I started to snoop around. My husband literally makes me check his phone for new messages when he's not around, so I knew there was nothing to hide there. However, I was spooked by how my sister always knows when I'm not home, and why James and Fran are always sitting on the same couch when I come home. I tried talking to my husband, and he told me that my feelings were valid. However, he also said that Fran is going through a tough time and refused to say anything bad about my mom and Fran. Last Friday, I went to the gym as usual in the evening, and when I came home, Fran was sitting in the living room while James was cooking dinner. I got a bit angry and asked her what she's doing here. She said she had no plans for the night, and she came to hang out with us. It really annoyed me, and I told her that I wanted to spend a quiet weekend with my husband, and if she could come some other time. She could see that I was upset. She started saying how our mom was just being silly and I need to let it go. It was just a joke. I told her I didn't find it funny, and we got into a fight. She said that I am always an insecure, annoying kid, and no wonder no one liked me. It really hurt me, but James stepped in and told Fran that she needs to leave. I've never seen James be so forceful with Fran. Fran muttered some unpleasant things to James and then left. I was in tears by the end of the whole thing, and James was consoling me. I was really upset and spent the night in our room alone. In the morning, I prepared notes on all the things I wanted to ask James. Your comments really helped me get my thoughts straight. I know I was being insecure, but after reading the comments, I really started questioning if James really married me for me, or just because I was Fran's sister and looks like her. People called me Dollar Store Fran in high school. James and I had a long conversation, and I told him my anxieties and insecurities, and I told him how it makes me feel that he spends so much time with Fran when she visits us, and they have their own inside jokes. I asked him if he still has feelings for her. He was calm and smiling the whole time. He told me that he will tell me the truth, but does not want me to hate him for it later. He said that he knows Fran used him all through their days in school because she knew he liked her. When he went to college, Fran still tried to keep in touch with him, but putting distance between them made him realize how badly she treated him, and he decided to cut contact with her so that he could work on himself. That was the reason he rarely visited us when he used to come home for holidays and stopped being friends with Fran. I told him that it bothered me that he chose Fran before me and ignored me during our childhood. That was the reason I always had that doubt if I was his second choice. He said that I was 13 when he went to college, and if he would have liked me instead of Fran at that age, we would be having a different problem. Update. Am I the asshole? My mom feels like my sister should have married my husband instead of me. He told me that when I contacted him, he thought that I must be like Fran and was not very enthusiastic to meet me. However, after we hung out for a few times, he realized I'm nothing like Fran. We soon became close, started dating, and got married after a few years. He told me that Fran was married by then, and he saw that I was always putting Fran on a pedestal and would get jealous when Fran posted vacation pictures or the new shiny things her husband bought for her. That was the reason he never told me that he does not like hanging around Fran, as he feels that for me, Fran was always the North Star. He told me that he has always kept his distance from Fran, and she was a non-issue since we would only meet her a few times every year. However, after her divorce, he did not know how to act. He said that he was grateful to me for uprooting our lives and moving back to our hometown for his mom's health. He wanted to do the same and take care of my family. When Fran got divorced, he supported her in every way he could for me, even though he realized it meant spending a lot of time with her and listening to her bring up all the memories from high school that he wants to forget. I told him it bothered me that Fran came to our house as often as she does, and generally in evenings when I go to the gym. He told me that he also finds it odd that she knows my gym routine and always comes on evenings when I'm not home. However, he told me that he always kept his distance from her, and if she did anything that would raise an alarm, he would have told me immediately. She just makes him watch all the movies or TV shows they watched growing up and gossips endlessly about their high school friends. He told me I need to trust him, and if I want to be the bad guy and ask Fran to not visit us often, he can do that for me. However, he knows that I will eventually make up with my mom and Fran and does not want to blame him for being mean to Fran. However, he told me he will not tell Fran what to wear around the house, as it would be creepy if it came from him. I felt that I got all of the reassurance that I needed from James, and I will never doubt how amazing of a husband he has been. My mom and Fran visited us on Sunday, and my mom profusely apologized to me. She told me she does not want me to feel bad for her comment, and she would never wish anything bad on my marriage. She meant to say that James was a great guy, and she hopes Fran can find someone like him one day. Fran was a bit sour, but apologized to us for all the name calling on Friday and told us that it's just her hormones. She said that she likes hanging out with her sister and her best friend, and hence she comes to our house. I told her that she's welcome to come anytime she wants, but to call ahead of time in case James and I have plans for the evening, and she agreed. I really want to move past this issue, but I do want to put some firm boundaries on when Fran can come to our house and hang out with James alone, as I know it bothers him too. Overall, I feel things are good now. I am glad my worst fears did not come true, but I do feel I need some therapy in order to deal with my insecurities.
Am I the asshole for moving out when my parents asked me to pay rent?
No.
I, 23, am the oldest of 5 siblings, and I am a full-time student. I also have a part-time job in my field, but when I complete my degree, my employer will take me on full-time. I make enough for my part-time job to pay for school and put money aside. My siblings range from 20 to 10. Both of our parents work full-time. I've taken on a lot of the responsibilities for keeping everything running in the house. I do the grocery shopping, the laundry, as well as making suppers and doing meal prep so everyone has lunches ready to take every day. I also get all my siblings to do their part with regards to household chores. For example, my youngest brother is responsible for feeding and walking the dogs, so I make sure there is dog food in the storage and poop bags on the leash. My dad works very long hours and my mom works 9 to 5 at a hard job. Over Christmas, I had a chance to buy a PS5 for myself, so I did. The rest of the family is still using a shared PS4. I keep mine in my room and I do not share. My parents started fielding complaints from my oldest brother about how I made so much money and I don't share the things that I buy myself for. Totally true. So they had a talk with me where they brought this up. I pointed out how much of the household work I did, and they said that it wasn't fair that I was earning so much money without contributing. They told me how much they expected from me. I went to my room and did the math. If I gave them what they wanted, I would have about $800 left over. If I dropped a couple of classes next semester, I could go to almost full-time hours with my employer, and it would only be one more year until I graduated with my second degree. But I could afford my own place, and I would have way more free time and disposable income. I packed up and I moved out. Everything I owned fit in my car. I stayed at an Airbnb for 2 weeks until I could get everything sorted with an apartment, school, and work. It was great. I'm not gonna lie, I may have gone a little overboard on Tinder. I couldn't have any women over to my house. I just moved into my own apartment. I'm working part-time until I finish the semester. I will work full-time over the summer and go to a lighter class load / higher work hours in the fall. My oldest brother has been tasked by my parents to do everything that I used to do. His chores have been split up with the other 3. They're all pissed at me for moving out. My parents are upset that I left them in the lurch. My siblings are mad at me that they all have more chores. My oldest brother is especially salty because he has no free time to see his girlfriend and she isn't allowed in the house when my parents aren't home. I'm enjoying my free time. I bought myself a plant from IKEA. I feel bad for screwing them all over, but it didn't make sense for me to do all the work and pay rent on top of it. Edit. All the chores were split fairly. I wasn't doing any more than anyone else. I thought it was fair until they also asked me for money as well. Am I the asshole?
I met my boyfriend's mom 4 days ago. I don't know if I'm overreacting breaking up with him because of how she acted during dinner. My boyfriend and I have been together for 2 years long distance. We met while we were both on vacation. In that time, I have met his family but only through Zoom. We couldn't meet in person due to the intensive degree program I was doing. So, in the last 2 years, my boyfriend has been traveling to see me every 2 months. Now that I'm done with my program, I can pretty much work anywhere, and since I work from home, I thought I would move into my own place in the city my boyfriend lives in and continue to explore our relationship. I went to look at apartments and then went to meet his family in person for the first time and have dinner. Everything was going well. I met his parents, his brothers, and their spouses. His mom was very pleasant until dinner started. His oldest brother's wife had made an appetizer and served it. It was really good, but their mom put the appetizer in her mouth, made a noise, and then made it seem like she had to force herself to swallow it. She said something like, "That's a different taste," and made a disgusted face. There was nothing wrong with the appetizer. She then went to the kitchen and came out with the same appetizer and said, "It's good I made the same one just in case." Oh my god, she's a monster-in-law. I would say run, but like, not really run because like he's a good man is like, oh, what do I do? I expected the daughter-in-law to say something, but she just kept quiet. No one said a word and the conversations continued like it was normal. The mom with the daughter-in-law and the other spouses then helped take away our plates that still had the first appetizer on them, served hers on new plates, and told us all to eat. It was the same appetizer, there was no difference. In fact, I preferred the daughter-in-law's because hers had more vanilla. I was astounded that she did this. Dinner continued and it was all made by the mom. She kept asking how the food was and made passive-aggressive comments about certain dishes that were made before by the other daughter-in-laws. I didn't ask anything because I was shocked, but after we left dinner, I asked my boyfriend what happened. He said his mom is really passionate about her cooking and doesn't like anyone to outdo her. I said, "So does this happen at every family dinner?" And he said yes. His mom tries to outdo them. He said his brother's wives don't take it personally because they know how she is and that it's really coming from a place of love. I'm sorry, but what I saw is not from a place of love, and the daughter-in-law seemed like she was going to cry. My boyfriend finally said she's just territorial about her cooking, and other than that, she's very normal. I finally asked him when did this behavior start, and he said when his eldest brother first brought a serious girlfriend home. His eldest brother is 8 years older than him, so I asked from the time they were dating up till now, did all of your brother's partners go through this, and he said yes. I said, "Do you think your mom's behavior is bad?" And he got a little offended and said, "No, I just think she's passionate about making good food." I've been thinking on it, replaying the dinner and comments over and over in my head, and there's no way I can sign myself up for this kind of life. My boyfriend and I are starting to talk about marriage and the future and kids, and I'm very nervous now. His brother's wives have endured abuse over their cooking since the start of their relationship with their spouse's mother, and no one says a thing. Not them, not their husbands, not his dad, and not my boyfriend. How the is this okay? How can I sign my up for this level of insult every time there's a family dinner? If my boyfriend and I reach that stage, can I never cook anything? Will she always try to upset me? Will she make comments about my cooking? Like, what the I don't know if I can set myself up to walk into a toxic family situation like this. I would rather leave. I honestly am really considering breaking up with him because of this.
I met the bad guy for flushing my husband's leaves. I'm 33 and I've been married to my husband, 35, for 8 years. We have 2 small children, and we live in a state where the leaf is legal. And my husband has bad joint pain due to arthritis, and I've asked my husband multiple occasions to lock it up or put it away and high out of reach of the kids. 2 days ago, my kids are being awfully quiet, and I go into the room to find them evenly split this cookie amongst themselves. I recognized the packaging immediately and grabbed it. Luckily, they didn't consume any. And then I noticed his leftover leaf spread across the tray just on our desk, within reach of kids. I was so upset, I pushed it all together and took it to the toilet and disposed of it. When my husband got home, he was furious, said that I flushed a lot of money down the toilet. I told him I didn't care and he should have kept it away from the kids. It was a cold night that night. He loudly complained of how bad his joints were hurting and how it's my fault. I offered ibuprofen on different occasions, said it wouldn't be an issue if you kept it away, and he got angry, said I should have just put it up then, not dumped it down the toilet. I don't think I'm the a-hole. Neglected to put it out of our children's reach, and I understand that his body hurt.
Am I the asshole for not punishing my daughter after she was drinking underage? So I'm 29 and my daughter is 12. She was caught, along with some of her friends, drinking those high noon seltzer things at a Christmas get-together. So, she gets caught, experiences the joys of a hangover, and gets yelled at and punished by my ex. My ex's punishment is no TV for a month at my ex's place, and laptop usage is for school only for a month. Nothing fun. When she shows up at my place, I told her that I was disappointed and asked if she was going to do that stupid bullshit again in the future, and she said she wouldn't. We hugged, I told her that I loved her, and that was it. I didn't feel like I needed to do all of the yelling and grounding to get my point across. When my ex asked what I did on my end about the drinking incident, I told her exactly what I did, and it was not sufficient for my ex. She feels that I dropped the ball big time, and thinks that I'm just setting this up to happen again. I don't see it like that at all. I think I did something more effective. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for refusing to revoke our prenup? I, 32 male, have been married to my wife, 30 female, for over 2 years now, and we've been together for 6 years. I come from a substantially wealthy family. I have a few assets, both inherited and built upon, in my name. My wife, on the other hand, comes from a lower income household. When we started dating, the economic difference was very evident. While I trust her in general, my family is riddled with stories of gold diggers in both genders. So I told her if we were to get married, I would be comfortable only if she signed a prenup. It is not as if I won't share my privilege with her at all. I will provide the best life for us as long as we are together. She readily agreed, claiming that she loved me for me and not my wealth. Hence, we have a prenup. To clarify, she was working all that time, but with our income disparity, I was covering over 70% of expenses. Barely a year into the marriage, she got pregnant. We were happy about it. 5 months in, she wanted to quit her job. I supported her decision since I was making enough money to support us, but 3 months into having our newborn, she demands I revoke the prenup. Her argument is if she is staying home to raise our kid and putting her career on the line, there shouldn't be a prenup. I reminded her I was taking care of us financially while she stayed home with our baby. I look after baby when I am home as well. She said that it was my duty as a father. I said by that logic, staying home with our baby is her duty as a mother and not something to be compensated for. Not to mention, it was her choice to stay home. She got pissed at me saying I don't care about her at all. It's untrue, but her logic is not making sense here. She is not letting this go and keeps saying I am ruining her life by holding purse strings so tight. Further info, I am not only taking care of my family financially, I am also putting money into her retirement fund. I just put my income, other than properties, into our joint account and we both spend from it. Am I the asshole for not revoking the prenup? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
When we were in before when we were in our old house in East London, we had a Dyson Hoover and it was so good. Yeah. But it's when they now start doing all these snappy ones. Yeah. Like, you go like this snap, another snap. When they start doing when they just all the ones I can twist and turn, just straight lines back and forth. Wait a minute. Focus on what you know, please. Literally. Because this 5-in-1 mop, hairdryer, hair straightener, curler, Hoover, it's just too much. This guy said 5-in-1 mop. No, 5 of mop, hairdryer, straightener, curler, come on, ring light. Like, please. It's getting too much. When they start overcomplicating these things don't work.
Am I the asshole for exposing my abusive ex-girlfriend to her fiance?
When I initially heard that, I thought exposing one of those tearaway pants, and you just look, behold, your naked fiance.
I, 26 male, dated my ex-girlfriend in high school when we were both 16. I had a crush on her since 2nd grade, so when she finally agreed to go out with me in high school, I was over the moon. Unfortunately, our relationship was a nightmare. I quickly realized she had low self-esteem and constantly asked for reassurance from me about her looks and weight, and if I didn't tell her what she wanted to hear, she would gaslight and manipulate me to make me feel guilty. I didn't realize it at the time, but after reading some stuff online and listening to some podcasts, I realized that her behavior was emotionally abusive.
Is it one of ours?
Yeah, I did.
We ended up dating for around 1 year, and she ended up breaking up with me, citing her mental health, etc. I never saw her after high school because we moved to different cities, and also her social media accounts were set to private.
Bro, fucking creeper, man.
Damn. And I tried to contact her.
He is looking worse and worse. So recently, there was a high school reunion. I found out she would be there, so I decided to go.
Of course.
Bro!
Obsessed.
She hadn't changed much, was still overweight. She said hi to me as if nothing happened.
As if nothing happened, bro. This is 10 years ago.
It really bothered me that she was pretending nothing happened between us, so I asked if we could talk privately. I told her about how I felt about the way she treated me and was abusive towards me when we were dating. She said something like she was going through a tough time with her self-confidence and apologized for taking it out on me, etc., etc. She said ever since she met her current partner, she was feeling more confident about herself. She then told me they were engaged, which also came as a shock to me. I asked her if she had told him about us and how she treated me when we were dating.
My 1 year high school boyfriend. Yeah. I don't think she talked about you, brother.
Do you still talk about me?
She said she mentioned her past relationships to him, but didn't share all the details. I told her she needs to tell him about how she was abusive to me so that he knows who he's marrying. At that point, she made up some excuse and ran away from the conversation.
Oh my God.
I felt that the new partner should know what he's getting into. She's still overweight and has not made any effort to change or improve herself and has probably the same insecurities, and I imagine how this man will have a terrible marriage. After the party, I used a friend's account to find her fiance, and I sent him a message detailing the things she did when we were dating in high school. He responded telling me to stop bothering them. It's been about a week since this, and now I'm getting bombarded with messages from high school friends calling me a creep.
As they should.
I don't understand how people can side with her. She was the one being abusive, and it is her responsibility to let her fiance know about this. I was doing what I felt was right. I thought maybe they were reacting this way because they didn't have the full story and background of our relationship. So am I the asshole or am I helping this poor man?
Asshole.
Reddit deemed asshole, and there is a slight edit. He said, okay, I was expecting my perspective would be divisive, but I didn't realize people would think it's that bad.
No, not divisive at all.
First of all, I don't have a problem with her weight. I think she's cute. It may be true that I'm hung up on her. She was my first and only long-term girlfriend. And no, I am not an Andrew Tate fan.
Oh.
I just saw some videos of him and thought they were interesting. I don't know that much about him.
Oh, no.
I'm just a casual, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just dabble here and there, watch a few clips.
I'm on his lowest Patreon tier.
I do think I deserve more of an apology from her, and I always did think we would end up together once she worked on herself. I feel very frustrated about how things turned out. I'm against therapy, so I won't do that.
Oh, I was going to suggest that, but never mind.
I might contact her again to see if she will talk to me. Maybe that will bring more closure. Even though it was mostly negative, I still appreciate the comments.
You about to get a restraining order on your ass.
My ex-bestie tried to kidnap me because I told her boyfriend that she was cheating on him. Update. Disclaimer, this is not my story time when sending me on Instagram. Remember I told you guys that she was bullying me online and she broke my car window? Well, it gets a lot worse. A few days later after Self-Care Sister posted a story time, my ex-bestie found out. She came over to my house with a random man. I happened to be outside of my garage. She walks up to me with this guy and grabs me by the arm and pushes me into her car. I managed to get out and ran away. I went to my neighbors and we called the police. I now have a restraining order, but this girl keeps coming around. By the way, her ex took her back. He told me that she pressured him back into the relationship. She's crazy, and now I'm scared.
Am I the asshole for telling my best friend she can't stay at my house? I live with my husband and child. My best friend Stacy has been staying with us for the last few weeks because of renovations. I met my best friend in college and we're pretty much opposites when it comes to a lot of things. She's far more carefree, particularly with men. She loves dating committed men and will pursue them for the thrill. There have been a couple of occasions where she's been confronted publicly by spouses and she just laughs it off after the fact. Now onto the issue. I'm going to Las Vegas in a couple of days and I'll be gone for 5 days. I told her that I would prefer if she stayed elsewhere while I was gone. She asked why, and I told her it's because of her history of going after men in relationships and that I wasn't comfortable with her there while I'm gone. She got really defensive and started to cry, and she insisted that she values our friendship and would never violate that, but I held firm and said that this is just one of those things where I'd rather be safe than sorry. She'll be staying at another friend's house, and I feel bad, but I also don't think that I'm going to change my mind. My husband doesn't care either way, and said she should understand why I feel that way, but am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for cheating on my husband with his brother? Disclaimer, this is not my story time with sending me on Instagram. My husband and I have been married for 3 years, but my husband's always been very boring and kind of bland. The crazy thing is that I was the one that chased him and wanted to be in a relationship. He was 20 years old when we met, and I met him through a friend. He was kind of charming when I first met him, but what I really liked about him was that he was a doctor, he owned 2 houses and a beach house, and he seemed like a really responsible guy. Before him, I only ever met broke guys, so when I met him, I was like, oh my god, this guy could be it. Oh, and the other thing is that he's extremely shy. So he was not about to make a move on me or even talk to me, so I convinced my friend to invite us all out to dinner so that I could get a chance to talk to him. Throughout the entire dinner, he was so shy he basically avoided me. But then after the dinner, he told my friend that he thought I was cute, so I knew that I could win him. After that, we only saw each other at friends' parties, so on one occasion, I decided to just throw myself at him. I kissed him and I waited for his response. He said, "Thank you." He finally asked me out on a date and it was okay. I could definitely see me living my life with him. Obviously a boring one, but you know, whatever. We were engaged for 6 months and we started living together after that. He basically lets me do whatever I want with his money, and he also helped me open up my own business. So no, I'm not just living off of his dime, okay? Fast forward to quarantine, his brother came to live with us. And this is when things got really, really complicated. His brother is the total opposite, makes me laugh and we have so much fun together. Like, really good fun. Part 2 is up. Am I the asshole for cheating on my husband with his brother? Disclaimers is not my story time, is sending me on Instagram. As we were making out on the couch, I just kept thinking how much better my life would be with him, as opposed to his boring brother. One thing led to another and we ended up doing it. And it was magical. And then every single day after that, we would kind of just smile at each other. When my husband was at home, he would steal kisses from me. If I was sitting on a chair, he would come by and quickly tickle my shoulder. I was living like a full-on romance novel. Of course, my boring husband didn't even notice. I was suddenly happy all the time. One day I asked my husband if he had noticed the change in me, and he said, "You're being silly. What are you talking about?" And right there, that confirmed that my husband didn't even care that I was suddenly happier. He wasn't even bothering to ask why. Either way, his brother was staying with us until he found his own house. And guess what? He ended up moving in 2 houses away from ours. By the way, he also owns his own businesses, so he's really wealthy. He's tried to convince me to leave his brother, but I don't know. Sometimes I think my husband doesn't really like women, but I'm not sure. I know you guys will think it's easy to just get a divorce, but I don't want to break his heart either. But at the same time, I want to be happy too. What should I do? Help.
I was set to get married to a Namibian man that I met on Facebook. Hey!
Facebook?
Can I finish the first sentence? But I left him due to the fact that he was cheating on me. When I confronted him about it, he was unapologetic and he said that there was nothing wrong. In fact, he proposed polygamy right at that moment.
Wow.
I lost all respect for him at that word, and I felt like not even an she's Nigerian. Not even an Ashewo deserves him.
Wow.
At the beginning of our relationship, he opened up that he has 8 kids with different women, but his family only know 2. He discovered a DNA report in his documents that revealed that he is also the father of a 3-year-old boy who was born shortly after him and I started dating. The day I broke up with him, he didn't want to let me go. Instead, he said that he wants to fix things.
There's nothing to fix, brother.
I questioned him about the side chick, and he told me that she has no problem with his polygamy idea and the number of kids that he has, and further said that she doesn't mind even if he has 20.
You need to fact check that.
Yeah. He added on by saying, "I am selfish, that I do not want to share, and he doesn't understand."
Share him.
Yeah. He doesn't understand why, because we are in Africa. Bear in mind that this was all on WhatsApp text, which I took a screenshot of. Months after the breakup, we spoke on text, and in the conversation, he told me that what he said was all a joke and that there was never a woman he was cheating with. Fast forward, I got to find out who this side chick was and who is...
I don't know how I feel about this woman calling this baby side chick.
By the way, because she might coming like she's the side chick, isn't it?
It's like honey from back chat.
Cool. So fast forward, I got to find out who this side chick is, who is now said to be his wife traditionally.
You said it. You did. You said it. But forgive us.
I text her on social media with an agenda of helping another woman from being trapped by the same snare that almost trapped me. But the little girl in her 30s is naive and still so deep in love. She thinks I'm jealous and believes that she is favors, as per her words, for having a bearded boy in a man's body for a husband.
It wasn't a bearded boy in a man's body.
When you were enjoying.
Enjoying.
She was giving me an energy of an amateur who had just started dating for the first time, and she mentioned that it's sad that a woman like me wanted to hide behind the face of polygamy and stick to a man that doesn't want me. I forwarded the screenshot where he was denying ever being married to her, and she said that the next time I sent her screenshots, I should send her the screenshots of the whole conversation.
Fair point.
She continued to play defensive. I again sent her more screenshots from when he proposed polygamy to fixing things with me and the number of kids
he has, which he clearly never told her about. She ended up blocking me.
I'd also
And
block
that's
you
the
as
end
well.
of the dilemma. Sorry,
We
what's
all
the
know where it's
dilemma?
going.
I'm an asshole for telling my husband's sister to stop having kids. So in 2020, my husband's sister had a baby and ended up going into preterm labor at 30 weeks due to excessive drug use during the entire pregnancy. The baby was born and went to the NICU and went through withdrawals amongst other problems. CPS was obviously involved. She had to ask my husband to take custody of the baby in hopes that she could get clean and get the baby back. My husband told her that we were to adopt the baby and that she would not get it back, and she agreed. And we have been with her since she came home from the NICU. My husband's sister had 3 kids prior to this baby, and they're all living with their dads. She has nothing to do with any of them. She currently has a new boyfriend that is 3 weeks clean and mentioned yesterday that she's trying for a baby with the boyfriend who is not clean. I told her that she shouldn't be having any more kids, and she got very angry and just saying I was getting involved with her personal life. She mentioned that if she relapsed, her brother, my husband, would just take the baby like last time, and I think it's ridiculous to put a child through that trauma in the first place. So I was either wrong for telling her to stop having kids, since she very likely will not be able to take care of them, so am I the a-hole here?
Am I wrong for not doing anything to prevent my husband from cheating with his work wifey? So I, 35 female, met work wifey, 25 female, last Thursday at the Christmas party. She introduced herself as work wifey, and she called my husband, 35 male, work hubby, and told that to everyone. She saw me and she just exclaimed, "Oh, we're like 2 totally different people. How weird is that?" Not weird at all. We don't know each other. No, I mean because X and I get along so well. Like, we totally get each other and have a lot in common. Like, totally. That's why he's like my work hubby. I didn't know what a manic pixie dream girl was, but apparently she's one, and apparently it was something to brag about. I just found the whole thing very amusing, but on our way home, it wasn't very amusing anymore. I felt a little bit of an ick watching my husband's profile, wondering what was going on in his head. Has he told me about his new colleague that he gets along with? He told me that she was great at her job and that she was a gamer like him. I don't even know how to hold the joystick properly. Not even sure if it's called a joystick anymore. Ugh, I sound like such a boomer, don't I? I know that they text a lot too, even on weekends. I never thought about it before now. I found myself sitting on the toilet seat at 3:30 a.m., scrolling through his phone in total silence to not wake him. She is very youthful and quirky. Her words, not mine. She is very funny too. Again, her words, not mine. She calls him hubs and hubby in every text, and in one text she warned him that men fell easily for her, and that she just wanted to give him a heads up. I guess it's because she's a youthful, quirky, funny, manic, pixie dream gamer girl. Her last text was from the same evening we left the party. She wrote that she was pissed that he didn't say goodbye before leaving, and that I was a bit surprising to him because she didn't expect him to have this type. OMG, your wife is so boring. I didn't expect that. I felt ashamed when I came to my senses, cowering over his phone and reading weird and very juvenile messages instead of being sound asleep beside my husband. That makes me safe in our relationship, but I couldn't help but agree with manic wifey in some parts. He is continually engaging with her. He doesn't flirt back, nor does he initiate conversations, but he doesn't really shut her down. My husband can be stupid and not noticing flirting, but I feel that this is just beyond being stupid. Does he enjoy the attention? Or worse, does he reciprocate it? In that case, she's not wrong in what is he doing with someone like me, who is totally different from whatever is going on between them. Today I had my usual brunch with my mom, aunt, sister, and sister-in-law. They said that I was an for not nipping it in the bud, and by that they meant a budding affair. I disagreed and tried to explain that I couldn't be in a relationship where I needed to stand guard to keep away temptations. I want a marriage where he is with me because he wants to be with me, and if he then cheats, then he doesn't want to be with me. My mother was the only one who got the most upset and called me a moron and said that this wasn't the mature thing to do. I needed to tell my husband to end his friendship because if I didn't, then I let him cheat. I can't believe that this is the life that they want me to lead, and how it's so normal for my family to think that way. I want a willing husband, not a prisoner. I want someone who wants me 100% or nothing. So was I wrong?
My 27 female, soon-to-be sister-in-law, 22 female, said something about my 3-month-old that made me really uncomfortable. My soon-to-be sister-in-law, Helen, was over visiting today. Helen loves our 3-month-old and loves being around her. A little info on Helen. She's young, 22, kind of immature, and has terrible anxiety. She babysat our daughter once, and my husband's father was there. I was a little nervous to let Helen do it herself because I haven't known her super long, 1 to 2 years I think. So it was a good trial run with Grandpa there. I totally trust him. Anyways, we were talking about babies crying and how it can really cause your blood pressure to rise and be sensory overload. Well, at one point, Helen said something along the lines of, "She's so precious, but sometimes when she cries, it makes me want to just put a pillow over her face." I was shocked. In the moment, I didn't really know what to say or do, so I just laughed it off. But now I'm completely uncomfortable with Helen ever watching our daughter alone. My husband agrees. Now, here's where it gets tricky. Helen is marrying my husband's brother. Helen currently lives with my husband's sister, Lily. When we were looking for a sitter for the first time, we texted Grandma, Grandpa, and Lily, purposefully leaving Helen out because I wasn't too sure I wanted her to babysit. Lily couldn't babysit, but since her and Helen lived together, Lily asked Helen, and then we felt like it would be rude to say no, and since Grandpa was going to be there, we were okay with it. Now, how do we go about talking to Lily so that we can still have her babysit, but let her know not to ask Helen if she's unavailable? Should we even do that to her or just forego asking either of them? Is that too much to put on Lily? I get that people have intrusive thoughts that cross their minds and that just people sometimes think something they never actually do. But to verbalize it about my child to me just made me really uncomfortable.
The asshole for freaking out when my wife locked our son out of the house at night after he drank alcohol. I, male 39, have a 16-year-old son with my wife, female 40. This incident happened a few days ago and she's still mad at me. I was on a work trip, so my wife was at home with our son. When I got back, I found out that he had been hanging out with his friends, and they convinced him to drink some beer, and he got a little drunk. I'm not saying what he did was right, but him and I had to talk about it, and it's fine. The problem is that when he came home and my wife found out, she was furious and kicked him out and refused to let him back in until morning. He was begging her to let him in, but she wouldn't. When I found out, I was furious. Regardless of what he did, she made a slightly drunk teenager stay outside by himself at night. Something very bad could have happened to him. We had a huge argument over it. I asked her how the hell she thought that was okay, and she just kept saying that it's our son's fault for drinking alcohol. My wife isn't really talking to me right now, and my son isn't talking to his mom. I feel like I'm in the right, but maybe I'm not. Am I the asshole?
I'm an asshole for calling my fiance delusional for wanting me to let his mother pick out my makeup look for the wedding. My fiance and I are getting married, and he comes from a very conservative family. His mom has been up in the wedding planning, posing as the supervisor to oversee and catch and eliminate anything that could be seen as offensive. After the wedding dress fiasco, I was told to get a dress that wasn't showing too much skin. Came the makeup issue. I showed my fiance some looks I wanted to choose from, and he gasped and said his mom would have a stroke if she saw these. In the frustration, I asked what should I do, and the next thing I knew, and I did not expect this, was for her to send me looks of models with almost no makeup or late makeup. No eyeshadow, no glowy lipstick, just a plain look. I refused to choose from any of her suggestions, and we had an argument. My fiance came home and argued how I'm planning on humiliating him and his family at the wedding by wanting to look like a clown. I snapped at him, calling him delusional to let him think I'll let his mother have a say in what makeup I should wear since it's my face. He said there's no such thing as mine and yours in marriage, and it's clear that I'm too immature for it. His mom texted me saying that she just has my best interest.
Am I the asshole for standing on a chair while 7 months pregnant? I can't reach the top shelves of our cupboards without standing on a chair. I wanted to make a snack, but I couldn't reach one of the ingredients to make it, and climbing on a chair at this point is very difficult. I went to ask my husband if he could get it for me, but he was on an important call, so he told me to wait 5 minutes. 5 minutes turned into 30, and by that time, he had to be in a meeting which lasted over an hour. I got impatient and I was hungry, so I decided to just climb on the chair and to get it myself. I was grabbing it when my husband walked in and asked me what the hell I was doing. I didn't hear him approaching, so his voice scared me and I almost fell off the chair. He tried to use it as a justification for why I shouldn't have been on the chair in the first place, but I told him it was his fault because if he hadn't scared me, I never would have almost fallen. I said it's his fault because he hadn't got it for me earlier. I asked him what the point of being the boss was if he couldn't be late to help his pregnant wife. This upset him, and he told me not to blame him and that I shouldn't have used the chair in the first place. He also told me not to do it again, but am I the asshole?
I, 31 female, am struggling with some emotions right now, and I don't know how to feel. I would love a fatherly perspective. I just got married on Monday to my fiance, 34 male, of 7 years. I've been so excited and planning this wedding for what feels like forever. I had tons of DIY projects, but of course, with food, venue, photography, etc., it still ended up being very expensive for us. Still, I felt like it was worth it for one day of true joy, and we both worked extra hours to pay for everything ourselves, so we wouldn't have to ask for money from our families. However, my family is very religious. I was raised in a fundamentalist Christian household, but have since stepped away from that lifestyle. My now husband is refreshingly not religious at all, so of course, they disapprove. This is partly the reason we waited so long to actually get married. I've spent so much time talking them through everything and felt that we had reached an agreement. They knew our wedding would not be a religious one and that we would have alcohol and secular music. My dad was willing to walk me down the aisle and verbally fully affirmed the wedding and welcomed my husband into the family. So I felt safe to finally move forward with a formal wedding. So wedding day comes, we had a short ceremony and planned a more involved reception with drinks, dancing, games, fun speeches, and great food from our favorite food truck. As we made our entrance into the reception, I was so happy to see how beautiful everything had turned out. Everyone seemed happy and excited for us. Everyone except my parents, who were just sulking alone at their table. This should have tipped me off that something was brewing, but honestly, I just wanted to ignore them and enjoy our day. I had just sat down to eat. We were the first ones to get our food. The other guests had just started lining up when I noticed my mom and dad taking down decorations, like pulling centerpieces off of tables, removing place settings, taking down floral arrangements on the serving tables.
Right in the middle of all this.
Right in the middle of everything.
Okay.
That type of thing. So I paused to go ask my mom why they were taking things down. She waved me off that they were just tidying. I told her to stop. I hired people to do the teardown when it was time. She said okay and hurried me back to my table to finish eating. I was distracted then with our first dance and a couple of speeches. When I got a chance to really look around again, almost all of the decor was gone. Guests started leaving because ... Well, it was basically an empty room. This was less than an hour into our reception. My parents disembarked shortly after, and we were left with a deserted venue, 6 loyal guests, no decor or food or snacks, a DJ, and alcohol. We made the best of it and had a tiny dance party in the giant empty room that we had rented for many more hours. The DJ and coordinator took pity on us and danced too, so we could get a few pictures. It was still fun, but the rest of the evening's plans, hosts, games, group dances, and photos were all ruined because everyone felt like they had to leave. I am so upset and disappointed that our expensive wedding was shut down like this. I'm not really sure if it was vindictive or if my mom and dad, who grew up doing church weddings, just felt like it was their job to do the teardown. But the fact that they seemed grumpy and were generally disapproving of our union makes me suspicious. Am I right to feel wronged here? Should I just let it go, or is it worth confronting them? I do have a history of letting my family pretty much treat me like crap, and I'm struggling now to balance keeping the peace and sticking up for myself.
Well, the reality is that thing is over, and those people cut it short. I don't understand how the parents were thinking to even why they would do it. I mean, I don't know if she's got a better clue under her parents what their deal is. You know, that they feel they have to literally give everyone the illusion that the party's over.
They wanted to ruin her day.
Am I the asshole for forcing my brother to buy me a new engagement ring?
Ooh, okay.
This one is so fucking crazy to me.
Oh, yeah.
The audacity.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go, dude.
I'm 26 male, proposing to my girlfriend, 24 female, on our 4th anniversary, September 30th. I've been planning this for about a month, and I picked the ring a couple weeks ago.
Oh.
The one I got was on sale, so I managed to get it at a surprisingly low price. Last weekend, I told my brother, 33 male, about my plans and showed him the ring. He informed me that he was proposing to his girlfriend, 29 female, as well.
Oh.
The next day, my brother came to my apartment while his girlfriend was out. He asked me if he could, quote-unquote, borrow my ring to propose to his girlfriend.
What?
I thought he was joking at first, but...
Okay. Wow. Fascinating that someone could just do that. So just... Oh, yeah, I know you said no, but...
I'm just gonna steal from you.
Yeah.
We fought about it, and he confessed that while he told his fiancée the ring was a placeholder, he didn't tell her where he'd gotten it from.
Fucking idiot. What the fuck? Dude, come on.
It gets worse.
How? Okay, do it. Yeah, make it worse.
Okay.
Make it worse. Let's go.
I felt more angry and betrayed about him going behind my back and taking the ring after I said no than the fact that he stole it. I also know his fiancée enough to know she wouldn't like to learn her engagement ring had been stolen from me, so I told my brother I'd tell her the truth if he didn't buy me a new engagement ring.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
He fought against it for a few hours, but finally gave up and agreed. How
do you fight against that?
Do you steal from someone
And then just like, I'm not gonna...
give me a new one, and you're like, no.
Why the fuck? Why would I do that?
That makes it not stealing.
Yeah, come on. Get out of here. You're stealing from me now. You're stealing my money.
Crazy. He fought against it for a few hours, but finally gave up and agreed. We went to a different jewelry store today, and I picked a new ring. I managed to stay in the price range, but the new one was still $100 more expensive. My brother bought the ring, but is still accusing me of being inconsiderate.
What?
And childish. Me inconsiderate.
I'm the child. What? No, you're the child who stole the ring in the first place.
You still haven't had to buy your own fiance a ring.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Like, you didn't want to buy one at all?
Like, come on. Yeah, like...
You're so crazy.
Fucking ridiculous.
He is insistent and he would have given me the ring back had I given him the opportunity.
That's not the point, though.
Because your fiance saw the ring already.
Yeah, you can't use it again.
And I didn't need to threaten him to spend so much money on me. He's now refusing to talk to me.
What? Fuck him. Yeah, I wouldn't want to talk to him after this. I wouldn't want to talk to him.
Yeah, that's like a family breaking apart moment.
Yeah.
Like, that's some shit that would happen. Yeah. I don't know how to feel about this anymore. I'd usually talk to my brother about these things, and it's surreal that he's the one I'm fighting. I can't tell my fiance, and many of our friends overlap. The only other person who knows about this is our mom, who's divided. Fuck your mom.
What do you mean divided?
She thinks what my brother did was wrong, and I'm right to be pissed at him. But I didn't have to stoop so low as I did by threatening his relationship.
What do you mean stoop so low?
Am I the asshole?
You didn't do anything wrong. Your brother did. What the? Yeah.
What a caper.
What?
Am I the asshole for not realizing what I put my wife through?
Gonna be an optimist again, not the asshole, because it sounds like maybe you are on the path to correcting said mistakes.
I, 25 male, am married to my wife, Laura, 21 female. Laura and I have a 2-month-old daughter together. While Laura was pregnant with our daughter, I started working longer shifts, so my shifts were 5 a.m. until 7 p.m. instead of 9 to 5 to earn more money for when the baby comes. And since Laura stopped going to work when she was 7 months pregnant and did some work remotely for the last few months, I actually turned out to like these shifts a lot more as I got a lot more done and was earning a lot more money. The other night, I got home around 9 p.m. as I went for a few drinks with some of the guys to celebrate one of them getting married. When I got home, Laura was sitting on the couch and she looked furious. I asked her what was wrong and she blew up at me, saying that I was selfish for staying out so late just to drink and that I seemed to forget that while I'm at work, she's dealing with the newborn baby all on her own. I listened to her rant for a while before stopping her and asking her what she wanted me to do. She said that when we had the baby, she thought I was going to drop my hours and take more than 4 days off when our daughter was born. I told her that I would have taken longer off, but my job needed me. She started crying and saying that she needed me as she barely had time to eat breakfast, let alone shower or wash her hair or do anything for herself because she constantly has to look after our daughter on her own. I tried to console her because I was assuming that her hormones were making her act like this.
Ooh. Wrong yet again.
This made her angry, and then our daughter started crying and she looked at me and sighed before saying, I'll get her then, not like I've been doing this all day, and shouted that I was too drunk to be able to care properly for our daughter that night. The next day, I took the day off work and decided I was going to apologize. I started by waking my wife up by kissing her shoulder, but she shoved me off and told me she wanted to sleep long as possible.
Duh, she hasn't been sleeping, you dense motherfucker.
I went to make breakfast when Laura came down with our daughter. I asked how she was feeling after last night, and she rolled her eyes and said that she was still upset and everything didn't magically fix itself overnight. I sighed and said, "Can't you see that I'm trying?" She looked at me and said that it was too little too late. Just because I took one day off work, that wasn't going to fix everything. I feel like I've tried being reasonable and she's thrown it back in my face. So people have read it. Am I the asshole?
Yes.
Yeah, dude.
Y'all have not talked about it at all. You didn't even get the baby.
That's what I was going to say.
She still got the baby. You tried to wake her up on a day where she could finally sleep in. You tried to wake her up. I don't know if you truly understand what she has gone through and what she's continuing to go through when you're not there to help. And it sounds like you're not really helpful when you are there.
Yeah.
Story time about how I dated my 30-year-old teacher when I was only 15. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I said I mean on Instagram. When I was 14, my dad got a new job and we moved to a different state. This was terrible for me because I left all of my friends, my family, and my entire life. And I knew that going to a new school at 14 years old was going to be really hard. Basically starting from scratch. I really resented my dad for it, although looking back on it, I was being a total brat. My dad's job was paying him $200,000 a year. And obviously I didn't recognize this as a good thing. My mom and dad were incredibly happy about this. We got a really big house with a pool, a tennis court, a gym, and my parents were the happiest I'd ever seen them. But this upset me even more. So me being a bratty teenager, I decided to make their lives impossible. I started staying out late even though I didn't have friends. And when I started making friends at this new school, I befriended the wrong ones. I even started drinking. My drama class was the only one that I ever looked forward to and really had fun in. And this is where I met the guy that would become my boyfriend. The thing was, he was actually really attractive. He felt like another student in the class, and he made sure to be friends with every single student. Because I was new, he made an effort to get to really know me. Of course, looking back, I realized that this was GROOMING. No, I don't want to say the word. And then he would flirt with me and I would flirt back. Part 2 is up. Part 2 of how I dated my 30-year-old teacher when I was 15. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Listen to me on Instagram. Sometimes he would flirt with me and then I would flirt back. But trust me, I never thought anything would actually happen. And like I said, he was becoming my best friend. He would give me all this advice and try to help me out. But then right after, he would say something flirty. One day he saw me having lunch by myself and asked me if I wanted to have lunch with him in his classroom. Of course, I said yes. I mean, I did have a crush on this guy. As we're sitting in his classroom, we're just talking like friends. And that's when he starts asking me about boys. I told him I didn't like anyone and this clearly made him happy. That's when he came to sit right next to me and told me that he had a confession to make. That he actually had a crush on me. And I got so happy. I mean, obviously, I was a girl in high school who liked a guy and he liked her back. It was like the best news in the world. Then he told me that he wished he could kiss me, but he knew he couldn't in class. Then he said, why don't you come over to my house later? And I was like, okay, sure. Please don't ever do what I did. He picked me up a block away from school and we went to his house. And as you can imagine, things went down. Literally. I fell in love with this man that very same day. For the next 2 weeks, I went to his house every day. Then he asked me to be his girlfriend and I said yes. This is when things started to get really scary. He became really jealous and controlling. Part 3 is up. Part 3 of how I dated my 30-year-old teacher when I was only 15. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I was sending me on Instagram. Once he asked me to be his girlfriend and I said yes, he totally changed. He became controlling and really jealous. Anytime he saw me talking to any boy in school, he would actually send the guy to detention. Eventually, I told him that I didn't want to be his girlfriend anymore because of how controlling he was. That's when he told me that I needed to learn how to be an adult. And that all adult relationships were like that. That women had to follow the men's rules. And that if I wanted to be in a relationship with him, that's what I had to do. I was so naive that I actually believed him. So after that, I would try to avoid anything that would make him upset. Basically, talking to any boys. Remember I said I had a group of friends? He told me I couldn't hang out with them anymore. He also wouldn't let me go to parties. And anytime we were alone, he would always try to kiss me even if I didn't want him to. In total, we were probably officially boyfriend and girlfriend for only 3 weeks. I was getting so tired of it. Told him I didn't want to be with him and that I was not going to be in his class anymore. He tried to grab my arm, but before he could, I ran away from his class. And after that, he started begging me to get back with him. So here's what I did. I got another boyfriend a few weeks later, and he basically left me alone after that. To this day, I've never told anyone this story. Part of me feels guilty that I never said anything, but I'm pretty sure he didn't do it to anyone else. After I broke up with him, he moved to a small island and worked at a hotel. I'm now 25 and married. Not even my husband knows. Should I tell him?
Would I be the asshole if I reported my neighbor's dog to the HOA again? I live in a condo and my upstairs neighbor, Mark, is a dude in his late 30s. He lives alone and generally doesn't have his shit together as far as I can tell. He often has stickers on his car for not paying the HOA fee and has leaks all the time. His house is inexplicably full of cat litter boxes and I don't know, but he is struggling. About 5 months ago, he adopted a dog, Bruce, and this dog is a big hunting dog. Super tall, energetic, and still about a puppy. And clearly has some terrible separation anxiety. Mark is gone from work from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and the dog screamed nonstop the entire time, basically tearing the house apart and howling and whimpering loud enough that my clients complained when I was on a Zoom call that they could hear it. Mark doesn't take care of the dog, like doesn't take him on long walks, and I've never seen him go out for more than just a potty break. All the neighbors have talked to him about this, and he's tried some solutions, but nothing has worked. Would I be the asshole if I complained in person this time to the president of the HOA? I feel bad, but I also feel bad for the dog.
Am I the asshole for leaving my boyfriend stuck at a party for a joke? So I've been with my boyfriend for about 6 months. We don't live together, but I spend a lot of my time at his place. A week ago or so, I was feeling quite sick. Not wanting to drive home, I spent the night at his place. He woke me up at about 5 a.m, and to my great embarrassment, I had wet the bed. I helped him clean up the best I could. I had a temp of about 103.8, and he took me to the hospital, and they kept me overnight. A few days later, when I saw him again, I apologized for what happened. He told me it's alright and that he got me a gift. He pulled out a package of adult diapers and threw them at me. I told him that I didn't think that it was very funny and explained that I was embarrassed, but he thought it was hilarious. I decided to let it go and talk about it later. We went to a party that night. I drove since he doesn't have a car. After he had a few beers, he started loudly telling people what had happened, forgetting to mention that I was sick and had a high fever, just the part of me wetting the bed and him buying the diapers. He encouraged my friends to joke about it, and after trying to explain but being talked over or laughed at, I left and went home. My boyfriend is obviously quite upset I left without him. I just didn't want to be stuck in a car with him for an hour. He sent me several texts since then, most of which are calling me too sensitive and not able to take a joke. Some of my friends agree with him. So am I the asshole?
Okay, am I the asshole for purposely stopping my classmate from winning an award and subsequently making her cry? This issue is honestly making me frustrated. Almost everyone is saying that I'm in the wrong. People are talking behind my back and I genuinely don't know if what I did was correct or not. I just feel so lost. Please, please do help. I'm 17, suffered a major accident while cycling when I was 13. I have 2 really deep, long facial scars. I have been bullied really bad because of it. I'm tall, ugly, and intimidating as per most girls. People make fun of other people by saying things like, why don't you just hook up with OP? I'm honestly used to it. Those people don't matter to me anyway. But there's this girl that I've known since middle school. Let's call her Beck, I guess. Sorry, from you?
Guinevere.
Oh.
Guinevere.
That's crazy. I had a really, really big crush on her till a few days ago. I thought she was genuinely sweet and amazing. My family is incredibly supportive, so they urged me to ask her out. I can play guitar, so I made this whole song for her. I went to the neighboring city to get her favorite chocolate and stuff like that. This was the first time I felt like really going and asking someone out in my life. I felt like regardless of what I do, she'll see me for who I am and at least accept me as a friend. I was over the moon when she ended up accepting. We went to a fancy restaurant, had a fun time together, and walked for 30 minutes. She was really sweet to me. The next week or so was honestly heaven. People started noticing me, and even her friends seemed friendly with me. I honestly cried every day because I felt so fortunate to get so much love. It all broke down when a friend of hers, who was on Instagram and followed Beck, sent screenshots to me. I honestly felt betrayed and disgusted. She had posts saying, fulfilling his lifelong wish by being his Valentine, making his day by finally helping him interact with my friends. He is ugly, but beautiful people accept ugly people. Hashtag ugly people matter. Beck's friends then explained that she apparently wanted a good social media image and has thus asked all of her friends to be kind to me and tolerate me till the first week of March and then distance themselves from me.
No.
Yeah, she apparently wanted to win some stupid positive role model award for her college application because she was lagging behind in community service. And she thought playing with my feelings for a few days wouldn't hurt. And apparently since I was ugly, she was the kind one to give me attention anyway. I was in tears and honestly felt disgusted. My blood was boiling. I researched about this award and found a Facebook page about it online. I went to the authorities to confirm if her name was on the nomination list and then had my friends at work and family as an alibi. I don't know what that means, but I think he reported it to the foundation.
Yeah, that's an alibi. What did he do?
Where did this go?
Where's Beck?
Guinevere.
Where's Beck at? What did you do to Beck?
All I have to say is she wrote a great book. She is apparently crying a lot because she received a message from the committee saying her nomination was withdrawn. I'm now even more ostracized in school, but honestly I have no more remorse whatsoever and feel so much more satisfied.
My best friend cheated on her man, so I went and I told him. Am I the asshole for doing that? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I'm sending me on Instagram. Bestie's always been a bitch. She does whatever she wants, whenever she wants. Literally nobody can tell her otherwise. Now, her and I usually get along all the time. My bestie has a bad temper on her. She can be very judgmental, and every time she starts telling me what to do or what I shouldn't do, I would just do it. But about a year ago, I started defending myself and talking back. And she does not like this. If she's this way with me, can you imagine how she's with her man? She controls every single aspect of their relationship. She even tells him when he can go to the gym, who he can be friends with, where he can go by himself. I mean, it's unbelievable that she's been able to retain this man. The problem is that he's just so in love with her. You see, he's like a 7 and she's like a 9. But he's a really good guy and she's taken advantage of that. A little while ago, she pressured me into going on a double date. And the guy she set me up with was a trans man. He didn't even have the decency to tell me when I got there. I was stunned and actually couldn't speak. After the date, my bestie confessed that she had hooked up with a trans guy. How dare she do that to her man? Started seeing a side of my bestie I don't like. So I took matters into my own hands. Go to part 2. My bestie cheated on her man, so I went and I told him. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I was sending me on Instagram. After she told me that she had been cheating on her boyfriend with that trans guy, the one that she tried to set me up on a date with, I couldn't believe it. So I started questioning her. I asked her when they met, how long they've been seeing each other, and that's when she told me that she's been cheating on her boyfriend for the entirety of the relationship. A week after she became his girlfriend, she started hooking up with the other guy. I told her that she was not right for doing what she was doing. If you're wondering why I'm so upset at her for cheating on her man, let me tell you why. Her boyfriend is completely devoted to her. As soon as he's finished at work, he tries to go see her every single day, constantly texting her throughout the day, even calls her at night just to say goodbye. And because he started helping her out with the rent, she's able to live by herself without roommates. He also started paying for her car insurance and her cell phone bill. He even offered to pay for her nails. I've met some shitty ass men in my life and he is not one of them. That's when I told her that what she was doing was fucked up and she needed to stop. That's when she got up in my face and told me that I needed to stay out of her business. She had never spoken to me like that or even gotten in my face like that before. Something is up with her and I can't put my finger on it. And I told her she was being disrespectful to me and her boyfriend. She almost came at me. But she stopped herself, thank God. I went straight over to her boyfriend's job and told him everything. I don't think it's fair that he needs to be paying for her bills or treating her like a queen, while she's running around with another dude. No thank you. When I told him, he started to cry. He asked me if I was 1000% sure, and I said yes because she had just confessed it to me. And now I have bigger problems. He went and broke up with her, and now my bestie's coming at me, getting people to bully me online. She even had her brother follow me for an entire day. When I tried to reach out, she blocked me. She actually broke one of my car windows. What the heck should I do? Did I do wrong, or was I right?
Am I the asshole for taking back my nephew's Christmas present and giving it to my son? My sister and I have always had a strained relationship. I usually just let things go and try and keep the peace. We both have sons who are around the same age. My nephew is 13 and my son just turned 11. For my son's birthday, I bought him this new gaming system he's always been wanting. He was absolutely thrilled and he plays it nonstop. My sister is bad with money. I usually have to lend her money for bills and stuff for my nephew. I know my nephew doesn't always get the best Christmas gifts, so this year I went a little crazy and I purchased the same gaming system for him for Christmas. I already had it ready and wrapped underneath my tree. Yesterday, my sister came to visit. My son asked me if they could go play video games. I said yes and reminded them to be careful. About 30 minutes later, my son comes running to me crying. I asked him what was wrong and he led me to the front hall. And when we got to the stairs, I see the new system smashed on the floor. Someone had thrown it from upstairs and it was now smashed to pieces. I asked my son what happened and he sobbed and pointed at his cousin. I asked my nephew if he did this and he started to laugh. He said that it was a stupid baby toy and that he saw people break them online. My sister came in and I told her what happened. I explained that this was an expensive system and that her son needs to be disciplined for what he did. I told her I wanted her to pay for what her son broke. She laughed and said no. She said I shouldn't have let them play unsupervised, that it was my fault and that I am a bad parent. She said my son will get over it and that it's not important. Seeing my son sitting on the ground next to his broken system trying to put the pieces back together tore my heart out. I walked over to the Christmas tree and grabbed the system that was meant for my nephew. I pulled the gift wrap up, gave it to my son, and told him to go upstairs and set it up. My sister asked me why I was making such a big deal when I had another one already. I then laughed and I told her that was actually your son's gift. That since it wasn't important and that it was just some stupid baby toy, then obviously they won't miss it. I told them to leave. My nephew realized what happened and began to cry, that my son has stolen his system. I said no, this was the one that he smashed. My sister was livid and told me that I will never see them again. I just said, okay, and slammed the door. Other family members are now calling me nonstop, saying that I'm an asshole and that I ruined my nephew's Christmas. I don't think so, though. My nephew is 13, he's not a stupid kid, and he knew what he was doing. I don't care that it was over jealousy. He's old enough to know better. My sister was not going to make the situation right, so I did what I had to do. They all think I should buy another new system for him, but I don't have that kind of money. I'm starting to feel bad about this, and I'm wondering, am I the asshole?
My daughter won't speak to me. I want her back in my life. This is my first time posting on Reddit. I know I will be met with a harsh judgment, but I need advice on how to rebuild a relationship with my only daughter.
Oh no.
I want to start off by saying that I know I was the one who ruined our relationship, but it's been 3 years already. I just don't see why she can't come around. I miss her terribly, and she's my one and only girl, my only child. I should explain. I, 43 male, married my current wife, 21 female.
Bad.
There it is. There
Bad.
it is.
Absolutely bad.
Wait for it. 3 years ago.
You said 20. She's 18.
It had caused quite some backlash from my friends, my community, some of my family members,
As it
my
should.
ex, and of course, my daughter. But I had to marry my wife. She's the only one for me.
No.
She's beautiful. She's intelligent. She's a kind and caring woman. And I knew my daughter would have some problems with my marriage, but I never expected how harsh she could have been. She begged me to end this marriage. She pleaded with my wife to leave me. I had to admit, I'm not proud of myself, but I told her that I wish she was never born, that I resented her, and that she meant
I
nothing
want
to
her
me.
back. Not only did you marry somebody from her graduating class of high school, you told her you wish she was never born, and then 3 years later, you're like, oh, why isn't she talking to me? Take a fucking wild guess, brother.
Since that day, she hasn't spoken to me since. If I'm being honest, I miss her and I decided to see on social media how she was doing. She's engaged. I am her father, and when I found out about my own daughter's engagement through social media. That was when I knew I had made a serious mistake. I don't want to miss out on any more of her milestones in life. I contacted her, but she had blocked me. I want to reach out to her again, and I want her back in my life, but I need advice. I will be editing this post to answer some questions.
Yeah, we have some, brother.
I did not meet my wife when she was a minor. That would have been extremely disgusting, and I would seen her differently if I had.
But 6 months makes all the difference, baby.
Everything about our relationship had been legal, and there was clear consent. I met her when she was 18. We dated for a total of 8 months before we had gotten married. She had always been more reserved and shy, so we agreed on an elopement. I am not planning to have any more children in the near future. As for the relationship between my wife and my daughter, they weren't enemies. They were simply friends.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
She had started coming over, and a relationship between us naturally developed.
Nah, fam. Even if this was completely above board, like you say, I met her when she was 18, things were legal, she wasn't in high school, blah, blah, blah. You're still 40. She doesn't know what changing the channel means, brother.
She doesn't know what a VCR is.
You know better. You absolutely know better.
I'm an asshole for kicking my son's girlfriend out of our house. I recently met my son's girlfriend. My son is 24. Apparently, they've been dating for a year before he decided to have us meet her. What he's told us all about her seemed great. She just got her degree, she's enjoying her job, family-oriented, etc. And I'm honestly just happy he's happy. Last weekend, he brought her over for dinner, and he keeps talking about how perfect she is, how she's the one. They ring the doorbell, we open the door, and she looks exactly like what he said. We invite her in, she accepts my hug, a firm handshake to my husband, and then she opens her mouth. I'm the one your son puts his thing into. To be frank, I was appalled, expecting my husband to laugh, but this was just way too much. Maybe I'm reserved. Out of everything that she could have said, why did she say that? And my husband saw my face, which was disapproval. I was really disturbed by the whole visual that she put in my head. Then it translated to anger. I told her to get out, and I wanted to say more about how gross it was, but I just left it at that. My son didn't want to go, insisting I give her a chance. I was too fed up and uncomfortable, and even my husband didn't like it. Left immediately, and I felt guilty. I know my son looked forward to this, and I even tried apologizing to him, but he won't respond. My husband thinks that she should apologize. So was I the a-hole here? Would I be the asshole for calling an ambulance to my pregnant sister's house? My sister is currently 43 weeks pregnant and she has an off-the-grid lifestyle. She voiced that she was going to do a home birth because of the corruption in the hospitals. And her main problem with hospitals is that they're pushy and will advocate for her to vaccinate her baby and push for her to get pain meds. I respected her choice from the start, being that she told the whole family that she'd go to the hospital if there were complications. However, she has not gone to the hospital a single time because her boyfriend is also extremely anti-hospital. She's going on 43 weeks according to the date of conception, and her uterus is measuring 40 weeks. Doula believes that she has preeclampsia and was even trying at-home remedies to treat it. She is swelling, has pains, and her blood pressure is seriously high. My family and I have been begging her to go to the hospital, and she told us that if the baby's here by Friday or Saturday, she will. Told her about the dangers, and she said that she's worried about how her boyfriend will react if she goes to the hospital. Long story short, she said that she's not going to the hospital because she's worried that her boyfriend will react badly. This morning, she texted my family group chat saying that she believes that her morning breakfast was the cause of her high blood pressure, that it's going down, so known as she's not going to the hospital. We are all really worried about her, but I'd be wrong to send an ambulance.
Am I wrong for explaining to my husband that he's the reason we keep having daughters? I have 2 daughters and I'm currently pregnant with our 3rd. We just found out this morning that it's gonna be another girl. So on the drive to his mother's house, my husband was explaining to me how he was a bit disappointed we were having another girl. I was gonna comfort him a little bit because I understand being a little disappointed, but then he said, I should have expected this because you have 3 sisters. I explained to him that me having 3 sisters has nothing to do with the genders of our baby. He said it's genetics and I'm the reason to blame. I told him that's not how biology works, but he says it is. He then went on to explain that his mom only has brothers and his 2 oldest brothers have 2 sons because of his mom's side. I told him that doesn't make any sense, because then it should be the same for him. He said no because both of their wives have more brothers than sisters. He was getting frustrated, but honestly, I was just laughing at him. I explained to him that his oldest brothers have different dads, but out of his dad's 8 kids, 3 are boys and 5 are girls. Therefore, the male determines the gender. He said that's not true because the kids his dad had with his mom are all boys. He dropped it and said he would ask his mom, who has a degree in biology. So we get to his parents' house for brunch, and he asks his mom if I'm the reason we keep having girls. She told him bluntly that the man determines the gender, and that it's actually not a 50-50 shot. She went on to explain that the more of one gender you have, the higher the chances that your next child is also going to be that gender. So he asked, is it likely that he'll get a boy? That if he keeps trying, it might happen. He just walked to his car and said he was going for a drive. I received a text from him saying I didn't have to embarrass him like that. I'm honestly so confused. So was I wrong? Bye.
Husband attacks in his sleep. I haven't slept in days. I'm 24 female and my husband is 24 male. We are happily married. We've been married a year, known each other since 2018, officially dated all 2022, and then married 2023. We have a history like a rom-com. I am very in love with this man. He's not abusive or anything. There's literally nothing wrong. I'm just at the end of my rope with this and I have no idea what to do. This is a vent, but I'm open to any advice. So my husband has always had trouble sleeping. He complains that he hardly ever has dreams. I'm talking 1 to 4 dreams per year. He also can talk, blink, and act like he's awake aside from actually getting up. This has made for some funny times as I'm a light sleeper. In the middle of the night, I'll ask him something and he'll say the most random and funniest things. He has no memory of this in the morning and we laugh about it. This is the actual issue though. He will also flail his arms and smack me in the face. He's a mechanic / gym rat. His arms are like meaty weights. It's not intentional. I once smacked him back in surprise and he literally laughed, then whined that it's raining too hard and turned over. He's not awake or aware of any of this. He'll apologize like crazy the next morning and do anything to make up for it. It hurts to see him so upset at something he can't control. This man has literally come home from work to take care of a spider for me. I know he doesn't mean to, but gosh dang it, I want to sleep without being attacked. All caps. We've tried separate sleeping, but I hate that. We're snugglers, and he will come to me in the middle of the night, or I will go to him. We joke about who will do it first. I just don't know what to do. This is the 3rd night he's smacked me and then taken the blanket. I'm exhausted. I'm actually desperate for advice. The next plan is a straight jacket. Please help.
Oh, bless her. Okay, as a fellow, very, very, very light sleeper, I can understand her probably just like, she's at her wit's end, right? She's
I'd
like,
be losing
what
it.
the heck do I do? I need sleep, but I love this man. In my head, I was like, obviously just different rooms. Like, no duh. But I mean, they've already tried that. I get the snuggling thing, but also again, as a fellow light sleeper, like if I'm snuggling with someone, it's all cute and fine. But then I'm like, okay, now I need you to not touch me while I sleep because I'm such a light sleeper. So
I'm the same way.
If she's that close to him and he's like yanking this stuff and hitting her, either they need to like try a week of sleeping in separate rooms and really commit to it so that she can actually, like, she's at her wit's end. What are you going to continue to not sleep?
No.
For the sake of cuddling? Like, you've been with each other long enough where you're like going to be comfortable, hopefully, or, you know, cuddle and then go sleep. But I feel like they should put 2 beds together, have your own bedding.
Yes.
Put a pillow in between you if he's, I do that all the time.
I
too. I put
know.
pillows in between me and my whoever I'm next to.
That was my idea too. Like those, you know, those pregnancy pillows where they're like
Yes.
really big and long.
Yeah.
Just like have a divider.
Yeah. I feel like it's, what's that marriage advice? It's like have separate bathrooms if you can afford it. And it's like something you're able to do if you're building your own home, 2 separate toilets or whatever. I feel the same about beds. It doesn't have to be 2 separate beds, but like 2 separate situations so that you're both covered.
Yeah.
But she's going to listen to this and be like, girl, I told you he's smacking me. He's like a long, meaty hand hitting me across the pregnancy pillow. I don't think you're the asshole, but I don't think anybody's an asshole in this situation. He can't help himself.
No.
And I can't imagine how he's waking up every morning like in anguish over the fact that he's hurting or keeping this, you know, his partner up at night. That sucks. But
I also can't imagine he feels rested the next day. Can you like imagine like sleeping with your eyes open?
I sleep like 5 to 6 hours a night, which is really bad. But if I'm sleeping in the same bed, I know it's not, I have my own sleep problems. See, so this is actually, I know you didn't even know that, but I relate. So if I'm sleeping next to somebody, that goes down to like 2 to 3 hours. It's really bad. So I feel her frustration, but I also feel her like, I feel bad about it.
Yeah.
But I'm so frustrated. You just can't operate as a regular human being every day if you can't sleep. So, girl, have your cuddles and then
bye.
Go to or just even like 2 beds in the have him sleep on a day bed and you're in the real bed or something. Try out not missing each other, but missing each other enough to be able to sleep.
I'm confused why there's no mention of like he's done a sleep study or like he's gonna do a sleep study, because I read this and I'm like, sleep study, non-negotiable.
Yeah.
He's got to go in there, get all the electrodes hooked up. He's got to see what's going on with his sleep.
Yeah, 100%.
Because maybe there's, a little bit of a thing they could do.
There is some things that people can do for insomnia or sleep paralysis. I mean, I don't know what he has, but definitely something. I mean, if he's like literally hitting her now, I'm thinking about like, I would put an oven mitt on in the middle of the night so it's like softens the blow or something. Like that sounds crazy, but I would be desperate to try everything too.
I think he might need a Snuggie. Like, have you seen those little baby sleepers where it's like because you don't want to like have blankets or things that can get loose on babies, and it's like a flying squirrel outfit, and you just zip them up in it, but then they can't like
the sleep stacks.
Yeah, that's what he needs.
My nephew, we put him in one too, and he's like,
it's like it is kind of a straight jacket.
It is a straight jacket.
That's what he needs.
The toe crush when love hurts. I, 39 female, was standing in the kitchen island preparing dinner when my husband, 40 male, walks in from outside and as usual was completely unaware of his surroundings, stepping into my personal space and directly onto my little toe, completely crushing it, which caused quite a bit of pain. I cried out, first in pain, which did not cause him enough concern to move off of my toe, so I pushed him off and asked again, "Why don't you watch where you're going?" To which he looks down and chuckles saying, "Did I step on your toe just now?" I stare at him blankly and I say, "Yes, again." For size comparison, my husband is 6'2" and weighs approximately 320 pounds. While I am 5'1" and weigh 170 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
He then turns to me, shaking his head, and loudly proclaims astonishingly, "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" As if I should be wearing shoes while preparing a meal in my kitchen for my family. He then says, "I mean, I'm not saying it's your fault. It's nobody's fault. But why aren't you wearing shoes?" I bit my tongue and looked away from him because my teenage boys were sitting in the same room and they don't need to witness yet another argument. But...
Another one?
Yeah, you got another.
But was this not my husband's fault? I mean, he came up to me in my personal space and stepped on my toe, and then wants to point the finger at me for not wearing shoes. I don't feel like I should have to wear shoes in my own home while preparing dinner just to protect myself because my husband has a large belly and doesn't want to have to put an effort to look down around it while he's moving around the house. He then asked me, "Well, are you okay?" And I say, "Well, you crushed the shit out of my toe." I motioned down to my bright red pinky toe and said, "But sure." To which he chuckled and said, "Okay then," and continued about his business without so much of an apology. The truth is, this happens multiple times a week, whether it is being stepped on, kicked, an accidental hit from a hand slip, etc. He's got a massive body that he can't control, and every time he ultimately thinks it's funny that he caused me pain/harm, and he rarely apologizes for it unless it happens to be real tears, or depending on the witnesses that are present. I'm truly at my wit's end. I've never felt so invisible or insignificant in my entire life that I can literally be walked all over and then laughed at when I tell the person who's supposed to love me, "Ouch, that hurts." Read you this comment, okay, because this is kind of interesting. So somebody says, "Does your husband get in trouble at work for hurting his colleagues because he can't control his body? Does he do this to all of his friends? Does he do this to your kids?" To be clear, I agree that he does have the ability to control his body, and he most likely has been the same height or had the same limbs, etc. for over half of his life. Even assuming some amount of clumsiness, his lack of apology is very telling, especially as you state it depends on if there are witnesses. The questions are to give you some evidence, even if it only for yourself, to help you see he isn't just clumsy and to hopefully help you from second-guessing yourself again.
My For You page is filled with like how horrible Hinge dating is. So in honor of that, I'm gonna tell the story times of just like the weirdest men I've met on Hinge. So this first guy, we're gonna call him Mr. Broke fucking bitch of a... No, we're gonna call him Bitch. So Bitch and I, we matched on Hinge and then we started texting. Okay, let's go to dinner. We go to dinner. This was the first time I ever met anyone on Hinge. Vibes are good at dinner. I'm like actually enjoying the conversation with this man. He's slightly love bombing me, which I love. Like back in the day, I really did. Okay, I still like being a little little bit love bomb. Anyways, we're having a good fucking time. My birthday was in a week. I'm so excited. I'm telling him about everything. He's a nice guy. I'm like, oh, you know what? I found a good fucker. Like, I found a good one. Proves my point a little bit further. My birthday rolls around. This man drops off a bottle of champagne in the most gorgeous roses I've ever seen. Oh my God, this man is such a catch. Like, this man is such a fucking catch. About time for our third date. And this man starts being like, no, you have to plan the date. Like, you have to take me out. I dead ass thought this man was kidding. I was like, okay, no, I'll plan the date. Like, you've planned a lot of dates. Like, I'll plan the date. Should have never done that. Should have never done that, Livy. He was like, no, you're gonna take me out. Like, I want to be wined and dined. What the fuck? What the fuck? I think this man turned into the littlest bitch in the world. I didn't know I became lesbian and started dating a woman, and I had to be in my fucking masculine energy. When did that start happening? I don't know if I'm just delusional or dumb. I was like, oh, he's just like joking around. Like, he'll have me plan the date, but he's not gonna make me pay for the date. That'd be fucking crazy. I show up to that date. That man is telling the server, he's like, oh, I'm gonna ball out tonight. Livy's paying. Okay, that's embarrassing. Even if I was like okay with paying, don't fucking like tell the server like, oh, she's paying, I'm gonna spend all her money. Fucking weird. You're fucking weird. At this point of the date, I'm like, okay, no, this man is like fully gonna make me pay. Like, this man is going to make me fucking pay. If you're watching this, like, oh my God, yeah, you should pay. No, go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, that was the third date. I'm the prize here, bitch. Like, if I am dating someone, sure, I'll pick up a fucking dinner here and there, okay? The third date, I barely know this man. We're not even that fucking close. Cool, you got me champagne and roses for my birthday. Who the fuck doesn't, okay? What? I'm broke as hell at this point in my life, but I'm like, you know what? If I'm gonna pay, I'm gonna pay like a fucking boss. I was a server at the time. When the bill came in, he was like sliding it towards me. I pull out hundreds. I'm like, you know what? No, if I'm gonna pay like a fucking boss. I'm like counting my hundreds. I'm like, 1, 2. I put $200 down. This man takes the $200, takes it for him motherfucking self, hands her his card. I think, oh, like he's gonna give the server his card and then he's just gonna like hand me the money back. Nope. This man looks me dead in the eyes and goes, I haven't seen hundreds in a while. I just want the hundreds. Took my hundreds, you weird bitch. Go to the fucking bank. Go to the bank. I remember telling this story to my friend's ex-sugar daddy the day after, and this man looked at me and was like, why do you date weird men? Like, any man that asks you to pay on a date is like not a man. He's a little bitch. And I'm like, oh my God, you're so right. Honestly, that talk with that sugar daddy like really opened my eyes to a lot of things. He was like, why do you date weird men? He's like, do you want to be the breadwinner? Like, what are you doing? Why are you dating weird men? And I was like, I don't know. I thought he was fucking normal. So that's like my experience number 1 with dating a hinge man. Real fucking weird. But I'm gonna make you bitches go to part 2. I haven't done that in a while. Part 2.
Am I the asshole for not giving my former sister-in-law the necklace I had made from my wedding rings from my deceased husband? No. Who the fuck has the audacity to ask for something like that? Absolutely not. Hell no. Fuck no. When I, 27 female, was 22, I got married to my high school sweetheart, who passed away 5 months after we married when a drunk driver drove into his car. It took me a while to take off my rings, and when I did, I didn't want them to just sit in a drawer forever. So I took them to a jeweler and had his ring and my rings melted down, and I used the gold and the stones to make a pendant and some small stud earrings. I have the earrings in my jewelry box, and I wear the necklace every day. 1, because I like the way it looks, and 2, because I like the idea of having a tangible part of him with me always. That's really, really smart. I've literally never heard of that, but I think that's an awesome idea. Last month, my boyfriend, 34 male of almost 2 years, proposed to me, and I said yes. I keep in touch with my former sister-in-law, 29 female. We'll call Ava, and last weekend she invited me out for drinks. We caught up a bit before she congratulated me on my engagement. She then asked me if she could have my necklace, since it would mean more to her as his sister than it would mean to me now that I was getting ready to be remarried and moving on. No, it doesn't mean more to you as his sister. Bitch, these are still our wedding bands, our wedding rings. It will never mean more to you than it means to me. What? Who the fuck thinks like that? Are you kidding? Ava, grass, touch it now. It honestly stunned me that anyone would outright ask her something like that. I told her I would think about it and I moved the conversation along, but I went home shortly because it was just awkward. I just want to make it clear, this is not an heirloom piece or overly expensive. It was a small emerald ring that we found on a holiday at a local jeweler. I fell in love with it. I told my best friend, 28 female, about it, and she said that it seemed strange that I was still so attached to it, given its history and my new engagement. Her husband died. It's not that they got a divorce and she's still clinging on to something, some part of their relationship. Her husband died. Her high school sweetheart died 5 months after they got married. Yes, she's going to be attached to it. Yes, she's not going to want to give it away. What the fuck, girl? Who are these people you are surrounding yourself with? Like, who the fuck thinks like it's strange that you're still wanting to hang on to it? Yes, the ring that my dearly departed husband, my high school sweetheart, bought for me and then passed away 5 months later. Yes, I want to hang on to it. What the fuck? She said that it seemed strange I was still so attached to it given its history and my new engagement. She thinks that I should probably give it to Ava as it would mean more to her. And I should shed anything from my old life and embrace my new one. Your friend is 100% one of those women that would marry a man who lost his wife and has children, and she would immediately start getting rid of the wife's pictures and anything that has anything to do with the wife, because it's time for you to shed your old life and move on, regardless of how much it hurts you, regardless of the fact that this is someone you love from the bottom of your whole ass. I would say heart, but my ass is bigger, so I'm gonna say ass. From the bottom of your ass. And they're expecting you to just give it away because you're getting married again. Like, you can't love this person still? Are you kidding me? Your friend sucks. These people suck. She said that I should get a new necklace and make new memories, and that she would go with me, or I could ask my fiance to. But the thing is, yes, I have moved on and I'm completely happy in my relationship. And I'm so excited for the life that we're creating together. But a part of me will always have love for my former husband and mourn him and the life that we could have had together. I don't think that takes away anything from my new relationship. They're different loves and lives. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%, because like I said, this is not a situation as to where you and your former husband broke up. You guys ended your relationship. His life was cut short. The love of your life was taken away from you, and you found a way to keep him with you every single day. That doesn't have to stop because you're getting married. It doesn't have to stop. You are not obsessing over the fact that this man is gone. You have something that brings you peace and it makes you happy. That's okay. You're never wrong for that. But now it feels silly to me that I've conveyed all of this into a necklace. My fiance says he doesn't care, and he knows that I love him and our life together. He understands that I will always have some level of grief, and that he loves how I have loved and keep loving, and how I embrace life and people because of my experience. So am I the asshole for not wanting to give my former sister-in-law my necklace? Edit. Thank you to everyone who commented. Reading through the comments made me cry, and I do intend to respond to them. I just feel a bit overwhelmed by the kindness. I'm a longtime lurker of Reddit, so this is all very new to me. But I am keeping my necklace. I just wanted to clear up that my best friend is really one of the most incredible people. She's my rock and a big part of why I'm still around and not locked away somewhere. A hospital, prison, it felt like it could have gone either way for a while. She and my mom tag teamed me after the accident and made sure that I ate and would just sit with me in silence. She found a grief support group and would drive me there and wait for me in the car park when meetings were finished. And what I could never repay for her was how she stood so strongly for me during the court hearings. I'd never felt such pure, unadulterated hatred towards anyone or anything as I did that driver. She held my hand through it all. She helped me get through it. She let me sit in my grief and anger, but she didn't let it consume me. Okay, so friend is a friend. She just, every now and then, our opinions aren't going to be the same. So your friend may not be absolutely fucking terrible. She may not suck because she sounds really, really good. And maybe she just thought this would help you move on and she didn't word it correctly, because I snapped. I absolutely hated your friend, but she sounds to be like a really solid friend and a good person so far. It felt like my brain snapped and my friend helped me stick it back together. But like that Japanese art style where they repair broken vases with gold, so it's broken, but when it's put back together, it's stronger and more beautiful. I don't know where I would be without her because she didn't have to do any of what she did. I don't like the way she worded what she said, but she's always been the type that after a breakup, she tosses away any reminders of her ex. I've gone with her to buy new clothing to replace the ones that hold vivid memories. I think some of what the comments say is right, that she compares the grief that she's experienced from breakups to what I've experienced. I agree. Which, while you can't compare grief because grief is grief, the experiences are worlds apart. I agree with you there, 100%. Ava really isn't a bad person. She was my sister for years. I used to absolutely adore her. After I turned 19, though. Before 19, she thought her brother and I were brats. But after the court hearings, my former mother-in-law, father-in-law, and to an extent Ava cut contact with me because seeing me brought back too many memories, which I understand, but it hurt me deeply because they were a big part of my family since I was 15. Ava and I still keep in contact, but it's more of a holiday and birthday kind of thing with the occasional drinks and dinner. So while I still have a lot of love for her, our relationship has changed drastically. Her asking me what she did and how she worded it was really not in the realm of anything I thought she would say or ask of me. She does have some of my late husband's belongings, like things from his childhood, knickknacks, and some clothing, so I don't understand why she thought asking for my necklace was okay. I'm going to take advice from the comments and talk to her to try to figure out where she's coming from. Reading the different perspectives has really helped me think more clearly and feel a little less hurt by what she said. That's good. That's good. That's really, really good. Because of our history, I want to give her the benefit of the doubt at first. But if she pushes the topic, then I'll have to make some choices. I'm not sure how I'm going to word it just yet, or if I want to say it via text or in person, but I will figure that out. Grief is really strange and hard, and it isn't something you understand until it happens to you.
Something went on between my female 32 husband, male 32, and my sister, female 26. What do I do? My head's a mess at the moment, so please excuse me if I'm all over the place. Yesterday morning, my husband got a bag ready without me seeing. Came to me and told me my sister est his D. I think you know what that means. And that he thought it would be best if he left for a while and gave me space. That was it. I've pretty much been left in the dark since. He seemed very stressed and upset. I just stood there a little dumbfounded. My sister has been going through a very hard time the last few weeks and has spent a lot of time hours initially with her partner, but around a week ago they started having issues, so she just came and unloaded their problems. She came over Sunday night and ended up staying over, but I didn't notice them slipping away together at any time. So far, the only communication I've had with my husband has been about our child. I've asked him over and over what's going on, and all he tells me is he's still trying to figure it out. What is there to figure out? I can't believe that just like that, everything I know is in tatters. Everything we built together, everything we have, he's chosen to throw it all away and to just tell me like that and leave. I'm totally heartbroken. I never in a million years saw this coming. I also thought me and my sister had a stronger relationship as well. The betrayal from her has me feeling so lost right now.
I, 25 female, overheard my boyfriend, 27 male, say that he chose the wrong girl. For context, my boyfriend and I have been together for 8 years. We met between mutual friends while I was still in school, and he had just moved to my town to go to college. We were friends for 2 years before we started dating. The reason for this was because 1, I was too scared to make a move, and secondly, he was in love with one of our mutual friends. After she got a boyfriend, he moved on to liking me, and we have been dating ever since. Last Saturday was his birthday, and he told me that he has never been thrown a surprise party and would like to experience one. I worked all week before Saturday, his birthday, planning and inviting people, getting reservations, buying a cake, etc. I asked his best friend to hang out with him for most of the day so I could set up and get everyone to get there and hide for the surprise. The birthday party was a success, and he was smiling the whole time. He had snuck up with his best friend somewhere, and I wanted to find him so that we could sing happy birthday and cut the cake. As I was walking down the hallway, I heard him and his friend talking, so I kept walking towards their voices. I heard him tell his friend that he should have kept trying with our mutual friend. He told him that he should have been that man that was engaged to her and not her now fiancé. Bruh, what? He said that he hated waking up to me and that he wished that our mutual friend was the one that threw him his first surprise party. He said that he felt disgusted every time he had to kiss me or hold me because he knew that our mutual friend would... What the fudge? He said that he felt disgusted every time he had to kiss me or hold me because he knew that our mutual friend should be in his arms instead. He said that he felt like he was stuck in our relationship and that he would end up having to marry me. He said that our mutual friend was better than me in looks from head to toe. He said that she was the most gorgeous girl I've ever seen. I went back to the party and told everyone that I couldn't find him and that we would have to wait for him to come back. When he came back, he gave me a hug and a kiss on the head and told me he loved me. I didn't want to ruin his party, so I went along with him. He doesn't know that I know he doesn't honestly love me. I've just been going along with everything. I honestly don't want to break up with him. I just want to know how I can make him fall in love with me. I don't know what I did to make him feel so unhappy. So I'd like to know, how do I make my boyfriend fall in love with me, or should I just give up on our relationship? He is the first boyfriend I've ever had, and I'm scared to start dating again at my age. Oh my god, why am I getting emotional? Oh my god, I feel so bad. This is some random stranger story, but I want to cry because... Oh my god. Oh my god. Homegirl, you're only 25. You can find other people in your life who will like cherish the ground that you walk on. Dude, you know why I'm crying? It's, you know, I'm emotional right now, if you know what I mean. So I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm over it.
Am I the arsehole for telling my sister she needs to stop bringing up her miscarriage for attention? Story time. So, my sister Amy had a miscarriage about 10 years ago. Obviously, it was absolutely devastating for her and the whole family. And it took Amy a fair few years to heal from it all. And even now, we're still not like 100% sure as to why it all happened. But it appears to be some sort of like a one-off because she's since had 3 very, very healthy, happy children, including a lovely, lovely set of twins. So here's the thing. My sister and I just really do not get on. She is that little bit older than me and she resented me as a kid because we had to share mum's attention, which I should probably mention that we're actually stepsisters, and she was convinced that her dad left her mum to be with my mum. She never really grew out of that resentment and she was pretty much my biggest bully throughout the whole of my childhood. One thing she absolutely cannot stand is when my mum and I do things without her. Yeah, my mum does pay more attention to me than she does to her because I am her biological daughter. And whenever me and my mum are out doing anything, I'll post it on my story, and without fail, Amy will call my mum. She'll be like, "Hi, do you have a moment to talk? I'm just feeling really sad about the miscarriage." And obviously my mum is a very, very caring person. She never wants to see anyone upset, so she will drop everything she's doing with me and she'll go to Amy, wherever she is. To her work, to her house. It's bizarre. When I say she will literally drop everything wherever she is, this includes the trip when we went to Paris for her birthday that I paid for. It got cut 3 days short because Amy said that she needed my mum. I'd also like to preface that her mum is still with us. Her mum is still alive. She is more than welcome to call her own mum. Also includes the time I was literally in hospital and my mum would want to come and visit, but every time she would plan on, Amy would call her. So my mum never visited me in hospital. So in my head, I'm thinking maybe this is all just like one massive coincidence. So I spoke to my mum about it and said, you know, does this happen quite often? You know, could she like see a therapist? My mum was like, no, it only ever seems to happen when I'm around you. So recently I got quite sick, and I'm talking like couldn't leave the bathroom for days type kind of sick. And I couldn't get to the doctors either. So my mum was stopping round sort of every day as she was going to or finishing work just to see how I was. So on the last day when I kind of felt like I could eat again, my mum was round and she offered to make me some soup. So mum is there making me soup. Then all of a sudden we get the phone call. It's Amy. She's upset about the miscarriage. Mum literally drops everything and tells me that I will have to sort the rest of it myself because she had to go and be with Amy. I didn't say anything. I literally just looked at her. So I finished the soup, and that is when I decided it was time to send a text message. It said, you really need to stop sending these texts for attention every single time someone around you gets some attention that you're not having. I guess she must have told my mum and her dad, because now I'm hearing from everyone around us I'm such a horrible person. I'm insensitive. I'm invalidating her feelings. I understand that she may still be traumatised by the whole ordeal. However, I think it's very weaponised. So what do you think? Am I wrong here?
There are just some jobs that I've done before TikTok became my full-time job. Right when I was done with high school, I remember one of my best friends telling me, she was like, you should do something that you're like passionate about as your summer job. And I was like, perfect, I'm gonna work at Palm Beach Tan. Because I was like, I am passionate about being tan. And I was good at my fucking job, okay? I showed up to work completely orange. That was one thing. They really wanted you to tan. So the customers were like, oh, I like your tan. Like, what are you using? So I took it a little too far. Like, I was always really fucking orange. There was like no reason for me to be like cocktail tanning 3 days a week, you know, like that's insane. Like I don't know why I decided I needed to do that. But I was also really good at selling the bottles because I would lie a lot. I would just be like, no, you're gonna, because you had to like meet like a sales quota kind of thing, and they would like put us on a clipboard of like competing against each other, and I was like, no, I'm gonna win and I'm gonna lie my little ass off. The next job I had, I was a nanny. It wasn't just like your typical like afternoon nanny. No, I was nannying from like 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. I was also in like the thick of my eating disorder era, so I'd be waking up at 4:30 in the morning to go to to the gym just to be at my nanny family's house at 6:30 in the morning. When she was in school, I would go to school, and then when I was done with school, I would pick her up from school. I was 20 years old raising a 7-year-old. But honestly, I loved being a nanny. I feel like I was a really good nanny too. I actually have motherly instincts in me. Just like had the time of our lives. Like we were just playing with dolls, like doing hair and makeup, doing cartwheels, like we just had a fun time. I was definitely like a parent figure to her. I was 20 years old. I was like, I don't really know what the fuck but we're gonna do it. Like making friends at like the pickup and the drop-offs. Like I'm just like doing really well. Like I'm always at the school. Since I worked so much, it paid really well. So I'm like 20 years old making like 60 grand a year. And I'm like, wait a minute, like I'm rich. I was a good nanny. And then I eventually brought like Sissy in and like my cousin in, and we all were watching the girl that I was nannying together. It was like a fun time. But I definitely had to be like a parent. And I was like, okay, this is new to me. And I had to do it during COVID too. I had to become a fucking teacher during COVID, and she was learning French. And I was like, I don't know French, but we're gonna try our hardest right now. And it was like during COVID, and I was like, this is really lovely. Like, I don't know French. But she was a sweetheart, loved the family, I loved all of that. That was a really good experience for me. Next job I did, I became a server, a fine dining server with no serving experience. You're gonna have to go to part 2 for this one because like this is a long fucking story. Go to part 2.
Am I the asshole for telling my wife she needs to apologize to my mother? And I agree that she will not be giving her step-grandson a gift for his birthday this time. I used to live away from my parents. I had 2 kids with my late wife, and I remarried to Becky. Becky has a son who is my stepson. Becky's parents are not well financially, so they would never give gifts to my kids. I sat the girls down and I had a conversation with them about it. In the end, they expressed they don't see them as grandparents anyways, so no loss. We moved back to my area for a job opportunity. The first time my parents saw their new step-grandson, 12 male, and overall, he wasn't interested. My wife, after the event, pointed out there was favoritism. How the fuck is there favoritism when this is literally the first time they are laying eyes on this kid? How can you allow them to build a relationship before you automatically jump to there's favoritism? This kid is essentially a stranger to them, and they are to him. What the fuck? Your wife is weird as shit. I told my wife that it'll take more time, and it was literally their first meeting. Christmas rolled around and they got him a game for his Switch. The girls got 2 gifts while he just got the 1. I agreed that was a problem, and I talked to my parents. They told me they had no idea what to get him. It didn't help that the girls loved going over to grandma's after school, and they didn't want their stepbrother to tag along. I invited my mom to his birthday after talking to my wife. That happened today. My mom showed up before her husband, and she only had a card and put it by the presents. My wife lost it at her and called her a ton of names, said that she was cheap and would give more than a card to the girls. What if there's something in the fucking card? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Your family doesn't give a goddamn fucking thing to your stepdaughters, but you are demanding and throwing a goddamn tantrum if you feel like your son isn't getting something that the girls are. How the fuck is that fair? Are you fucking kidding me? What if there is something? I hope it's something in the goddamn card. I hope it's a fat check in the card. Man, because bitch, are you kidding me? My mom told her she was a stuck-up dick and ripped open the card. It had money in it and a picture of a bike with the words, "Go outside" on it. My dad was bringing the bike in his truck because it didn't fit in my mom's card. See, this is exactly what the fuck I was hoping would happen. This is exactly what the fuck I was hoping would happen. There was something in that card, and now you look and sound fucking stupid. My mom stormed out and told my wife that she can forget about the present now. My wife and I got in an argument. I told her she needs to apologize since she went off the handle, and my mom has every right to take back the gift after she yelled at her. She wanted me to cut off my mom and not let her see the girls, but I told her no. The girls love her, and I will not break that bond. First of all, no, you're not the asshole. And I do agree with you. I know a lot of people are going to say, well, she could have still given him the gift. No, it's the principle of the fucking thing. You're not going to bully me into giving your child something just because you think they fucking deserve it. That's absolutely not how this works. So I agree that your wife, your mom had every right to take back the gift after your wife flew off the fucking handle for nothing. For nothing. Her entitlement caused her son to miss out on a really, really good birthday gift. Your wife is absolutely fucking unhinged. Like, who the hell feels like they have the right to go the fuck off on someone because they assumed all their child was getting was a goddamn card? They assumed that he wasn't going to get anything. And now when they're proven fucking wrong, her bright idea is you need to cut contact with your parents. For fucking why, bitch? Nobody in the room did anything wrong except for you. You need to watch your wife, because I know for a fact she's going to start whispering shit and saying things to try to poison the relationship between your children and your fucking parents. You need to stop her right the fuck now, because this is not okay.
My engagement ring with my partner is ruined because of a ring. My male 28 partner, female 27, and I have been together for 3 years. We both loved each other since the very beginning. She has brought up the topic of marriage for a while, and so I decided to propose to her last month in Korea, where she grew up. I custom made the gold ring with a ruby and 3 diamonds on each side.
Ooh.
But I asked my parents to make it with their regular jeweler shop they've been going to for a while out of town. I also organized a professional photographer and then asked her to marry me in a traditional Korean village. She said yes, and everything went very smoothly, except that the ring was too big. She stayed a bit longer in Korea while I returned home for work. She went with her parents to a jewelry shop the following week and asked the ring to be made smaller. The issue started when the shop attendant said the whole ring was fake. The gold, the rubies, and the diamonds. I paid $1,500 for the ring. Not a crazy amount, but I thought it was a pretty ring. She went to 4 different shops and everyone said pretty much the same thing.
Whoa.
One shop valued the ring at only $30 to $40. My partner and her mom were understanding at first, saying that we wouldn't have known. When she came back from Korea and told me that her parents were very upset about the ring and my parents because they made the ring and only valued her at $30. They refused to meet my parents, which was initially organized for the end of the year. Her mom said that it would be better if I admitted about the fake ring with a view of buying a proper one in the future. These implied that we gave her a fake ring on purpose. My parents were very upset and told me that they won't bless our marriage. Question is the ring really the problem here? I'm not sure how to move forward. I never knew a ring could potentially break up a 3-year-long relationship. Edit, none of us knew it was fake. Only a few days ago, I tested it with an x-ray gun at a pawn shop. The gold is real. Not sure about the ruby and the diamonds. If anyone is curious about how the ring looks, there's an image.
Oh yeah, I want to see it.
It sounds like a pretty ring.
To go back to it.
Pretty Ricky.
Because I did not take a picture of the wing.
Oh, I like it. It's pretty.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I like that.
It's a pretty ring.
Couldn't be me.
I've apologized multiple times and showed them the receipt. We're both Asians. Family plays a big role in our marriage. The update is tested it in a lab and it's a natural ruby from Burma. They can guarantee the result and can offer an insurance letter. They said that there is a natural crack in the ruby and natural inclusion. Probably a jewelry expert can shed some light on what that means. Unfortunately, because the ring is now genuine, my parents are more upset about the accusation. On the other hand, my fiance's parents don't really trust the result. This is a major trust issue. We decided to let's settle things before we discuss the intention of staying together and getting married. Question, any suggestion on how to approach the situation? A final latest update is 3 weeks ago we decided to take a month's break. I know taking a break is pretty much a breakup, but I said yes. I asked her today if she had spoken to her parents about the ring and about us in general. To this date, she hasn't. I've been fighting very often with my parents to defend her. My parents also got more upset when they learned that she hasn't spoken to her parents at all. I asked her why, and she said that at this stage she's very happy being alone because she doesn't have to worry about our relationship. And so I ended it. I feel like I've been fighting this battle on my own. I've had a few relationships and breakups in the past, but this time it really crushes me.
Am I wrong for shaving my niece's head off? Oh, hair off, sorry. Am I wrong for shaving my niece's hair off? I'll try to keep this short. My sister has a daughter and she is 4 years old. Lexi has super curly hair and needs her hair to be taken care of constantly. My sister's husband ended up in the hospital and she has been a wreck. He has only been there a week, but she is destroyed and stopped brushing Lexi's hair. I was visiting with some pre-made meals and noticed the house and Lexi's hair was a mess. My sister wasn't doing well, so I offered to take Lexi for a bit so she could focus on her husband. I tried to fix her hair. It's just matted. I couldn't fix it. I went to a hair salon to see if they could fix it, but it would be $50 an hour for them to brush out the hair. My sister wasn't picking up, so we had her head shaved the next day. I sent pictures when it was done, and that finally got her response. It resulted resulted in a huge argument, with her saying, "How dare I do that?" and me pointing out I wouldn't have had to if she brushed her daughter's hair. To make the timeline clear, I got her Tuesday morning, went to the salon on Wednesday, and then did the cut on Saturday. She had 3 days to respond to all of the calls and texts. This didn't happen in an hour. Lexi was fine with it. Her head was hurting, and yes, we tried everything we could to get it out. Not to mention, I called my sister and texted her multiple times and waited a whole day after the salon visit. It was painful. I wasn't going to leave her in pain since her mom wouldn't pick up the phone. The estimate the hairdresser gave me was $50 an hour, and she said it most likely at minimum would take 8 hours, so $400. That's with no break and her sitting still, which we all know a 4-year-old won't do, especially if it hurts. If we did do that with the constant breaks and wiggling, they said probably an extra 3 to 4 hours.
How do I tell my husband that I don't want his mother around after I give birth? I'm set to give birth in about a week or so. I told my husband that I want my mother in the delivery room with me while I give birth and to stay with us for a few weeks after I give birth just to help adjust to motherhood. His mother has always been very self-centered and overbearing, in my opinion. During our wedding, she slept in our apartment for 2 weeks after we got married, and she took naps in our bed, and she continuously drank out of all my Mrs. glasses, and she even wants to steal my mom's already established grandma name. She's already been a grandma for the past 7 years to my brother's kids. Originally, my mother-in-law wanted to be called Mama T. Weird, I know, but thankfully she changed her mind on that and she wanted to be called Gigi, but that's what my mom is called. I feel like 2 Gigi's would just be a little bit confusing for the kids, so she finally settled on GGT. To be honest, his mother just stresses me out. She's just too much all the time. My mom is coming to genuinely help and support me while I give birth and after I give birth. While on the other hand, his mom just wants to come because she's jealous of my mom. I know that if I bring this up to my husband, he's gonna get super upset and defensive. So how do I gently bring up that I don't want his mom around during this time and I just want to be with my mom?
Am I wrong for not letting my 6'6" brother get the free first class upgrade when the airline gave it to me on a 12-hour flight? Okay, so we're at the beginning of my dad's retirement trip, and he's paying for all of us to meet as a family in Hawaii. We're going for a week since he's retiring from working at the same company for the last 42 years. There are 6 of us going, and my brother and I live in the same part of the country. I guess it's relevant to say, but I'm 5'1" and my brother is 6'6". So I have quite a bit of status. I fly all the time for work, and I happen to have quite a bit of status with the airline that my dad bought the tickets with. So this is what happened earlier today. We were all boarded and ready to go when a flight attendant came up to me and whispered that they had a first-class passenger that didn't show up. So they needed a coach seat to accommodate a standby passenger. She said I had by far the most status of anyone on the plane, so they were willing to move me to first class for free. I was like, oh yeah, I took that in less than a heartbeat. I told my brother I'd see him in 12 hours and to let me know if he wanted any food or drinks. I grabbed my stuff and moved, and needless to say, I had a great flight. So when we landed and we were waiting for our shuttle, my brother was acting so pissy, but he wouldn't even tell me why. He didn't speak to me the whole shuttle ride. We had a nice hello with our family, but afterwards, when I went back down after my shower, my mom pulled me aside and told me what I did was awful. I asked her what she was talking about. She just told me I should have given my brother the seat. I honestly thought that would be the end of it, but now all 5 of my siblings and my parents are upset with me, and the vacation is off to a rough start. I was trying to play with my niece and nephew in the lobby while we were waiting for lunch, and my sister said no, that they only play with people that give a shit about family. Then she asked me what I was thinking. I asked her if this was about the first class thing, and she said, what did you think it was about? I let her know that he never asked me to switch with him, and she let me know that an asshole makes people beg. Family members don't. I've been by myself since brunch, and I'm not having much fun. I only saw my family yesterday, but they were all still mad at me to varying degrees. have a really good friend that lives here, so she hung out with me. And we met some really cute guys at the dive store. So my vacation will be great no matter what. But I need to know, was I wrong?
Here are the zodiac signs that my exes were and what I learned about those zodiac signs during that time together. First, we have an Aries, okay? And what I learned are those fuckers are abusive. That man had so much anger for literally no fucking reason. We were always fighting and he was always mad about something. What I will tell you is I have friends that date Aries and they're like fucking amazing. So unless I just picked out the most unstable, abusive fucking Aries in the pack, which honestly seems legit, that does seem like something I would do. I will say I also talked to an Aries one time, like we were talking, and that man got mad at me because I wouldn't send him a video of me trying to squirt, which that was a fucking joke. That man literally was pissed off. I was like, this is not OnlyFans over here, and like I'm not going to try and attempt this just for your, like, it was really fucked up, and he was like saying mean things to me. Overall, I do not like Aries men. My relationship with an Aries was so scarring and damaging to the mental health. I've never even done a fucking story time about it. I have to save that shit for the book I put out one day because that shit was so scarring. Next, we have a Libra. Ignore the eyebrows. I still have to shape them. Libra, that motherfucker was the most indecisive man I've ever met in my entire life. Couldn't tell if he wanted to date me or not date me. I was young at the time, so I was putting up with the bullshit, but like so fucking indecisive. Always struggling with internal demons. He was like, I just like the whole world's like, again, like I'm just always struggling with something internally. And I'm like, it's never that fucking deep, bro. It's never that deep. A man could just like dead ass never make up his mind. And he just like really bothered me. Next, we have a Virgo. God bless the bitches who have survived Virgo relationships. Like, honestly, I don't know how you do it. The best way I could, perfectionist to a degree that is disgusting and annoying. Also, a Virgo will like look you straight in your fucking eye and tell you how much they love you and they want to spend the rest of your life with you and then have like a whole family with children on the side. Also, I just feel like Virgo, such narcissistic tendencies, and I'm a Virgo rising, so that's like a lot coming from me, but I do just feel like they have such narcissistic tendencies that they will always think they are right no matter what. Like, you are always in the wrong. Those are the ex-boyfriends that I dated and had long-term relationships with. Let's talk about the zodiac signs that I had talking stages with, because those fuckers are my favorite. I'm gonna make you go to part 2 for that, because I want to destroy those men in a separate fucking video. Go to part 2.
R/marriage.
Yeah.
My wife won't talk to me anymore. Why are you laughing? His wife won't talk to him anymore.
It's funny. I don't know why.
Also, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say I'm sorry.
You're sorry? To me? To everyone?
To you specifically
to me
right
specifically? Is this an age gap?
My wife, 31 female, and I,
127! I am a wizard! And I will never die!
Yeah.
I am immortal! Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. My wife, 31 female, and I, 46 male, have been together for 6 years, married for 2. She used to talk to me all the time. She used to share her day with me, just randomly tell me her thoughts, stuff like that.
Then her frontal lobe developed.
However, she also used to want to talk about problems we were having. A lot. It felt like we were always... yeah, ew. It felt like we were always talking about what I did wrong. She thought I spent too much time talking to exes, parentheses, we were friends. I don't prioritize her over work. It's my career. Am I supposed to quit?
What?
And mostly...
what are you fucking talking about?
And mostly that I didn't care enough about her. It was so many different ways that she came to that conclusion, but it was like we were just always sitting down for a serious talk. So, I told her about a year ago that I didn't want to talk anymore. I was just tired of hearing everything I was doing wrong. I provide everything we need. Can I just have a break? 2 question marks. I told her that if she had a problem with the way I did things, then she could get out of my house and we'd get a divorce.
Okay, great. Yeah, awesome. Awesome that you just nuked your relationship.
Yeah.
Okay.
She told me that she was trying to communicate because she didn't feel appreciated and that I had one foot out the door. But I think that's ridiculous. I know it's harsh.
You told her that you were going to move out of your house and divorce.
Yeah.
How is that not having one foot out of the relationship?
A foot and a half is out the door at that point.
And
yeah.
only your little Twinkie toes are in the door.
Oh, oops. Maybe I'll leave. Yeah. I know it's harsh, but I was at my wit's end. So now, a year later, she barely talks to me at all.
God.
When I ask her about her day, she says, fine. When I talk to her about work or politics or my day, she says,
oh, wow, cool, and kind of walks away. Her attitude isn't bad. She's very sweet, but it's just like she doesn't care anymore. I don't want to talk about our problems anymore, but I didn't mean stop talking, period. We really don't talk about anything that doesn't have to do with our life slash household. In the evenings, she just turns on the TV and we watch something until bed. Now, I don't know what to do because I just found out today that she won a pretty big award at her job, and she didn't tell me. What a bitch.
Oh no, my universal remote that I use to fast forward through life events is fast forwarding through all life events, but I want to have sex with my wife.
Yeah.
Christopher Walken, can you please help me? I'm Adam Sandler in Click.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
Yeah.
Last Friday, she said she had to work late, and it was really and it was cool. I didn't ask. Today, I found out that she was really at a dinner where she was celebrated for this award. She invited some of her friends and her mom and brothers. I ran into her brother at the store today, and he mentioned the dinner and said that he was sorry I couldn't make it. I asked what he meant, and he said the dinner, how I wasn't able to go because I was sick. I asked him to explain the whole thing to me, so now he knows too. What am I supposed to do? Is she punishing me or something? Do I tell her that I know? Why wouldn't she tell me? I don't think she'd take it this far, and now I'm thinking she's being petty. Does anyone have experience here? I love my wife and I'd do anything for her. I wouldn't talk to her, but I'm so confused.
Speak to her, but well, she might not speak to him, I guess, is what he's worried about.
Edit. Wow, a lot of comments.
I bet this one got a lot of comments.
A couple of people are asking about the exes. I have close contact with 3 of my exes. My previous wife calls me when she needs to talk. Her and her husband don't get along. I have 2 ex-girlfriends who I am still friends with, and I was friends with them when I met my wife now. My wife doesn't like them because she says that they cross boundaries, but honest to God, they are just friendly and we ended in good terms. It's nothing serious and I just don't want to give my friends up. Edit 2, you were right. Tried to talk to her last night. It didn't go well. I'll update later when I can get my thoughts together. And that's it. That's the end of the post. There's no more edits.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
dude.
have you ever experienced that? Have you ever experienced that where your partner just wants to talk to you about stuff and you're like, no, and
you're like, well, nag.
I caught my boyfriend with my friend, but I didn't confront them at the time. What do I do now? For some context, I'm 20 years old, my boyfriend is 19, and my friend Bella is 30 years old. I've known Bella almost my entire life. I've always been a loner most of my life, and she's basically my only friend, or like an older sister to me. And now we're roommates. She works near my university, so I moved in about 2 years ago. Bella introduced me to Max about a year ago because they worked together. I started dating Max after that, and we've been together for about 7 months now. Yesterday, I was feeling nauseous, so I got home early from work. When I got home, I saw Max's shoes, which is pretty normal because they're really good friends and they hang out pretty often. Usually they spend time in the living room watching something, but I didn't find them there. So I went to Bella's room and saw them in bed sleeping together. I just didn't know what to do, so I left. They didn't see me, so I went straight to my parents, and that was the worst day of my life. I felt absolutely sick to my stomach. I threw up like 2 or 3 times. Bella texted me later that evening asking me if I was gonna be late, but I just didn't reply, and I don't know how to confront them. I couldn't sleep the whole entire night, and I just don't understand why they would do this. I'm not really comfortable with the physical intimacy part right now. That's why I didn't really want to do anything, and Max said that he was fine with that. If you think you're incompatible, why wouldn't you just break up? Why would you cheat? To be honest, I'm more heartbroken with Bella because I've known her my whole entire life. She was like a big sister to me. How could she betray me like that? What kind of friend is that? And if she liked Max, why would she push me to pursue him in the first place? I just don't get it. This was my first relationship and it had to end like that.
I'm literally about to go to a wedding. I'm ready to go, but I checked my DMs and someone messaged me the update to this, and I really wanted to get it out there so you guys can see it. Let's get into it. So it has been brought to my attention that my ex-boyfriend came on here to whine to y'all. Please do not feel bad for him, because that man quite literally left out so many things in his post to try to make me seem like the bad guy. He wants to talk about our relationship to a bunch of strangers Fine, let's do it. Yes, Mike was right about one thing. The relationship has been strained because of bills and finding well-paying jobs. That's literally because he has refused to work since 2020 when the virus started initially. We have been living off my CNA paycheck and the money my dad inherited to me. The only thing this man freaking did was stay in our guest room to play video games and live stream to his 10 viewers on Twitch and make absolutely no money. Not only did he have the audacity to make zero money, but he got into $8,900 in online gambling debt. Then I gave him the money to pay it off, like the idiot I am. So yes, I was heavily irritated with him given I was in nursing school and working at the same time. That's not even the icing on the cake that he conveniently left out. I was supposed to be expecting our first child this summer and I unfortunately miscarried. Instead of comforting me like a decent human being, he degraded me, blamed me for overworking myself, and said I caused the miscarriage myself. He randomly refused to sleep in the same bed as me until I later found out that he didn't find me attractive anymore and that he was disgusted by my body. I was depressed for months leading up to this and cried myself to sleep because I felt like I wasn't even good enough and developed an eating disorder. I guess he felt like verbally abusing me wasn't good enough, but started having an affair with my best friend since kindergarten. He was so stupid to leave his iPhone messages and iCloud sync to his iPad, so I knew everything he was saying about me. I was depressed for 3 weeks before cheating on him and hoping it was just a bad dream that a boy that was my first love and everything could hurt and hate me so much. So yes, last weekend when he said he was going out of town to see his dad, I knew he was lying and was going to actually spend the weekend with my best friend. So yes, I called his brother over to help install something, and his brother has always flirted with me, and I knew Mike was always jealous of his brother. It's quite pathetic when you think about it. His brother is on track to be a doctor and had multiple full-ride scholarships to multiple schools and is everyone's obvious choice between them because he's actually a decent person. So yes, I screwed his brother all weekend and it was the best I felt in a long time. Is that morally wrong? Probably, but I needed to do it for my own sanity and to burn that bridge with our relationship so I can be done completely. The rest is directly to Mike since he blocked me. You don't get to play the victim online and act like you weren't actively trying to break me for these past 3 years. You made me feel worthless and that I wasn't good enough to get anyone else besides you. I hate that I wasted so much time on you, but I now realize I wasn't the problem, it was you. I hope you get help because you actually are a narcissist and I pray for any other girl that comes in contact with you. Besides Annie, because you guys deserve each other. P.S. Give me back my damn dishes, pots, and knives. You know your ass didn't buy them, let alone use it. I gotta go. Bye.
Am I the asshole for being disrespectful and telling my parents good luck with that when they tried to ground me? I live at home while going to university. I'm in my final year and I have a job lined up after I graduate. My parents have been charging me rent since I was 16. I have a small company that makes me about $60,000 a year. I started it in high school. It's one of the reasons I graduated early from high school and why I got attention from recruiters. My parents said that since I was earning adult money, I could take in adult responsibilities. I thought it was fair, so I paid for all of my own stuff, starting at age 16. Not university, I got a scholarship, and the rent they charged me was minor, $300 a month. But I basically considered my room to be completely mine after that. I kept it tidy because I like it that way, but they had no say in when I cleaned it. When I did my laundry, other than to not do it at a time when I would disturb the family, for example, like 3 a.m. I bought food for myself and I ate when I wanted. They tried to say that I was separating myself from my family, but I saw that I was having my own schedule. This year for spring break, I went down to Mexico with friends. My parents were upset because they were hosting a big Easter family get-together. When I got back, they said that I was behaving badly by not being around for a family gathering. I said that it was my last spring break in university and that I was not responsible for their schedule. They said that I was grounded, and I laughed and said, good luck with that, and I went to my room and I locked the door. They tried banging on it for my attention, but I'm done. My grandfather came over to talk to me. He's the one who helped me get my company started, and he has always been there for me. He said that I was being rude to my parents when they were trying to be there for me. I asked him how much rent he charged my mom when she lived at home, and he said that's ridiculous and that he would never charge his kids rent. And I told him that I've been paying rent for 4 years. He went into the house and I heard a fight. When he came out, he said that I need to treat my parents with more respect, but that since they are my landlords, they do not have say over how I spend my time. I'm avoiding my parents right now. I'm renting out an Airbnb right now until I graduate. I took everything that was important to me. I left $600 for the last 2 months. I had planned on being there. They keep calling me, but I'm currently getting ready to move for my new job. I don't have the energy to deal with them. Am I the asshole?
Crazy story time. I got the story through my Instagram DMs. Thank you so much to McKenna Her. So many years ago when McKenna was younger, she had a neighbor who had the exact same name as her, oddly enough. And they would go around to houses in their neighborhood and play detective and try to figure out clues and whatnot. There weren't that many houses on their street or around them, and they were pretty close with all of their neighbors, so they would just kind of go to all of these different houses. One day, McKenna and her neighbor McKenna decide to go to the neighbor McKenna's house to play detective. When they get there, they're on the back porch and they're finding their clues and everything, and they find these little spots and marks that kind of look like blood. Their dad was the only one home at the time, and so they just decided to keep looking around and playing the game. As they continue, they find more and more of these weird red spots, and McKenna turns to her neighbor and jokes around and says, "What if your dad is a murderer?" And of course they're joking and they just laugh it off. One day down the road, he goes missing and they cannot find him for like a week. After that week, the cops end up finding his car near a bridge, and inside the car is a note. In the note, he admits to unaliving his own mother by her 15 times. And this is a picture of McKenna's father, who is to this day still in jail. But what's crazy about this story is that one day down the road, he ends up doing this to his mother. But years before, McKenna found those really convincing looking blood stains everywhere outside. So they believe that he has not only done this to his mother, but somebody else, because years before, they found some suspicious looking blood stains, right? And the proof is in the pudding. Here's the article that she sent me. It's crazy to think that so many things can happen as you're a kid and you don't realize it until you grow up or somebody gets arrested. I don't know, guys. Let me know in the comments if you think that he had done this before. And if you have a crazy story, make sure to DM it to me on Instagram and, of course, follow me. And follow for more stories. Were they trying to sex traffic us, or were they just swingers? Let me know what you think. So a few days ago, my roommate and I were accidentally in Florida at the same time, and we were like one town over. So we decided to hang out, and I met her in St. Pete, and we just hung out at the beach. For reference, this is the bikini that I was wearing. I think it's a normal bikini. My roommate and I go into the ocean. We're just kind of standing in the water, and then we get approached by this man and this woman. She comes up to us and says, "You guys look just like my daughter's age. How old are you guys?" And I stop and I say, "Yes." She looks at my roommate and she says 13 years old, and then she looks at me and she says 15. If you really want to go look at my Instagram and find my roommate, she does not look like she's 13. I don't think I present as a 15-year-old. Anyway, so I say to her, "Oh, well, we're 21. And I asked how old they were, and he said that he was 52 and that she was 40. Then they proceed to tell us that when we were walking in the ocean, they took notice of us because we were two really hot Asians. Back it up real quick, because you just thought that we were 13 and 15, and you're calling us hot? She tells me that the man that she's with is her boyfriend and she needs to go get a cigarette. So she leaves the ocean and she leaves us with this man who's going on and on about all the properties he owns and his like business where he rents out houses. My roommate and I are just standing there very uncomfortably. Throughout the entire conversation, he never once said the name of his business. The woman comes back with her cigarette and of course leaves it in the ocean. She's asking us a lot of questions. She asked me what I was studying in school and I told her marketing and finance, and I was trying to get an internship at Raymond James because it's in St. Petersburg. And I pretty jokingly said, "Yeah, if you know anybody at Raymond James and you want to give me their contact so I can like network with them, like let me know." And the guy says that he knows somebody that's really high up and like an executive or on the board or something. And I asked, like, could I get in contact with them? Like, could you give me their information or their name? And he tells me the story that the guy that works there is actually a guy that he fishes with, but he can't give me his information because his wife would get super jealous that he's talking to me, a college student just looking for a job. And I'm thinking to myself, I highly doubt you actually know somebody at Raymond James because you wouldn't give me their name, you wouldn't say anything about it. What's going on here? Then they ask where we're staying, why we're in Florida, and we say, "Oh, we're just on vacation, but I'm leaving tomorrow." And then my roommate says, "Yeah, I'm leaving on Sunday." And the woman asks my roommate, "Do you want to go to a strip club with us?" And my roommate just goes, "Nope, I'm good." Then she says, "Oh, you should come over to our house. You should like come play some games with us." We were very uncomfortable and my roommate just kept saying, no, we're good. And throughout this whole conversation, they said maybe 9 times that we were 2 really hot Asians. Both of them, the man and the woman. And that this other group of people that they met on the beach were taking notice of us too and saying that we were really hot Asians. We got out of there as soon as possible. So let me know in the comments if you think this was possible trafficking or just they wanted to swing with us. Or am I just crazy and it's neither?
Am I the asshole for telling my best friend she should have had an abortion if she didn't want to be a single mom? I, 25 female, have been friends with Emily, 26 female, since we were 5. We were attached at the hip growing up, but complete polar opposites. While I could be more outgoing, Emily preferred to stay out of the limelight. When we graduated college, we both got an apartment together out of state. And fast forward a few years, I met Tyler. It was never serious between us, just a few hookups, but we stayed friends. Emily never met Tyler while we were together. About 6 months after everything ended, Emily met Tyler. When she first showed me his picture, I let her know that we had hooked up a few times, but that it was never serious, and I wouldn't mind if she wanted to keep things going. But I did warn her that he wasn't a very serious kind of guy and to be careful. 3 months after they got together, she found out she was pregnant. From the very beginning of their relationship, Tyler made it very clear that he did not want any kids. When he found out that Emily was pregnant, he let her know that he wanted nothing to do with the child. He offered to pay for an abortion, but that if she did not want to have one, he would sign away his rights and pay child support. Emily decided to keep the baby, and my sweet niece is now 4. Emily recently found out that Tyler is engaged and is very upset because Tyler has made no efforts to be in my niece's life. Emily thought Tyler would eventually come around and they could become a family. Here's where I may be the asshole. The day Emily found out Tyler was engaged, she reached out to him and to his family, trying to see if any of them wanted to be involved in her baby's life. She's tried this before when she first found out she was pregnant and after she had the baby and paternity was confirmed, but none of them were interested. She came home crying to me about how hard it was for her to be a single mom. This was not a new conversation for us. We've had it many times since she found out she was pregnant. Things were said, and I'll admit I handled it very badly, but I told her she knew what she signed up for when she decided to keep the baby. I let her know that Tyler had made his intentions very clear, and if she didn't want to be a struggling single mom, she should have had an abortion. Emily hasn't talked to me since this fight a week ago, and honestly, I'm not bothered that she hasn't. She made a decision to be a single mother, and it's time for her to stop living in a fantasy that he would come back and they would be a happy family. I've been as supportive as I could, but she's an adult now with a 4-year-old daughter, and she needs to learn to live with the decisions that she's made. So, am I the asshole for telling my best friend she should have had an abortion? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Am I the asshole for fighting for custody of a surrogate child that I am carrying? I, 35 female, am a single woman, and in 2009, I had my daughter Emma, 3 female, to artificial insemination. I balance work and single motherhood. I chose to be a single parent as I have always wanted to be a mother, but I never really wanted to be in a relationship, romantically or sexually. My longtime friend Nicole, 39 female, and her husband Paul, 38 male, have been trying to conceive for years. When Nicole asked me to be their surrogate, I agreed. Thus began a long cycle of embryo transfers. We had 4 failed implantations, but the 5th one was successful, and I am currently 6 months pregnant. A stipulation in our contracts were that Nicole's eggs were to be used, as I did not want to use mine because I did not want the baby to be genetically related to me. I had to sign a new contract each time we tried a new embryo transfer, and the 5th time I signed just like I did the previous times. Nicole and Paul were getting paperwork for the adoption of the baby, so the adoption procedure will be done. Well, while I was reading the paperwork, I discovered that my eggs were used this time, not Nicole's. I called the fertility doctor, who called and confirmed that my eggs were indeed used. Nicole and Paul never made me aware, and when I called and confronted them, they said that they had no choice as Nicole was told that her eggs were not viable. I was furious. I told them that they should have asked me, but Nicole's response was that I would have said no, and to be honest, I would have said no. But I am pregnant with a baby that is genetic.
Story time. I babysat a lot of kids in my neighborhood, and there was this one night that I was babysitting a 2-year-old. It was around 10 o'clock at night, so the kid was sleeping, and I was just sitting in the living room. In the living room, there was a big TV, a couch, and then behind me, it was a wall with a giant window. So it was really late at night, I had nothing to do, so I was Snapchatting my friends. If you Snapchat anybody, I'm sure you know that sometimes you Snapchat really fast. You don't even know or look at what you're sending. I was mass snapping all my friends, and then one of them replied 10 minutes later. And he said, "Who's that guy behind you?" And I turned around and no one was there, so I'm like, he's playing a joke on me. But then I get another Snapchat from this friend I had, and she lives all the way across the country. They don't know each other. And she said, "I think there's someone outside." So I was really freaked out because I was alone. There was a giant window behind me. Apparently there was someone outside. I wasn't gonna call the child's parents because I didn't want to freak them out, but I was scared. So then I went around the house, locked all of the doors. Sorry, it's a really long story, like for part 2. Part 2. So yeah, there was a guy outside the window. So yes, I did lock all the doors and everything. I made sure everything was secure. I closed the blinds. So for the rest of the night, nothing else really happened other than this really weird thump. It was like someone was knocking on a window. Allow me to demonstrate. I ignored it because I was in denial that this was happening. The rest of the night was normal. My parents came home, I drove really fast home, and then the next morning I wake up. And apparently, an old man with Alzheimer's had escaped from his little home. I did not know this because it was dark outside, and even if I did see him outside the window, I wouldn't have known this. But he was naked. Naked. So it wasn't like a mass murderer outside the window, but it was a naked man with Alzheimer's looking at me through a window. It's not every teenage girl's dream, but it's really weird just knowing that a naked old man was staring at me through a window.
Am I wrong for giving my wife her birthday gift early to keep my mother-in-law from stealing the idea? My wife just had her 40th birthday, and for several weeks she's been talking about a special event she wants to attend, so I bought her tickets. My mother-in-law recently wrote me asking for ideas for my wife's birthday. So I told her my wife's favorite restaurants and what she expressed to me she wants to do for the family gathering. But mother-in-law insisted that this time she wants to do some sort of activity with my wife, not go out to eat. So I told my mother-in-law about the special event and that I already bought tickets. I shared this information to try to give her an idea of kind of where to go from there, not to steal my idea, of course. But anyway, for the next several days, mother-in-law was acting very sketchy and insisted she and her daughter meet up for a girls' day. I read the writing on the wall and assumed my mother-in-law wanted to steal my gift-giving thunder, so I surprised my wife with the tickets the day before. And sure enough, mother-in-law did buy another set of tickets. Am I wrong for giving my wife her birthday gift early to keep my mother-in-law from stealing my idea? I read the writing on the wall and assumed my mother-in-law wanted to steal my gift-giving thunder. So I decided to surprise my wife with the tickets the day before she met with her mom. And sure enough, mother-in-law did buy another set of tickets to the event. She even told my wife she overheard her talking about it and really wanted to surprise her before her birthday. So my wife told her that that was very kind, but she already had tickets from me. She told her mom maybe she could find someone who wanted to join and we could all go together and that would be so fun. I guess she took it in stride that day, or so I hear, but the next day she called me and told me I was horrible for giving her her gift early. I asked her why she bought tickets to the same event and why she tried to give her her gift early if I'm horrible for doing the same thing. She told me it's her right as her mother and that I was horrible and hung up in my face. So am I wrong for giving her the gift early? Obviously not. I married my brother's fiance and I don't know how to tell him. I, 25 female, have been with my fiance Rick, 26 male, for 3 years. Our wedding is supposed to take place in June. Deposits have been paid, hotels have been booked, and we both have our families flying in. Fiance's best friend, David, chose to have an elopement in Vegas, so his entire friend group and their significant others all packed up and joined them. Here's where it all goes downhill. Dave and his bride wanted to get married at the Taco Bell Chapel, but it turns out they do not provide the marriage license. So we chose to treat that first night as a bachelor and bachelorette party and get them their marriage license the next morning and then come back. We all went out as a group. I will say, after the first 3 drinks is where my memory starts to become foggy. But I do know that sometime between drink number 5 and 3 a.m., I got married to Rick's brother, Tom, 28 male. When I woke up the next morning, it was exactly how you'd probably picture it. That cliched, extremely hungover, and when my eyes focused, I noticed a simple gold band in place of my engagement ring. Panic was not my initial reaction until I noticed the man next to me was my soon-to-be brother-in-law. Things were all over the room, so I knew I was in the correct room, so he must be the one who was out of place. Looking around, I saw 0 signs of my fiancé. I did spot the marriage certificate that had been issued to Tom. Looking around the room, I saw 0 signs of my fiancé. I did spot the marriage certificate that had been issued to Tom and I, and that's when my freakout began. It took about 10 minutes to get Tom to wake up and bring him up to speed on what just happened. And now here we were, 2 complete idiots, legally married, with 0 idea how this happened. There was no evidence on his phone, and my phone was absolutely smashed, so I had no way of knowing if I had captured anything of what happened. When we eventually met up with the rest of our group, we didn't mention what we had found in our room, and no one had any idea of how we even made it back to our rooms that night. Dave and his wife finally got married, and it's been about a month since then. Tom wants to get this resolved without Rick finding out, because he knows this would ruin any possible relationship either of us could have with him. I feel he has a right to know, because I'm terrified he could find out in 20 years and it would be the reason our marriage ends. But I do understand Tom wanting to salvage his relationship with his brother. I would never forgive myself if this tore them apart. We're in the final stretch to our wedding, and I'm terrified we won't get this resolved in time. And the wedding plans would have been for nothing. I just don't know what to do. Am I the asshole for divorcing my husband for not buying me a designer bag? My husband and I have been together for the last 5 years. In those 5 years, I feel like I'm the one who made the most sacrifices to make our relationship work. About 2 years ago, Greg had an affair which resulted in a daughter, Emma. We went to therapy, and I ultimately decided to forgive him and continue in our relationship. When Emma was born, it came out that Greg and the birth mom had discussed her signing away her rights and having Greg and I raise her. We never talked about this, and I didn't feel comfortable going forward in adopting her. Still, she came home with us, and I was the one who did all the work. I would have to wake up in the middle of the night and change her, feed her. I ended up losing my job because I was so tired and couldn't focus at work, and didn't qualify for maternity leave because I was not legally her guardian. Greg thought this was even better because I could just stay home with Emma, so he unenrolled her from daycare without even asking if this is what I wanted. But I had no say in keeping her enrolled because, again, I was not legally her guardian. And even though I made a good salary, he still made 3 times more than me. We celebrated my birthday 3 weeks ago, and Greg had been asking me what I wanted for the last few months because he wanted to go big for my 30th. And I let him know I didn't want a party or a dinner at all. All I wanted was my first designer mom bag. I figured he had put me through a lot and I deserved this. And it's not like money was an issue for us. And this is something I would have purchased for myself. Am I the asshole for actually sleeping with my hall pass? I, 22 female, recently went to a concert in Nashville for my bachelorette party. While we were there, we were able to go backstage and meet the group. They ended up inviting us back to their hotel for an after party, and after a few drinks, I hooked up with the main artist. I will say, I can't give too many details because I technically signed an NDA before we went back to their hotel. When I got back home to my fiance, 24 male, I told him all about our trip. He even asked if I got lucky and ended up sleeping with him. I didn't feel like I did anything wrong, so I let him know I did end up hooking up with my favorite artist, aka my hall pass. To say he was mad would be an understatement. He was absolutely pissed. He could not believe I actually hooked up with him. I didn't see what the issue was, especially because we have already discussed this scenario before. Basically, we both choose 2 people we would consider a hall pass. Influencers and celebrities, no common folk. This would be a single-use pass per person to choose. Like I said, we actually discussed this. This argument went back and forth with him saying I shouldn't have actually taken the hall pass thing serious because it was a joke. My argument is, how can it be a joke if we came up with rules and
Storytime about why I will never babysit ever again. So a little background information, I was 17 and a senior in high school. And my parents were super annoyed about the fact that I hadn't had a job since I was 14. So their friends just happened to need a babysitter. So they told me that I had to do it. So fast forward, I go over there super early in the morning and the mom had already left for work. And the dad, who we're gonna call Will, he was just about to leave. And before he walked out the door, he told me that there was a list of things that needed to be done before they got home. So their daughter Autumn, who was 5 years old, she was still sleeping. And I was reading through the list and it was just normal stuff like nap time at 2 o'clock, no pop after 7 o'clock, that sort of stuff. And then it had an arrow pointing towards the back. And when I flipped the page over, it said, by the way, Autumn is scared to bathe by herself, so please get a shower with her. And I was not comfortable with that, so I called my mom and I told her about it, like for part 2. Part 2 about why I will never ever babysit ever again. So like I said, I flipped the page over and it said that their daughter was scared to bathe alone, so I would have to take a shower with her. And I called my mom and I told her about it. And she was like, well, honey, that doesn't sound that weird. Don't you remember when your little brother was scared of the toilet and we would have to take him to the bathroom and stand there with him for 20 minutes while he tried to go to the bathroom? So I was super annoyed that she was even comparing those 2 situations. Because first of all, that was my little brother. Second of all, this is just freaking weird. So I told her to bring my bathing suit over and then I did everything on the list. Fast forward, Autumn said that she really liked me, so her parents wanted me to come over and babysit again. So I did, and whenever I was setting up the shower that day, there was a stack of towels sitting on the toilet, and when I picked it up to move it, a camera fell out of the pile of towels as soon as I picked it up, and it was recording. I was really weirded out, but I wanted to show it to my mom, so Part 3 about why I will never ever ever babysit ever again. So like I said, I picked up the stack of towels and a camera that was recording fell out of it. And while I was home later that night, I was waiting for my mom to get home when I got a call from Will. And if you don't remember who that is, that's Autumn's dad. And of course I wasn't going to answer the phone because I was super weirded out and low-key scared. But then he left a voicemail. And he was like, hey, so I know you have the camera. And this is kind of awkward, but I'm gonna need it back. I can pay you whatever you want, and I would prefer that we don't tell anybody about this. Sometimes I'm just really amazed at how stupid people are because as soon as my mom got home, I showed her the camera and I let her listen to the voicemail. So my mom called over Autumn's mom. So they called the police And Autumn's mom kept trying to call Will, but his phone was going straight to voicemail. And she was like, yeah, he begged me not to come over here whenever you called. It's been a week since this happened, and Autumn's dad is currently running from the cops. Am I wrong for giving away my friend's ticket to the Taylor Swift concert and leaving without her? So a long time ago, I, 20 female, bought 4 tickets to the Taylor Swift concert in our city. The concert happened this past weekend, and it was going to be me, Marissa, Haley, and Aiden. We're all besties from high school. Everyone paid me for the tickets and planned accordingly, and we were planning on getting there pretty early to hang out for a bit. Everyone knew this plan for a long time, but for some reason, Marissa couldn't or didn't get off of work. She's a server at a breakfast restaurant and normally doesn't work late, and by the way, this was on a Saturday. The thing is, I also have an older sister who lives in this city and really wanted to go but couldn't. So she begged me to be a backup just in case anything happened. Because we don't live very close to this city, it's about an hour away, we planned on leaving at 2 p.m. At around 11, I started texting everyone to get ready because I had to start picking people up. Marissa told us she'd get off at 12 but didn't say anything when I texted the group. Am I wrong for giving away my friend's ticket to the Taylor Swift concert and leaving without her? At around 11, I started texting everyone to get ready because I had to start picking people up. Marissa told us she'd get off at 12 but didn't say anything when I texted the group. So I texted her individually and called but got no response. So I picked up everybody else and she was the last person to get, and I kept calling and we waited outside her house for a bit. Eventually, I said F it, so I went to the door and her mom answered saying that Marissa hadn't come home yet. Together, we decided to live without her, and 20 minutes into the drive, all our phones started blowing up. It was Marissa apologizing, saying she had issues at work and had to stay, but she's speeding home and will be ready in 15. At this point, it was about 2:30, and Aiden called and explained what happened, and I could hear her screaming her head off at him. He eventually hung up on her, and my sister met us there and zelled the money to Marissa in the exact amount she paid me. We had a blast, but I'm asking if I'm wrong because none of us have heard from Marissa since.
Am I wrong for not being upset that my friend's dog could die because of me? So this weekend I threw a garden party and I invited all of my friends and their partners. One of my friends, we'll call her Amy, takes her dog literally everywhere with her. I told her when I invited her that it'd be no pets allowed, considering that I had cats and they didn't really like any other animals. So fast forward to the garden party and Amy turns up with her dog. I very politely reminded her that no dogs are welcome in my home or in my garden. And I asked her to please take her dog elsewhere. So I went back inside to sort some bits and I thought that Amy had left. So when I came back out to the garden, Amy was just stood there still chatting with some of our friends. And she does not live close to me, so I was very confused. So I went over to her and I was like, Amy girl, where's your dog? And she just shrugged her shoulders and said that she didn't know where her dog was. Then very passive aggressively went on to say that she was only popping in since her dog was not welcome anymore. So I went looking for this dog and I found him at the bottom of my garden eating some of my plants. And he was just making a big old mess. I was quite frankly fuming and told Amy to escort herself and her dog off my property. So a few hours go by and she calls me and asks me what her dog had ate. And obviously I had no clue. I literally have a gardener who deals with everything and I just look at them and think it all looks really pretty. I did tell her though where I found him, that obviously he was eating my plants and making a mess. She started screaming down the phone at me to find out what her dog had eaten because he was now sick. I texted my gardener and asked what it could be that the dog had eaten. Unfortunately, he didn't reply, and Amy called me a little bit later and was telling me that I obviously don't care if her dog was to die. My gardener still hasn't replied to me, so we still don't know. However, I don't feel like it's my responsibility that all this has happened after I told her multiple times that I didn't want her dog
The
on
quickest way to chop your vegetables.
Am I the asshole for faking a dating profile to test my boyfriend? I would say, we're family. We take care of each other when we're in tough spots. I paid my student loan, all of the bills of a one-bedroom apartment, and all the food. This boy had the balls to ask me for money in person for this hotel room. He said that it was his mom's birthday and he really wanted to buy her something nice, so I gave him $50. Just because honestly at this point it was hilarious and I still think about the smile on his face in that moment. That weekend he left. He said he was gonna go to his mom's house and he was probably gonna stay the night. I kissed him and he left and I told him to have a great time. Then I packed all of his bags and left it outside. I live in a city, so his stuff went really fast. I got the locks changed on our place so fast. He messaged me a few times on the app,
but I told him that I was running behind because I wanted to look perfect for him. My friend also sent me some pictures to send him that didn't fully include her face. She's a real one for that. And he sent back a video. You can just guess. After making him sit and wait till about 1 a.m., I sent him a picture of his things outside being rummaged through by a homeless man and told him to have a great night and enjoy his stay at his hotel. As soon as my phone rang, I blocked his number and went to bed. He was outside of my house when I got back from work on Monday, and he was basically begging me, saying that he's homeless now. And when I wasn't having it, he got angry with me per usual. But once he started grabbing and trying to get into the house, I just called the police, filed a restraining order against him, and bye-bye. So hopefully he learned something from that. My 15-year-old daughter is pregnant. How do we tell her that our older daughter is actually her biological mother? So me and my partner had our older daughter, who is 31 years old, when we were 22 years old. We were young and broke, but we managed and we raised Sarah the best way that we could. She got pregnant at 15 years old, and it was a really depressing time. She would never really say anything about the father, so when we asked her, she would get super upset, and we just didn't press the issue. She also had to go to therapy for this. She originally wanted to terminate the pregnancy, but she kept canceling the appointments, and she decided that she actually just wanted to put her up for adoption. But about 5 months into her pregnancy, she was discussing with a social worker about parents that were going to adopt her child, and then they all of a sudden ended up dropping out. After searching around for other parents that would adopt her, she ended up coming to us and asking us if we wanted to adopt her. Me and my partner were 38 at the time, so we were already talking about having another child anyways. So we ended up saying yes, and we adopted Ellie when Sarah had her at 16 years old. 2 years after Ellie was born, me and my partner ended up having a baby boy named Logan, who is now 13 years old. And growing up, we always planned on telling Ellie that she was adopted, but we knew that with telling her that, we had to tell her that Sarah was her biological mother as well. Sarah never got close to Ellie, not even as sisters. My 15-year-old daughter is pregnant. How do we tell her that our older daughter is actually her biological mother? Sarah never got close to Ellie, not even as sisters. She actually moved out right after the birth into my partner's sister's house. She's always shown sisterly love to our son Logan, but never to Ellie. There has always been conflicting feelings between Sarah. I have actually seen posts on Sarah's Instagram where it was supposed to be all 5 of us in a picture, but she actually cut Ellie out. I confronted her about that, but she said it's too painful. And actually, a couple years ago, she showed up to our house drunk, begging to see her daughter. We talked to her and we let her stay at our house, but we didn't let her near Ellie because she was really drunk at the time. We ended up finding out from her husband that she had several miscarriages and was told to consider a surrogate for pregnancy. She ended up doing that about 4 years ago, and now she has twins named Jack and Jill that are biologically hers. Ellie has absolutely loved being an aunt to the twins, and Sarah has actually encouraged this by inviting Ellie and Logan over to hang out with the twins and spend time with them. We have asked Sarah that in light of the twins, doesn't she think that it would be time to tell Ellie the truth? And Sarah just keeps saying that she's not ready for it. Recently, Ellie came to us and told us that she's pregnant. This time, it's a completely different situation because we've met the father and they are childhood friends. Ellie is insistent on keeping the baby and she's currently 3 months along. We haven't told Sarah yet because we don't know how to approach the situation, but we have considered that we need to tell Ellie the truth. We just really need Sarah to be there while we do it. My mom had an affair with my brother's wife. My brother met his wife when they were both 25 and in their last year of school. They got engaged really fast, like about 4 to 5 months after they met. During their engagement, they spent a lot of time together, but they were never allowed to be fully alone together. So this meant that she would spend a lot of time at my house, where either me, my mom, or my sister would spend the night with them. Inevitably, we all got super comfortable around each other, and this is when things started to get weird with my mom. My mom, who is 44 years old, started to get a little too friendly with my sister-in-law. Like, for example, we would be watching a movie and they would sit together, and then that turned into leaning on each other, and then that turned into full-on cuddling with each other. Another example is that they would
Motion
FaceTime
using
and she
rug
was
doctor.
just saying that they were super close, so they would talk a lot, and she said she would stop calling her and talking to her so much, but she actually never ended up not talking to her as much, and she would just hide when they would be FaceTiming, and they would FaceTime for hours, sometimes even with AirPods in, just listening to each other's background noises, and then they would text each other when they would want to say something to each other. This went on for the entire engagement. Me and my sister would joke about how they were lovers, but we were really honestly just joking because we never thought that it would actually get that far. I had just gotten home from work, and my mom, my sister-in-law, and my sister were all sitting on the couch together. My sister had just gotten home like 10 minutes before me, and my sister-in-law and my mom had been together alone all day. I took a seat next to my sister on the couch,
Rug
and
clean.
she texted me and said, "Go look at what's on mom's bed, but don't make it obvious." So I got up really quickly, and I secretly went and took a peek into my mom's room. I didn't see anything at first, so I went in and took another quick look, and I saw a strap in the corner of my mom's room.
My husband knows about my 6-month-long affair, but he hasn't told me. Okay, so let's start with a little background. My husband and I first met when I was right out of college in a new city. He swept me off my feet, and from that first date, it was magic. We married 3 years after that, and now we have an 8-year-old daughter. We both work pretty great jobs, and between caring for our daughter and work responsibility, we are both busy people. But he always made time for me and treated me like royalty, even when I didn't do the same. Around the beginning of 2019, I became familiar with one of my coworkers, Nick. He's about my age, has a wife and 3 kids of his own. Nick and I started off so innocent. We would go out to work outings together. We would sit close by, but it all started when I sat on his lap. I guess he reminded me of when my husband and I were young. There was passion in Nick's eyes that drew me close to him. Eventually, we started sleeping together. I knew during the whole time that it was wrong, but I pushed through, never once thinking about the impact it would have on my husband. My morning started off as usual. My husband gets into the shower before me every day, and I snooze before I have to hop in too. He mentioned last night that he was going to stop by Costco on the way home from work today, so I grabbed his phone so that I could add a shopping list. When I went on the notes app,
Refilling my
it opened to a
Dishmatic
folder
wad.
with dates listed on it. The dates started the first week of March and continued until last week. Curiously opened one of the dates, and to my shock, it was a diary. I never knew my husband was the type of person to write out his thoughts or emotions. I read through the first couple entries of his diary, and it broke my heart. The diary was all about my infidelity and how my husband was processing it. Looking at the dates that were listed, he discovered my affair about a month after it became physical. I hid his phone until he left for work, then I called off of work and read each diary entry. Almost each entry for the first 3 months after he discovered my affair were about how he planned on making me fall in love with him again. He detailed in his diary the plans he had to make me forget about Nick. He talked about taking us on a week-long vacation so I couldn't see him, how he bought my favorite flowers and cooked my favorite dish, but I continued to see Nick. As the time went on and I continued to tell lies to my husband, he would write in his diary how his resolve was beginning to waver. And now he was becoming depressed. He feels so lonely and unloved. After 3 months, the diary entries became wholly about his depression and how he cries every time he knows I'm with Nick. The diary entry from a month ago stopped me in my tracks. He wrote about how he put our daughter to bed. He was crying himself like usual, but the tears stopped flowing. He says that his body finally stopped producing tears for his failed marriage. He says this night was the night that the Band-Aid fully came off. And now that the Band-Aid was finally off, he felt a wave of relief, like he finally got over me. 2 weeks ago, he decided to start an affair of his own. I'm so ashamed of myself and I don't know what to do. I never meant to hurt him. Am I the asshole for calling off the wedding because my fiancé won't sign a prenup? I, 28 female, and my fiancé, Dean, 35 male, got engaged about 6 months ago, but we've been together for about 5 years. Since the beginning of our relationship, Dean has been the one who brought in the majority of the income. He works in tech, and his salary was definitely more than 5 times what I made as a waitress. We definitely had a bit of a whirlwind way of getting together. We were living together by 6 months of dating, and that's when reality set in. His mother hated me. She always assumed I was a gold digger because of the vast difference in our bank accounts. But when we met, I was still in school and my occupation was temporary. Before my fiancé proposed, we sat down and had a serious discussion about our finances. He wanted me to sign a prenup and a formal acknowledgement that I would not be getting my name on the title of his house, and that if we were to get a house together, I would need to be able to pay for half of everything. I agreed to his terms because I didn't want his mom to be able to use this against me to further push her agenda that I was a gold digger. Even throughout our entire entire time living together, we were splitting the $5,000 a month mortgage payment in half. So even though I made significantly less, we were still splitting the bills in half. About a year before our engagement, I was finally done with school and was able to land a great job in my field with an amazing starting salary. So prenup talks went away after that. After our engagement, things took a turn dramatically financially for Dean. He lost his high-paying job, as well as he had made some poor financial investments that didn't pan out, so he was left struggling. So I was the one that ended up paying for our living expenses, as well as all expenses for the wedding. About a month before the wedding, I brought up adding my name to the title of the house, as well as having him sign a prenup. He actually had the audacity to be mad like he didn't ask me to do the same. I figured he would be a little bit more understanding, considering I had paid all of the bills, including the mortgage, for the last 5 months for a house that wasn't even in my name. He told me that I had already stated that I would sign an acknowledgement about not getting my name on the house, as well as I would need to pay for half of anything for us to get a house together. I reminded him that I had been paying for all living expenses for the last few months, and he just told me that he had been paying for the house for the last 8. Never mind the fact that I had been paying for half for the last 5. When he wasn't even able to compromise, I let him know that the engagement was off, and that I would be moved out of the house by the end of the week. At first, he thought this fight would just blow over, but when I started moving my things out, he started pleading with me to stay. It's been about a week since I moved out, and he has told all of our mutual friends, including my family, and they are all saying that I am the asshole for moving out like that, knowing that he didn't have a job and had no way of paying the mortgage or any of the other upcoming bills. But I don't think I am, because he's had half a year to get his shit together. Instead, he became what his mother tried to convince him that I was, a gold digger.
I hid a camera in my son's car, and what I saw horrified me. Last month, my son, 17, got in a mild car accident. I was immensely disappointed in him, and I made that very clear. As punishment, I decided to put him in lockdown. The set rule was that he couldn't leave the house unless given permission, and he wasn't allowed out of my sight. Anyway, while my son was asleep, I decided to install a camera in his car. One of those cool shiny ones that aren't noticeable unless you search for them. I planted it in an air vent at the top, leaving the vent cracked open. My son isn't the brightest, so he would never think to search his car. He would never suspect a camera. After watching his actions over the week, I determined he had gotten his act together and could leave the house again. 3 weeks had passed and there was no suspicious activity on the car cam, so I decided it would be okay to let him drive. I regretted that decision almost instantly. He bolted out of the house and hopped in the car to head to his girlfriend's house without even letting me know. I'm quite annoyed that he didn't ask for permission, but I'll let it slide this time since it's her birthday and all. I started to watch the car cam intensely. He had gotten to her house a few minutes ago and he left her birthday present in the car. I knew he would head back to the car with her, and I felt sick to my stomach thinking about what they might do. The door unlocked and he stepped into the back seat with his girlfriend behind him. "Happy birthday, babe," he spoke. "I know this is a big year for you, so I got you something extra special." He gave her a kiss and handed her the box. She shook it innocently and snickered. "I wonder what's inside." She ripped off the wrapping paper only to be met with a blindfold. A blindfold? What the heck was that for? "Babe, let me put it on you. I'm gonna take you somewhere special. It's gonna be a huge surprise." He crawled to the front of the car and started driving. I recognized the path he was taking, back home. I hadn't gotten his girlfriend anything for her birthday, and he knew that. Why was he bringing her here? The car crept up the driveway. "Okay, babe, are you ready?" He put it in park and hopped out, headed straight to the passenger side. He slid the blindfold off his girlfriend, who wore a sickening grin on her face. "Take my hand, let's end her together." They locked eye contact and his girlfriend slid out of her pocket. My heart suddenly dropped to my gut. Thump, 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 sharp knocking. "Mama, I'm home and I brought Brookie with me."
Am I wrong for not letting my apartment mate, 21 female, back inside after she got spat on by a camel? I share an apartment with another woman and we've been decent acquaintances. I'm the primary tenant, but she's subleasing and the landlord is okay with it. Apparently, she walked out to the fair that had all sorts of attractions and animals. It was walking distance about a mile away from our unit, and I remember it being advertised, but I didn't go. Well, to put it plainly, she got spit on by a camel. She texted me shortly after it happened to warn me that she was coming home, and I thought, okay, what's the big deal? Come home. I saw her coming up the steps looking miserable through the window and went to the porch to greet her. Instantly, I was hit with the most unbelievably vile smell I've ever smelled from 20 feet away. I really couldn't take it. I only got a whiff and could feel my stomach churning. So I went back inside and closed the door, and when she came up and tried to get inside with her key, I was practically begging her, "No, whatever happened, you can't come in like that." She responded, "I live here." Am I wrong for not letting my apartment mate, 21 female, back inside after she got spat on by a camel? I said, "You can't come in like that." She was yelling, "What? I live here," and then practically crying that she had nowhere else to go. I said, "I'm sorry, but there's no way. I can't let that smell in here." And guys, I could smell her through the door and was literally gagging. I suggested that she find a hose or shower somewhere or jump in a creek or something. Anything but coming in like that. She replied that no store would let her in, but I held firm. I held the door closed until she walked away, and she came back an hour later soaking wet. I'm not sure if she jumped in a creek or what, and then she opened the door. The smell was maybe barely better, but still horrific. Of course, she jumped straight into the shower, but I can still faintly smell it through our whole living room, and it's making me sick. Now we're both furious at each other. I'm mad that she came back in before the smell was gone, and now the whole place smells unbearable. And she's furious I dared hold the door shut and keep her out. Am I wrong?
I walked in on my boyfriend of 4 years and my twin sister. Story time. And just wait till you hear his excuse. So me and my boyfriend met when we were in college.
Laundry
Recently I was
Restock.
let go from my job, so I've been
Day.
waitressing as a way to pay our rent. I love my boyfriend so much and I just really don't want to lose him. However, I had this feeling in my gut that was telling me that it was time to end the relationship. So let's bring it real time. 2 days ago, I was sent home from work. And this literally never ever happens, so I didn't even think to text my boyfriend to let him know that I was coming home early. I just keep thinking of how different everything would be if I had just texted him before I left. So when I got home and I walked through the door, I didn't really notice anything different. There was nothing unusual. That was until I got to my bedroom and I started to hear these dreadful noises. I walked in and my whole world just shattered. It wasn't just any girl that my boyfriend was with either. It was my twin sister. So for some backstory on me and my twin sister. And I won't get into it too much, but we weren't even on good terms before all this happened. I haven't even attempted to even talk to my sister about this yet. And I blocked her when she tried to call me. My boyfriend then left and stayed a night with a friend after I told him that I needed time to think about what I'd seen. That night, I kid you not, I got through a pint of ice cream. I cried until literally nothing else would come out. My boyfriend then sent me a text and explained he had thought it was me the entire time. Now, maybe it's just me. Or maybe it's because, you know, obviously I've known her longer, so I can see really obvious differences between me and her. Despite all that, I'm just absolutely devastated because...
Get ready with me to dump my stupid boyfriend. So basically last night he tells me he's going to go out with the boys, yeah? I'm at home with his sick kitten. How twisted is this? And I get a Snapchat from his mate. Thanks a lot. Real angel this guy is. And I see right in the background a sliver of my boyfriend's shoulder. Yeah, so I zoom in like a real fucking Sherlock Holmes. And guess what is on the shoulder? I can't even believe it! That's right, a lady's hand. How do I know that it's a lady's hand? Good question. Because it was all bejeweled and bedazzled in the ugliest colour fuchsia pink. I go onto Instagram and I go onto the page of the girl he told me not to worry about. I check her Instagram story. Yeah. Just 2 hours ago, she got her nails done. And you'll never guess the colour she picked out for her beautiful nails. Fugly fuchsia pink. So, of course, I put 2 and 2 together and, like, something in my gut is just, like, not feeling good. So I go on to his iPad. So I type in her name, yeah, and his messages, nothing comes up. But then I go to the friend's name, yeah, the guy who sent me the Snapchat. And in their messages, it's all like, "No, did you know that skinnamarink dinky dink, the girl I don't need to worry about, is going to be there tonight?" And my boyfriend's like, "Oh my God, can't wait to get with her." I know you're probably thinking, "Oh, that's so nice, the best mate, to like send you a Snapchat outing his friends." No, he wasn't doing that. I could tell he was trying to cover for him because he said he's just stupid enough. He doesn't see his best friend in the back. He says, "Oh, we're not having any fun without you." No lashes though, it's a good day. I don't really think he needs the satisfaction of knowing that I know. So I'm not going to tell him that I know. No, I'm just going to go over there and say, "Just don't feel it anymore." And that I lost the spark, and that's it. Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. Me, obviously. I'll probably cry after making this video, but...
My husband, who has been parenting my daughter for 10 years, doesn't want to adopt her after she asked him to be her dad for real, and I don't know what to do about our marriage. I had a child when I was 16, and I'm not with her father, and quite honestly, I don't know where he is. He wanted nothing to do with my daughter. When she was 6, I met my current husband. He promised me he would love her and treat her like his own, and he seems like he has. We have more kids together, and it was her 16th birthday last week, and she told me she wanted her stepdad to adopt her. I thought this was a great idea, and he's always been her dad anyways. He said yes, and there were a lot of happy tears, and my younger kids were happy. It was one of the happiest moments of my life. At night, he told me he wanted to talk. He told me that he did love her, but not the same, and he felt a bit weird adopting her because he felt like it would be a disservice to her to have a dad who didn't love her like his other kids. He told me that he wanted to talk to her about it and say that she could definitely take his last name if she wanted to, but he couldn't adopt her and that he felt bad about it. But it wouldn't be fair to anyone. He said he knows we are a package deal and would always treat her well and like a part of the family, but he couldn't be her dad. He told me he was sorry and he felt guilty and that he would take care of it and I didn't have to. My heart never hurt more in that moment, and I genuinely feel like I failed my daughter. I told him I didn't want him to speak to her about it, and that if he doesn't think of her as his kid, then it is my job as a parent to take care of her. I don't know what to do. Do I ask for a divorce? I felt sick, dizzy, and numb all week. How do I tell my daughter? He's helped raise her and shared the best and worst moments with her. I don't know what to do. Everyone was helpful, and I know a lot of people told me divorce, but I'm gonna try to fix things first. I don't want my oldest to feel like it's all her fault, younger kids to resent her, and I'm scared he won't want to see her anymore. We're going to marriage counseling. I'm looking for a therapist for my daughter. I let my husband talk to her because I felt like I should give them that, and trust that he won't be stupid. They went on a drive. I don't know what was said exactly, but they're both upset, and I'm gonna use fake names to make it easier. My daughter stopped calling my husband Dad and calls him Mike now, if she even speaks or looks at him. He seems upset by it, but I don't know what to tell him. Isn't that what he wanted? My girl has been very quiet and tired, and I told her to stay home from school for a few days, but she didn't want to. My other daughter asked us, why is Hannah calling Daddy Mike? Is he not her daddy anymore? Does that mean she isn't my sister? I corrected her, and my husband looked horrified, but once again, didn't know what to say to him. I've been calling her your sister instead of Hannah when I talk about her, and I hope it helps. Once again, thank you. I'm exhausted as a mom and a wife, but I am the glue right now, and I am doing my best to make my marriage work and be a good mom. Edit. Something scary happened. I had to work late, but I didn't have a choice. She didn't come home and we were both terrified, and she's been looking for her birth dad. Turns out he overdosed years ago, and she was devastated all over again. My husband hates her calling him Mike.
I was in class on Zoom. I wanted to go to sleep, honestly, because like when I'm tired, I go to sleep. I end up falling asleep and then class ends and everyone starts leaving the class. Except me, because I was like in a whole other universe at this point. I was dreaming, I was flying. At this point, me and the teacher are alone in the call. This is the best part. Then the teacher starts talking to me and he's like, Samantha, wake up. Samantha, please. Samantha, you have another class. He woke me up, but I was half awake, so I didn't really know what was going on. So I thought it was my brother waking me up, and I straight up yelled. I was like, shut up, you fat booger. And so then I realized, oh shit, I just called my teacher a fat booger. And now he scheduled a parent conference. I'm going on Monday, so I'm really excited.
Am I wrong for kidnapping my baby, causing my husband to have a panic attack? I, 29 female, recently started working again after having my daughter 4 months old. Daycare is way too expensive, so my husband, 35 male, reluctantly agreed to stay home. It's important to know that he's been unemployed since 2021 and receives benefits. It's also important to know that he is extremely lazy. He doesn't cook, clean, or help out in any way. So I was nervous about leaving her home with her father, but I had no choice. When I came back from work, she was clean and sleeping, and the next few times I came home, he was playing with her, feeding her, or out for a walk with her. I was happy until a few days ago when my neighbor told me that as soon as I leave, the baby cries and cries for hours. She told me that she knocked on the door and he finally answered it and was sleeping. So I concluded that he sleeps all day and night, and before I come home, he pretends to care for her. To see if it's true, I decided to take the day off work and left home at my regular time. Am I wrong for kidnapping my baby, causing my husband to have a panic attack? I left home at my regular time, waited 30 minutes, and then went home. Sure enough, he was knocked out sleeping with his stupid noise-canceling headphones on. So I went to my daughter's room, scooped her up, and took her to my friend's house. I waited 2 hours and finally called him to tell him I was coming home early. He called me back saying he can't find the baby and told me he was going to call the police, but before he did, I told him what I did. He called me an asshole and a lot of other words, and when I got home, his mother was there calming his nerves. Because he has a panic attack. She also called me an asshole. My husband decided to stay at her house, and family members are telling me I'm a terrible person. I know that it was extreme, but I don't know if I would consider myself to be an asshole. Main comment says sleeping with noise canceling headphones as the only adult in the home caring for a 4-month-old baby? Absolutely not. And I have to agree that makes absolutely no sense.